Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. Tonight we're starting, of course, half an hour early, so that'll give me a little bit more time to relax, and I'll speak slower, but we still hope to conclude at 9 p.m. as usual. So the joke this week is also courtesy of Zach the Weiser, who sent me 4 really useful jokes last week. And it actually is very appropriate for today's material because we're going to be looking at someone who is slightly antinomian in his approach. That is, someone who is slightly non-traditional in the way he observes Judaism, as we shall see. So the joke goes that a Jew goes up to his rabbi and says, Rabbi, I'm so sorry. I need to do something. I have to confess. I didn't wash Natilas Yadayim before eating bread last week. And the rabbi said, you didn't? Why didn't you? He said, well, Rabbi, the truth is, the bread wasn't kosher. The bread wasn't kosher. Well, why? And he says, well, it was a non-Jewish restaurant. He says, you were a non-Jewish restaurant? What were you doing in a non-Jewish restaurant? Why didn't you go to a Jewish restaurant? He says, on Yom Kippur, I should go to it. So, that's the last laugh for tonight. So tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to Mr. Eliezer and Mrs. Greta Hermes, who once again sponsored the lecture. It's a wonderful thing when we have people support the lecture financially because it goes to defray the costs of our lovely assistant, Ms. Eliza Abramson, who greets you at the door, prepares the cookies, and Mr. Rodriguez, who is now actually amassing a bit of a fan club online. They say, go Mr. Rodriguez, because they enjoy the videos. So thank you very much. The shul appreciates it very much. And for those of you who are here, your presence alone is a tremendous sponsorship, and I'm very grateful to have you here. So tonight we're going to look at someone named David Reuveni, also known as Ha-Reuveni. The name is very significant. He ascribed his lineage to the tribe of Reuven, the biblical tribe of Reuven, and we'll speak about what that means shortly. But basically, he's a rather anomalous and highly unusual figure in Jewish history because he appears on the scene in the early 16th century, and he makes a tremendous tararam where he introduces himself with success to popes and kings and emperors and claims to be the brother of King Joseph, a leader of the 3 tribes, Gad, Reuven, and Manasseh, living on the other side of Israel, somewhere in the Far East, and he's there on a mission to create some new geopolitical reality. Amazingly, he was like a comet on the European political scene for about 10 years until his untimely demise, but he created not only a lot of consternation, particularly among Arab nations, for reasons that we shall describe, but also a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for a renewed and revived Judaism that was especially found within the converso population of Spain and Portugal, Jews who had converted to Christianity rather than, be expelled in the expulsions of the late 15th century. His meteoric rise to fame was cut short when the Inquisition got wind of his activities, and he died a horrible death. But the entire arc of his participation in European history is quite fascinating, and I think gives us some pause to think about several aspects of Jewish history and its relationship to world history as a whole. So what I'd like to do over the next 55 minutes is just give you a quick overview of the life of David Reuveni. At least that is what we know about it. And I think that by the end of the evening, you'll have some food for thought and wonder, but we will leave with a lot more questions than answers as usual. So our story begins really here in Oxford, England. We know of David Reuveni from non-Jewish sources. Many centers of power had him traipse through their hallways at various points in the early 16th century. But the most important document that gives us information about David Reuveni is his diary, which he composed and then would actually, have people read as a sort of travelogue to bolster his own authority. The diary was purchased by the Bodleian Library of Oxford in the middle of the 19th century. It was duly copied out and then promptly lost. So unfortunately, we've lost the original text, which is highly unfortunate because it means that we don't have a lot of paleographic evidence. We don't have, for example, to see where he struck things out and rewrote them. If it was perhaps a scribe involved, perhaps he had a professional writer involved. A lot of things are difficult in this journal, and it's also impossible for us to analyze some of the bizarre place names that he cites because we can't compare his handwriting. Nevertheless, his diary does exist. The copied version was published in a critical edition in 1892 and has been the source of some wonderment for the last 100-odd years. This is one of the most important buildings in the Bodleian Library, and I'd like to take a short interlude. It's a little surprise for my daughter over there, because I actually spent quite a bit of time a summer working in this library where I have a lot of fond memories. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic Judaic collection, and I'm going to tell you a personal story that I think you might find interesting. This is what they do in Oxford, by the way. This is me several years ago. This is what they call punting, which is not what they say in America where you have that ball and you kick it with your foot. Punting is you get these flat-bottom boats and you go on the Churchwell River and you pull along like in a gondola kind of thing. And that's one of the colleges in the background there. And of course, you have to do this kind of punting with a lovely lady sitting next to you, of course. So this is Aliza when she was, I guess, about 7 or 8 years old. You all know her now because she's 18 and she's like, the greeter. But there she is, just enjoying the ride. And here's one more picture of her, also in Oxford there. So sweet. Right? So anyways, I have a couple of funny stories. I'll tell you both of them. I can't help it. So, the first one is the library story. So it's a really old library. It's like 1,000 years old, this library. And they have a lot of arcane, bizarre rules. And one of those rules is, believe it or not, that before, not everyone, it's not a public library. You have to have credentials. I had to have a letter of introduction. I had to have all kinds of stuff to get into the stacks there. And you go to the library office, you present your credentials, and you present your research purpose and so on, things like that. And they make you take an oath. They make you swear an oath that you will not set fire to the books. And I said, why do I have to take this oath? And she said, apparently, like in the 1500s, it's cold. And the students would say, we don't really need another couple of Virgils and Aeneid, do we? And they would set fires to keep themselves warm in the library. So they made this rule, and it's been a rule for like 400 years. You have to take an oath. You're not going to. So the problem is, Jews avoid taking oaths. That's the whole business with Kol Nidre. You don't want to come up. If I happen to accidentally set a fire, then I would be, responsible for it on a heavenly level as well. So I was, for a moment, I was put back. I didn't know what to do. And so then I asked myself, I said, wait a minute, can you take this oath in any language you like? And she said, absolutely. And she pulled out a huge binder. It was about this thick. And it had like all these, the text of the oath in all these languages. In English, it says, I swear I will not set fire to them. And I said, could you show me Hebrew, please? And she flipped over to the Hebrew, and there it was in perfect rabbinic language. It did not say, I swear I will not set fire to the books. It says, I will take responsibility for the cost that I incur should I set fire to any books in the library. Like, perfect. So I could read it, I got access, and all that stuff. The other funny story, which I'll tell you very quickly, then we'll go back to David Rubin, I promise. But the other funny story is, there's a Jewish mitzvah that when you buy new vessels, new cooking vessels, you're supposed to, before you use them, you're supposed to immerse them in a mikvah. That's just one of those wacky things in Judaism. And if you don't have a mikvah, you can use any flowing body of water, or the ocean qualifies, things like that. So there's no mikvah in Oxford, but they have that Churchwell River, which is actually the Thames. It turns into the Thames. But it's a really old town, and they have these banks that are really high, and they're 6 or 8 feet high. You can't just stand on the edge and dip your pot in. So I was carrying this huge bag of pots, like Santa Claus in this big bag. And the only place that I could where I could put these in a mikvah is if I walked down to where the punts were released, like you'd rent the punts. And so I walked down there, and I'm wearing a suit like this, and I got all these dishes, and I'm toiling them in the water, and there are all these Japanese tourists show up and start taking pictures of me. And I realized they must be thinking this is a native Oxfordian washing his dishes in the river. Okay, well, let's go back to our regularly scheduled channel. Those are just two fun stories from Oxford. Anyways, it is a beautiful town and an amazing university, and I was very happy to be there. So, David Reubeni, he first shows up in Venice in 1523, and he says, I come from Abyssinia. Possibly he came from Sudan. There's a huge debate among two of the major scholars on Reubeni as to where exactly that was, but he claimed to be somewhere down here, either in Ethiopia or in Sudan, in the Upper Nile region, and he quotes a long travelogue of places that he visited and strange customs that he observed. The place names that he mentions on this travelogue are garbled. They're, it's very hard. Scholars spend a lot of time trying to figure out exactly where he was, but the consensus of modern scholarship is that he made the whole thing up, that he never was any of these places, and that he's just reporting things that he had heard from others. So much of his early travels are lost in mystery, shrouded in mystery, and in fact, one of the commentators on him wrote in the 1930s that his reputation for veracity was not particularly high. So a lot of the things that he says about his origins, we simply don't know. In fact, we don't even know if he is Ashkenazi or Sephardi. He was physically swarthy, very dark-skinned. He was possibly, what the technical term or the politically correct term is, a little person. I'm speaking about a midget or a dwarf, to use the older terms. A very small person, often wore Islamic robes, which would have looked very exotic and fascinating to Europeans. And in fact, he claimed to have pretended to be a Muslim on many occasions, in fact, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad when he was living in Egypt. But there's no real evidence to indicate that he has any of those origins whatsoever. The two most fascinating theories about his background are as follows. One is that he was actually from Prague, a Czechoslovak or a Czech Jew, and that's based again on paleographic evidence, on internal literary evidence, because he has in his travelogue little Ashkenazic ticks, like for example the phrase, which I will quote in modern Hebrew, a nice little proverb, ki hakas misalek hadat. So that sounds okay, which means anger causes knowledge to leave. Ki hakas misalek hadat. But it sounds much better if you pronounce it in Ashkenazis, which is ki hakas misalek hadas. Right? Then you see the rhyming. So that little tick in his language may have indicated that he was Ashkenazi. I think a more persuasive theory is that he was actually a descendant of conversos, meaning those Jews who had converted to Christianity or who perhaps had become expelled from Portugal and Spain in the late 15th century, ended up in Israel, because he quotes in an offhand and obviously unknowing manner a very unusual custom that is no longer practiced today, but was practiced by the converso community. Specifically, that is that if a Jew were to convert to Christianity because of duress or social pressure and things like that, and then that Jew, now Christian, were to convert back to Judaism, there was a kind of quasi-conversion process they would go through, including immersing themselves in the mikveh, along with the guy wearing a suit and the pots in Oxford. And also, this is not practiced today, they would shave all of their hair and trim their fingernails and toenails. Kind of like, if you're familiar with the captured slave, or the captured woman in the Torah. So that was a custom that was practiced by converso Jews living in Jerusalem, meaning they had converted to Christianity in Spain and Portugal, then they had emigrated, they made their way to Israel, and then when they became Jewish, this is what they went through. So at one point, he describes how he purchased a slave woman, and then he manumitted her and converted her to Judaism, and in the course of his description, he describes that this is what they did to her with the cutting of her hair and the trimming of her fingernails, which is something that's not required for conversion to Judaism, but may have indicated that he came from that specific community in Israel. We simply don't know. It's lost, and he certainly wasn't telling us, so we're just guessing. At any rate, he definitely had some time in the Middle East, and he shows up in Europe, and it's in Europe where the fun starts. So I mentioned he appears in Venice in 15. Oh, look at this. The screen is a little too small. So, well, I'll just have to. I hope I can remember everything I wrote there. He's small, as I mentioned, a swarthy person. It's the screen. It's because the resolution is different. And he was surrounded by a lot of pomp and circumstance. He liked to, for example, get expensive rides, like a beautiful white stallion, and he would have like these gorgeous banners that would proclaim him as the emissary of King Joseph from the East. And he claimed to now why the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. Anyone remember what's special about those three tribes? Of course, Aliza knows, but we'll ask an audience member, please.
They were on the Abraham Day. They didn't want to go into the.
Exactly. You'll recall. Thank you very much. Excellent. This is your first time here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, welcome. Just don't ask any hard questions. Okay? But this is what happened. Yeah, if you recall the story of the conquest of Israel, there were two tribes and one half tribe, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, the half tribe, who said, you know what, Taka, why are we going into Israel? This looks like a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic. That's the roots of the Hungarians. And they said that I've used that joke many times. But they.
How are things in your neck of the woods?
Good morning, God bless, Rabbi.
God bless you as well. How are things?
Awesome, man. I got called back from the Jewish Agency of Israel, and they told me I was accepted to make a deal, but obviously I really can't at the moment. So that's good news, though.
I mean, don't you have to be Jewish first?
What's that?
Don't you have to be Jewish first?
Apparently not. I did not know.
Be very.
I think that to make a deal, you have to be Jewish or Jewish ancestry.
So, just be careful with that. But then, congratulations, very good. That's very exciting.
So they told me I can call back whenever. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to make that women. So that's really good.
Wonderful. Well, good on you, my man. What else is good in your neck of the woods? There you go. Hey, I saw your message. So my sound wasn't working?
Oh, yeah, you said earlier. No, it wasn't.
Okay, and that can happen. I'm not exactly sure. The channel that you watch me on is actually I think my oldest Chromebook. So no major worries there. We do have some new people who are in the community. So we got Gat here and some other people, Caspian Sea and some other people who you know. And then we got some girls who have joined. And it's just a matter of time. Any day now. And perhaps I might go viral. I'm excited for it. So you never know. Absolutely. Keeping up that grind. So I've been up all night. I sang 3 hours of rap last night. I rapped for 3 hours. And previous days I did 90 songs and I've done love songs. So just kind of chilling right now. Feel free to listen. We're watching Dr. Henry Abramson's Jewish Lectures, which is right up your alley. So enjoy.
So they stayed on the other side of the Jordan River, like what would be today something like Jordan, Syria. And Moses made a deal with them that they could have that land as long as they came in and fought for Israel first and so on. So there's this kind of mystery of those 2.5 tribes that never settled in Israel. And Reuveni, he took the name Reuveni, meaning from Reuben, to say that, yes, they're still there. There's 100,000 of them. My brother is the king. And guess what? He wants to forge a political union with you to attack the Muslims. And so with all of this, noise and fury and like pageantry and things like that, people were willing to listen, except for the Jewish community. The Jewish community, by and large, was not buying it. They were not convinced. There were a few significant individuals who were willing to financially support him, but by and large, the Jews tended to be rather skeptical about the whole story. Nevertheless, with his few wealthy supporters and a few key introductions, he actually gained an audience with Pope Clement VII. And when he meets with him, goes in with the white horse, that kind of thing, and he specifically asks for 4 things. One, he wants letters that will allow him to create an alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He wants to get these 2 countries, the Holy Roman Empire, historians like to joke, it was neither holy nor Roman, and it wasn't an empire, but it did have some political connotation. It was basically Central Europe, what we call today Germany and environs. He wanted to get France and Germany essentially to unite, and for the purposes of attacking the Muslims, as we shall see. The second thing he asked for is he wanted armaments. He wanted a tremendous amount of cannons and ships that he himself would lead to attack the Muslim empire. And the third thing is he wanted a letter to visit Portugal, which is especially significant, as we shall see. Now, but we'll come back to that. I know I said 4 things, but I actually meant 3 things, if you were paying attention. He specifically wanted to go to Jeddah over here. And the idea was that he would somehow, with all of these ships, attack Jeddah with, once again, the support of the Holy Roman Empire and the French, and of course the Holy See, the Catholic Church. And this would somehow disrupt the Arab control of much of the trade in the Red Sea and especially the Arabian Sea, because India, you recall, we're talking about a time now, it's the age of exploration. The Portuguese at this point in history are the leaders of all world exploration. And they've established a lot of Piedmont, a lot of trading posts along the Indian coast, and they were defending it very forcefully. Their main competitor in the region, besides the European nations who are slow to pick up on this, their main competitor were the Arab traders who were dominating the Indian Ocean. And it seems that Rubeni wanted to somehow get in there and interrupt the Portuguese trade by attacking the Muslims. So the Jeddah is maybe not the best port, because you'll recall there's no Suez Canal at this time, so it's not like people are using the Red Sea to get to the Arabian Sea and out to India. Aden would have been perhaps a much better port for that, but there's something else really valuable about Jeddah. Anyone see it?
Yeah, Mecca.
It's really close to Mecca, right? Mecca being, of course, the center of the Arab world spiritually, and so on. So an attack on the port city of Jeddah could really disrupt a lot of Muslim thinking and could really plunge Europe into another kind of major geopolitical crisis that would perhaps lead to nothing less than Armageddon. And that's where we get to the messianic aspect of this. Many historians believe that ultimately he wanted to provoke the coming of Mashiach by instituting a war again between the Muslims and the Christians. But before I put this out of order, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing. There is 4 things. I forgot it and I recall it. The other thing is he claimed to have knowledge, direct personal knowledge of Prester John. Anyone recall this name? This is one of those weird footnotes in medieval history. Prester John was this widely held belief in Christian Europe that there was somewhere in the Far East a true Christian king named Prester John. Here he is, offering communion to his subjects, who had like hundreds of thousands of soldiers and was just waiting for the moment, the second coming, to reveal himself and his people, and they would somehow, dominate the globe and put an end to the Muslim infidel and so on. So there's all kinds of these strange, large geopolitical forces at work, tectonic forces really, they're pulling at each other. And Ruveni is trying to pull on those strings and get the popes to go along with this idea that would somehow bring the Muslims down, reveal Prester John, and everything would result in a messianic conclusion. But specifically, he was thinking clearly of a Jewish messianic conclusion. His real goal was the 4th request, which was, I want a letter to meet the King of Portugal. Please recall that Portugal was, as they say in German, Judenrein at this time. The Jews had been expelled from Spain in 1492. Many of them sought refuge on the edge of the Iberian Peninsula here in Portugal. And then Portugal, once on its own, went through an even more brutal Inquisition and expulsion in 1497. And so Jews were not allowed there. The only Jews that were there were the so-called conversos. Just to take a moment to think about that as well, the great historian of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, wrote in his magnum opus, The Destruction of European Jews, that he felt that the Nazi hierarchy of race had its intellectual origins 500 years earlier in Spain and Portugal. Why? Because one of the things that the Spanish and the Portuguese did was that it wasn't enough for a Jew to convert to Christianity. The Jew would be under some kind of cloud of suspicion of Judaizing, of doing the Christianity for show, but in reality practicing Judaism. And that shadow of suspicion would last for several generations. You would have conversos of the first generation, conversos of the second generation, and so on. And so this brought the whole question of race and lineage into something which was prior to this primarily a religious conflict. The rest of Europe, once a Jew converted, then in fact, he became Christian. That's all there was to it. Did I tell you the joke about the two Jews who walk by a church and they see a sign? Oh, it's terrible. I shouldn't tell these jokes. I just put them on the internet. So the joke goes like this. So two Jews walk by a church and there's a sign outside that says, "Convert to Christianity, earn $500. So one of the Jews says to the other, "I'm going to do it. I can use $500. I'll go in, say what I have to say. I'll get $500. The other guy says, "Are you crazy? No, listen, I need $500. So he goes in. Takes a while, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally, he comes out an hour later. And his friend says to him, "So, did you get the $500? He says, "What is it with you people?" Yes, question, please.
I was going to say the line from Hilberg actually is, he says that the history of Jews in Europe can be divided into three stages. You may not live among us as Jews, forced conversions. You may not live among us, which is ghettoization.
Expulsion.
You may not live.
And may not live. This very powerful.
Says those are the three stages.
He's a doyen of Holocaust history. But at any yes, you have a follow-up question. Okay.
I do want to say that it was my understanding that actually the Inquisition began against the conversos, and that the Jews actually signed on. They were sort of supportive of it because it was intended. This is Professor Netanyahu's work on Ravenel, and that's what he seems to feel is that it was originally directed because the Christians were very upset because here these conversos were now able to function in business and be quite successful.
Correct.
And so they were very jealous that here you had these Jews, as they saw them, successful business, taking away their thriving economics, and that the Jews originally were on board for this.
So I don't recall reading in Professor Netanyahu's book that the Jews liked it, but definitely it's true that the Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se. It was directed at Jews who were feigning Christianity, and that they were not effectively Christians. Ironically, if you remain Jewish and you did not, try to subvert the intention of the laws by converting, then you were technically exempt from the rigors of the Inquisition. You were not exempt from expulsion, which of course came later. But you're absolutely right. The converso community, sometimes called Marrano community, they were highly endogamous, marrying within each other. They had all kinds of business relations. They were exempt from all the second-class, status that they were given as Jews, and now they had freedom of business and so on. So it was really an advantageous decision, more than $500. Let's go back to David Rubin. So the context is one generation after the expulsion. So here he is. It's like 1523. He's going back to Portugal 25 years after. If we're thinking about the Holocaust, imagine going, so to speak, back to Berlin in about 1965, 1970. That would be the same kind of feeling, except how much more so because Jews were not even allowed into Portugal. And here he is wanting to show up there, and he specifically wants to draw the King of Portugal into that battle with the Muslims. And some of the scholars on Reuveni opine that what he was really trying to do is he was trying to start the final world war. This was going to be it. Muslims against Christians, Gog versus Magog, Armageddon, which would result in the ultimate coming of the Mashiach. So, strictly speaking, Reuveni, if this theory is true, Reuveni was not a false Mashiach himself. It's not like he's saying he was the Messiah, but he believed he could bring about the Messiah by sparking this, massive conflagration. He met with King John in 1524. He was very open about his intentions to seize Jerusalem. He made some pronouncements that the Ottomans were very upset with because, of course, they were controlling Jerusalem at the time. And he provoked a tremendous surge of enthusiasm among the Jews who were conversos in Portugal at that time. Many of them flocked to him because for them, this is 25 years later, and they're living in a very, very tenuous state. And they see him and they believe him as being the possible forerunner of the Mashiach himself. Perhaps the most fascinating of his followers was a young man named Diego. Oh, by the way, this picture here, this shows, this is one of the few artistic renditions we have from the period that shows Reuveni riding on a white horse. Again, we don't know for sure if the artist really saw this or not, or was creating it from memory. And he's carrying that huge banner that has the 10 Commandments written on it. Apparently, he received a major gift from one of his wealthy supporters, none other than Benvenida Abravanel, the daughter of the great Spanish leader and Torah commentator. As part of her donation to Reuveni was this banner with the 10 Commandments that he would carry with him when he went in to see the King of Portugal. At any rate, one of his most fascinating and unusual followers was a young man named Diego Pires, who had reached a certain level of authority in the Portuguese government. He was from a converso background. He was born in 1500, so that would make him, he was born 3 years after his parents had converted to Christianity. And he was so taken with Reuveni that he strove to be his follower and begged Reuveni to take him along with him. Reuveni initially refused. He doesn't take followers. But when Pires demonstrated his bona fides by circumcising himself, then Reuveni realized that maybe this guy is the real deal, so he took him with him. Pires then went on. They split up after a while. He ended up in Jerusalem, where he declared himself the Mashiach. He believed that Reuveni was introducing him to the world, that he was the, so to speak, the John the Baptist, to use another religious metaphor, and that in fact Pires was the Mashiach, and where he didn't get too much traction with that idea in Jerusalem, because in Yerushalayim, every 4 cubits you trip over another Mashiach, so you don't have to do much. But this is a kind of interesting artifact from the period. This is his signature, so that's a very interesting kind of. This is the signature of Pires, who took the name Shlomo Molcho, Solomon King. Very unusual with the banner and things like that. Anyways, once this happened, if you can imagine Pires, a government official, circumcising himself and declaring himself a Jew and following Molcho, following Reuveni, the king said, Shon Genug, or in Portuguese, something like, that's enough. And he had Reuveni banished from Portugal. At this point, we sort of lose track of the story. There's a strange interlude where he is apparently shipwrecked. This is a very old picture. He's shipwrecked. My daughter Elise is looking like, why? That's so funny. Because you have to be at least 40 to appreciate this picture. Yeah. So, at any rate, he's shipwrecked somewhere on the coast of France, and he is apparently taken captive by a Lord Clermont, mysterious figure. We don't know if any of this is true. And finally, the Jews of, I think it was Avignon and I forgot where else, they put up the money to ransom him, and then he's set free. So it's about 2 years where he is somehow, exiled from Portugal, shipwrecked, taken captive, ransomed, and then he tries all over again. One of the reasons why this period is uncertain is because the diary shows some evidence of literary tampering. Like maybe he used the diary one way and then he changed it because, for example, one of the great scholars of this figure, Ben Melech, argues that what's really going on is that he wanted Portugal was his main goal, and when Portugal did not work, then he had to rewrite the whole story and had to try something else. So the diary itself doesn't give us a really good sense of what exactly was his plans. Anyways, he goes back and he tries again. He shows up in 1530 in Italy, and he once again tries to get an audience with Pope Clement VII. At this point, the Jews, who, he's been around now for 15 years, the Jews of Italy are not quite so enthusiastic about the entire thing, and they warn the Pope that in reality, they're not sure that Reuvéni is as, he's not the real deal, so to speak. And specifically, they point to the numerous letters that he is bringing with him, letters from King Joseph, the letters from Prester John, all of these documents, and they say they're total forgeries, he tried to defend himself by saying, no, they're not forgeries. What they are is that I lost some of them, when I was shipwrecked. Remember that shipwreck business? So while I was shipwrecked, I lost some of my letters. I had to rewrite them. I wrote them from memory, it's true. But at any rate, the Pope was not really interested, and so the story ended. He did, however, get a chance to meet with Emperor Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire. And by the way, at this point, his student Shlomo Molko had rejoined him, and the two of them went together to Emperor Charles V, presented the whole story. Unfortunately for both of them, Charles V had just recently signed a new law into place that specifically banned any form of Judaizing in the Holy Roman Empire. And so therefore he handed over the two of them to the Inquisition, which was active there as well. And that proved to be disastrous for Shlomo Molko. Reuvéni himself was taken away in chains to Spain. Molko was given the opportunity to rejoin the Christian church through baptism. He refused, and so he was burned at the stake on the spot. And so his brief life ended there. We don't know exactly what happened with Reuvéni, but some external evidence indicates that he was probably put to death in a similar manner in 1538. So in the space of about 15 years, we have this meteoric rise of this unknown Jew who gets access to all of the chambers of power and nearly starts a world war, at least comes closer than anyone else to that fact. And that's basically the arc of the story of Shlomo Reuvéni, of David Reuvéni. So what do we get out of this? So we can assess a few things from this. First of all, why did he do all of this? Where did all of this come from? So you recall that I described his origins in possibly in Jerusalem among the converso communities of this time. You recall that the early 16th century was a period of tremendous Kabbalistic speculation. This is the period when, for example, the great Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was born in 1522, and the Tzfat Center was established with Rabbi Yosef Karo, with, of course, Cordovero, with the Arizal coming from Egypt to study Kabbalah in Tzfat. And Jews are very much engaged in an exercise in theurgic or practical Kabbalah. The idea that we could, through our own efforts, bring about the coming of the Messiah. For the most part, the Kabbalists of Israel at this time were doing this primarily through, quasi-approved portals, such as prayer, fasting, self-exile, things like this. No one before Reuvéni had really taken this kind of idea of forcing God's hand, so to speak, to bring about the Messiah and applying it to geopolitics. This was something that was his innovation. At any rate, Ben Melech, again, one of the scholars that's done most of the work on Reuvéni in the last 20 years, argues that he was heavily influenced by Rabbi Abraham Eliezer Halevi, who was one of the most famous Kabbalists of Jerusalem at the time. Halevi had produced several Kabbalistic texts, including the fascinating Nevuat HaYeled, the prophecy of a child in which he specifically anticipated that the Messiah would come, I believe it was in 1523, which was exactly when Reuveni appeared on the scene. He was delayed 1 year, so maybe that threw everything off. But there was a tremendous amount of messianic speculation and attachment of messianic ideals to specific dates and time and things like that. And so with all of this energy devoted to the idea of the end of days, is Ben Melech's contention that Reuveni picked all of this stuff up and decided to do something with it himself. Not necessarily working with the Kabbalist. In fact, it's likely that they never met, but he nevertheless took these ideas and put them into practice. He acted apparently alone. We don't have any evidence that he's the head of a cell or involved with any other people. But he was nevertheless able to attract the significant support of select individuals, wealthy Jews, who felt that this was actually something that could come to pass and deserved their financial support. That in itself, I think, is worth thinking about. Why is it that the mass of Jews really, went in two different directions? There were the Jews, the conversos, who felt that this was really the end of days, and other Jews who were perhaps not so hard pressed in their material circumstances felt that this is a crazy person. He's making up ridiculous stories. Nevertheless, there were those individuals who were willing to put their money behind it, and with the right amount of financial backing, he was able to get access to the highest chambers of power ever. I think that if you put this into an equation, we have to look at it in something like this. His personal piety, he is known to have been highly observant of Jewish law, and in fact, rather punctilious. Some of the accounts say that he fasted 6 days a week. Obviously, he would be eating at night, kind of like Muslim style, but, lots of fasting, very careful with the laws of the Sabbath, things like that, combined with tremendous sense of theater. The audacious nature of his self-presentation was overwhelming to people. That resulted in tremendous credulity. And there were people who were willing to believe this combination, which actually is a good idea. Maybe I should think about this for a second career. Maybe. Okay. At any rate,
Ride a horse.
I have to ride a horse, a white horse. I think a white jag would be nicer, actually.
Yeah.
But, at any rate, this is a totally new tack for false messiahs, of which there have been so many in Jewish history, but it proved to be a very successful one that would later be emulated. But for example, in the 17th century, perhaps the most famous or infamous of all false messiahs is the great Shabbatite Tzvi, who also went to centers of power, the Ottoman Turks and so on. But perhaps I would connect it more likely with Nathan of Gaza, who was his propagandist. Nathan of Gaza worked with Shabbatai Tzvi to present his material to the Ottoman emperor. It turned out it was a disaster, much like it was for David Reuveni, but nevertheless the same kind of idea. So taking all of these things together, I presented to you a rather bizarre sort of story. I've never spoken about David Reuveni before, and so it was kind of interesting for me. But he's an unusual sort of comet that appears briefly on the stars of the Jewish constellation. I'm not exactly sure what it means for the overall scope of Jewish history, but it's a fascinating episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present it to you. I apologize, I sort of mistimed this. It was much more fascinating to read about than to talk about. If you like, I can make some stuff up for 15 minutes, but maybe I'll take a few questions because we have a little more time. Yes, please.
Was he ever married?
He was never married. Single guy. He's got a mission.
Yeah.
What I find interesting from the story of the whole episode with Shabbatai Tzvi was that occurred when there was also some terrible.
Absolutely.
So you think about this episode in history where it was after all the devastation of the Jews having to leave Spain and Portugal and so on. Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more of a following, it seemed, and it almost seems like it may be similar in terms of cataclysmic effects on Jewish society. You sort of wonder, why was it that Shopside Tzvi had so much more of a following under sort of similar circumstances, you might argue?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I'm not sure what I deserves much more thought. The cataclysm that you're referring to is the terrible pogroms of 1648-49, which devastated the Jews of Poland and Ukraine, which, that was huge. It made a tremendous impact on the Jews of Europe. The expulsions from Spain and Portugal, though, were no less horrific, and in many ways they were thought of as a much greater tragedy. That it was considered like a huge rift in the world that the Jews should be expelled from those two countries of all. So there's definitely an argument to be made, I think, that the Jews, when they're at their lowest ebb and they feel that redemption just has to be around the corner, they're certainly willing to listen to people like this. Why was Shabbatai Tzvi so much more successful than Reubeni? That I don't know.
It may warrant another PhD thesis or something, one of your students.
Yeah, it might be. Mr. Rodriguez, that's for you, I think, right? Yes, please.
To the modern sensibility, it may seem very odd, this fellow just coming out of nowhere, but in the medieval mind, it really isn't so out of place. You have to realize this is, Gutenberg's Bible is just barely been, people had no access to books. They had really knew very little. It wasn't uncommon for religious people, to travel the countryside claiming to have all kinds of holy relics, pieces of the cross and the bones of Jesus, and they were very well tolerated and accepted. It was the naivete of these people is really something that was very common.
Yeah, I think that's a very salient point, a good observation. You'll note also that no one was willing to give him any money or guns or things like that. It's very interesting, you made my take quite fascinating, but there's no way I'm giving you a ship with cannons. Forget it.
It's a difference, because one thing is a pogrom, when you are killed, and another thing is giving you a chance. Or you become a Catholic or whatever, or you go away from my country. So you have a chance. You take it or you leave. In the Shabbatai Tzvi came in really when there was not a chance. So the following, I think that was part of so many followers in the time of Shabbatai Tzvi.
Interesting, yeah. So just to paraphrase, that it's hard to compare the Khmelnytsky revolution and the violence that attended that with the expulsions from the Iberian Peninsula, because in the case of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert and avoid death. I'm not sure that's completely true, though. I think there were some options to be baptized, and so it's very hard. I'm not sure that we can quantify that. Maybe they're too much apples and oranges. It's true they're a century and a half apart. That's not so big a difference, but I don't know. It's worth more thought. Did I see a question in the back? Yes.
Yeah, I think the question relates to this topic, but given the resurgence of Zionism that was happening in Europe in the 15th century, what made, let's say, the Baal Shem Tov and the consequent Hasidic regime successful?
In a relationship to false messianic science?
Yeah. It seems that, given all this background of these failed, individuals, you'd imagine that it could be an end to it in the Jewish world, as opposed to resurgence and being successful.
I don't know. It's a hard question to answer but I suppose I'll try anyways. I think most Jews approach these kinds of questions not thinking that they're following a false Messiah. They think that, we've had so many false messiahs in the past, but this one is really the right one. And when you join to that the fact that I don't think that very few of the movements actually proclaimed Messiah, especially the Hasidic movements, maybe a handful here and there may have made messianic pretensions, or that the Messiah is just around the corner. But I'm not sure that we can really connect these guys with some of the more mainstream movements. It's another very good thought-provoking question that I'd have to think about some more to answer appropriately. Okay, too many hard questions. Thank you very much for coming. Next week, we're going to look at the Arizal, a much more mainstream figure, at 8 o'clock promptly. Thank you very much for your attention. Gentlemen, why don't we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful that you could come on, this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight, as Zach DeWeiser gave me some new jokes, so I don't have to keep recycling these jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes here. And, okay, I'll tell you one. And maybe I'll tell you the other 3 later in this lecture because they're really funny. So it goes like this. There's a very, very, well-respected rabbi who spends many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well respected and honored by his colleagues and so on, and he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all the mitzvot. He's very careful to observe all the mitzvot. So he goes up and he sees that they've prepared a beautiful smorgasbord with all kinds of appetizers and all kinds of, delicious little, hot dogs and I don't know, whatever hot dogs, but all kinds of beautiful meat like this. And so he says, "This is so wonderful. I've always imagined having something like this." And he goes up to one of the other rabbis eating there, and he says, "So who's the caterer?" And he says, The caterer is Masharovsky." And he says, "Oh, Masharovsky, very nice. Who's the mashgiach? Who's supervising the food?" He says, "Well, this is heaven. God himself is supervising." So the rabbi says, "I think I'll stick with the fish." Okay, so that's, I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. I hope you all had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abramson, would you please distribute a couple of things I should draw to your attention? There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in one room, get my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time, and we'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of Mincha Marav, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, has been in the early modern and the modern periods, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I've tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bas Tovim. Anyone here who's heard of Sarah Bas Tovim? Ms. DeWeiser, you have. Excellent. Of course, superior education. Sarah Bas Tovim was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called techinas of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women and specifically addressed, women's life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Chava Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'm going to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So, and the two of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely vituperative words to share with one another. So I think that will be an interesting kind of combination of the two of them. Towards the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who is perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century who converted to Christianity, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture, because it's during that period of time it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he is exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life. He really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision. And so it speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next few weeks, we're going to have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really looking forward very much to engaging in them with you. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing, this semester I experimented with not having an email list, because it was a lot of work, the old constant contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake, because I think a lot of people really rely on just a little email nudge to remind them that there is in fact a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online and things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive the Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good and welfares? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful, as always, as we bring this particular semester. Oh, Ms. Abramson, the time is 8. You're not paying attention. Can you believe it? She's so brilliant. I said that first thing. We're for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. next week, 8 p.m. promptly. Okay. So we're grateful to the Young Israel for providing this space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss some of these turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcoming sponsors to help support this class, this series, which the money goes to good purposes. It supports these two young students who will greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. It said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." I'm really not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away." But he said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." So sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you can defray the costs and just support the synagogue for all the good they do in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here, because your presence is sponsorship more than enough, and gives me the kind of energy to do this week after week, and hope that you enjoy it. Okay, so let us go directly, without any further ado, to our topic tonight, Nachmanides. One of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a hoary old age and essentially relax in his retirement and with his students surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which, when he arrived, only had, believe it or not, 2 permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. He created the first permanent minyan in Jerusalem in the medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundation for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at the arc of his life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to create compromise between two warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. He moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development and created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, means son of Nachman. The ides is a Latin suffix meaning son of. And he's known to followers of his thought in Hebrew in particular as the Ramban. There's an N at the end of his name for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam. The accent, if you want to be one of the cognoscenti and go to the yeshiva and impress all your friends there, Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rambam, and Ramban is pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable, Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then it helps to hear the accent. So the Ramban was born in Girona in 1194 to a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who very important in the Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critiques on the Maimonidean code of Jewish law, but at the same time, when the crisis over Maimonidean writings in the 13th century erupted, he was a staunch defender of Maimonides against the attacks of his first cousin, Rabbeinu Yonah. The two of them were divided over that. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should do to talk about the life of the Ramban. We know that he headed up a yeshiva. We don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva, like what it looked like, how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. But he has so many students who are reported in later rabbinic literature that there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earned a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he crafted as much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah can be understood in several different avenues of Jewish thought. And in many ways, he was very creative and actually was the originator of several key disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halachist, meaning he spent a tremendous amount of energy, and we have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. We should understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss. I literally stepped back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyway, believe it. But like most of the things I say, the halacha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. And I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory laws are basically like, this is exactly how you behave, and there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardims do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the world where people will say, we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, we have Rick Moore, he knows about these things, right?
Yes.
So do you want to comment on, am I defining these roughly correctly?
It's difficult under in a legal analysis. Statutory usually has to do with things, common laws developed in England, but it really doesn't assist right here.
Okay,
It
good.
does not help.
So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority, that, for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have in textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago I believe in early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing. And then and if he's from Canada, you'll say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinions. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously with a lot of debate, again, without saying, what's the bottom line? What is the conclusion? And this debate, and engaging this debate, is considered a religious act in Judaism. The study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. And in fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line. They spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, and it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercises, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? Are these couple, are they allowed to marry or not? What's the decision? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halakha, which means the way, which is transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law, they can marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, right? The transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Alfasi, or the Rif as he's known. What he did was he essentially took the Talmud and he edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not deal direct with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he said, okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this would be repeated in reverse by another scholar, Yosef ibn Kabir, who wrote the Ein Yaakov, in which he said, you know what? The Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored. And so he created a separate Talmud called the Ein Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, the philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all that stuff was in a separate book. Very fascinating reading. So this is not actually a law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out and let's organize it by topics rather than by discussions. And we'll, break everything up, and we'll have no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud, and we'll gather it with something discussed in another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there was a tremendous amount of debate, because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open-ended, that people could engage in, it was kind of like open source code for software, all of a sudden it was being kind of like hammered into one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. The Linux was not on the scene then. People couldn't just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. So there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. Spain loved the direction that Maimonides had taken, the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very, orthopractic, very interested in saying, what is the law? Moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never, experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides. And in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So what Nachmanides, or the Ramban, represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. And he attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tosafists, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. And so they also drove some of their argument, not quite as much as Nachmanides, towards the final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Nachmanides did primarily within the halachic realm, and truth be told, this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study of Judaism. So he's an extremely influential thinker in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, Dan?
Did he write a book? How did this manifest itself?
Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today were published. Well, they were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remained in incunabula or in manuscript versions to the 20th century. But the critical edition that circulates today is 4 very thick, double-column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah Ta'adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound ideas. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries following the Talmudic tractates. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as an original thinker. But the most famous, without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 times out of 10 you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set that I mentioned earlier, it's 2 full volumes of these dense little, double-column pages with little footnotes at the bottom. And certainly his commentary earns pride of place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's certainly Ramban. And in fact, that's, with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons, if one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. It has been very ably translated into English a couple of times, and there's a fairly new edition that I have a feeling Rick Moore is going to get out of the library right now that has met with tremendous popular appeal, and I highly recommend it to you. the difference, the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary in the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying like, Vos epis, I'm here to hear this is obvious, but in fact it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, and there are a lot of opaque passages and a lot of difficult passages, and we have, thank you very much.
These are just 2 of 4, I think.
This is, thank you, my lovely assistant, Rick Moore. Let's have him. Thanks. Okay. This is the new translation published by Art Scroll. The translator is, I should see who translated it. Rabbi Yaakov Blinder, or Blinder. I'm not sure how, it's either Blinder or Blinder. I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well-received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban himself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi. He'll often take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point is he wants to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah, because that's a very basic idea of Judaism that, we have these 2 Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary to the written Torah. So you really get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is, 100-odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper questions. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. Like he will, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Some very big rabbis have gone to a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing great biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. He'll say that, our forefather Abraham, for example, erred when he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, except I'm quoting Ramban. I can get away with it in our society today. So he really is much more of we would consider him a modern commentator, because he's not just trying to hold our hand through the text. He's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us into a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban will say, I don't understand why this is so. And he'll opine various, approaches to the text, and really provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their brevity. That they say in yeshiva, used to say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos. Right? Because if Rashi spends a long time explaining something, it means it's a lot of difficulty. And Tosfos, on the other hand, is normally verbose, so if Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban tends to be like Tosfos in the sense of being, takes up much more space, much more loquacious, not to the point of tedium, God forbid, but he will, really discuss an idea to its fullest, whereas Rashi will only offer little, hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical interests. Yes, Randy.
Will this commentary written in Spanish or?
No, Hebrew. Absolutely, rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and I'm going to discuss those. It's kind of interesting, but there's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah is beginning to sort of emerge as a dominant trend, particularly in Spanish Jewish thought. And although the Ramban wrote very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah. There's no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. There are all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah really created a major engine of interest and activity for medieval Jews. Okay. As I mentioned a little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Mishneh Torah, it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was the uber-rationalist of Jewish history, and even Nachmanides had difficulty with it at many times. Like, for example, when the what passage was it? I think it was when the angels appeared to Abraham. Oh, I've forgotten what passage it was.
The donkey, perhaps, the donkey.
The talking donkey, yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what the Rambam, Maimonides, writes on that, but one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think this is one that Nachmanides responded to. If you've read the book of Samuel 1, Shmuel Aleph, chapter 28, is a very difficult passage where Shaul, the king, worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There was going to be a big battle the next day. He went to the witch of Endor, and he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this was one witch who had, escaped by being under the radar. And it's very clear when you read the text; it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead, kind of like a seance. And then, Samuel comes back. It's actually got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, "Oh, Samuel." And Samuel says, "Why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Tomorrow you can talk to me in person." Meaning you're going to die. So majority of biblical commentators take it at face value that, there's this witch and she has this power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can see, but you can't hear. You can hear, you can't see. But the Ramban, Maimonides says, not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was all a charade that was designed. She took advantage of Shaul's, distraught mental state, and this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead to talk and things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rationalist. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy. And even though Nachmanides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists, even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain, perhaps in the way we study Talmud, but he could not defuse the debate with Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed in fire in the Louvre. Now, so moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Nachmanides' life is the disputation of 1263. Was it only last week we talked about Nicholas Donner? It was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews in Europe. It was a period when the church was ascendant, temporal powers were losing their authority, and in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews, but one of the things that kept the Jews in the good favor of the kings and had the kings really defend them was something that, I don't know if I've ever mentioned it in this class. It's the Abramson rule of history. No? How about Ms. Abramson? What is the Abramson rule of history, Ms. Abramson? Money, absolutely. Thank you so much. that's the one takeaway message I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I've repeated over and over again. Maybe it's something about being 20 that you just can't think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure or a feudal structure in which the Jews had a status called Servi Kamarad, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe in another lecture we'll expand on this, but basically the Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals, in coinage. And this was through petty money lending, it was through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money, as opposed to chickens and pillowcases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash, much more than most elements of society, because of that particular niche. So what the kings did in medieval Europe is they said that the Jews will be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that Servi Kamerai means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. So you can have, like Shlomi and Yitzchak and Rivka and Shprinza and Saito were living in a little shtetl, and they're living in a shack essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or the baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money would. So the Jews, on the one hand, did not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate also a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jews, which you may have heard of. Which is kind of funny. We have at the college, we have an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish. And all her friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All of us at the college are her Jews. So, I find that amusing. But at any rate, let's tell another joke. That one, here we go. So, here we go. So there's this old rabbi is walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across a busy street. The elderly rabbi, he can't quite, cross the street, but across the street, there's a young man who sees this happening, and so he goes out and he gets the hat and he returns it to the rabbi. And he says, and the rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he says, "Wow, I've been blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day." So he goes to the racetrack, and he's looking at the names of the horses, and he sees there's a hat named Cap. So he says, "Cap, maybe that's a sign. I rescued the rabbi's hat. I'm going to bid on Cap." And sure enough, Cap comes in first. Makes a lot of money. And he says, "Wow, this is great." He looks at the next race and he sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Top Hat, wow, this is great. Puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day with all these kinds of hat metaphors. Finally, he comes home at the end of the day, and he's all depressed, and his wife says, "What happened?" And he tells her the whole story, and she says, "Well, what happened? I mean, where's the money?" He says, "Well, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau." And she said, "You idiot! You're thinking of chapeau in French. Chapeau is hat." He says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. It was some Japanese horse called Yamaka that won in Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Okay, that's it. I only have like 3 jokes left now. Let's see here. Okay. Anyway, so Servi Kamerai, right. So you've got this period in the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources. And so as they get more power for various reasons that are beyond our scope here, they pressure the kings and say, what are you doing allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what you're doing. You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. They have to have a subservient state, because how does it look that those who, reject Jesus, that they should be in such a high level in our society? How appropriate on Wednesday we should be discussing this. And so what happens is, as the kings lose kind of power and traction vis-a-vis the church, the Jews tend to do poorly. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Donan last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put forth an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutors, and then everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, "Wow, this is great. We have this amazing religion. Those Jews are so obstinate. Look, how can they keep believing this stuff?" That was the way the thing was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity, who had some knowledge of Jewish texts and so on and so forth. So, in the case of Nachmanides, it was a man who took the name Pablo Cristiani. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides, who was really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, debating against some Shlemazel, and it was a rout. It was a terrible rout, and it was extremely embarrassing for the church. When he was invited to this disputation, Ms. Abramson, a brilliant question. Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is, I'm not asking halakha, especially not in the shul where we, the Rav is the posek, but there is a large body of traditional religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about both of those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called Mari's ayin, meaning what will people think? The seeing of the eyes. It's not appropriate for a Jew like me, let's say, for example, dressed like this, wearing a tie, to walk into a church. That's a joke, I know this here too. Because then people say, "Oh, look at that! What's going on with Hillel Abramson? He's going to a church." So Mari's ayin does not apply when people know why you're going into a church. You're not going in for the purpose of worship. So, like, let's say, for example, it's happens. Sometimes, because churches are large, open public spaces, they're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's, if there's a big for sale sign out front. No one's thinking it's Maradine. So in this case, I would humbly tender that he's certainly allowed to go in, because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question, isn't that amazing? And she's going to Israel, God willing, next September, where she will become even greater and become a leader of the Jewish people. God willing. Okay, so anyways, Nachmanides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. You can't make me go into this debate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to muster any argument you ask for. So the church agreed to this, and in the summer of 1263, they had 4 dates for the debate in that summer, and Nachmanides came out with just absolutely destroying his opponent. The results were interesting. We do have 2 accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account written in Latin by Pablo de Cristiani, in which, of course, as you probably figured out by now, the church wins, because how can you sponsor a debate like this, where the whole point of diminishing Judaism and have the church do poorly. So the judges were all clergymen, decide yes, Christianity wins. But we also have Maimonides' account, which has become a classic of medieval literature. It's called the Sefer HaVikuach, the Book of the Debate, which is about 25 pages long in Hebrew, and it's published in the collected editions. Reading the Christian side, it looks like the Christians win. Reading the Jewish side, it looks like Nachmanides wins. But when you look at a few other, external factors, it seems pretty clear that Nachmanides was the winner. First of all, the church ended the debate early. That is too much already, enough. And even though they pronounced the church the winner, Pablo de Christianity the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. Normally you give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was then invited to visit the palace to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of their conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with Nachmanides. And if that wasn't enough, the church demanded that they banish Nachmanides forever, because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. It makes us look bad. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts of the debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. The Dominicans wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy. And you recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, you got to let me say whatever I want. And in fact, he did speak his mind. So when they threatened to place him on trial, it seemed that the only way that he could survive this is if he accepted to be banished. The Dominicans went over the head of the king. They went to the Pope to try and get the Pope to support them, and that's when Nachmanides realized that he was lost, and he fled Spain for Eretz Israel. He was already at this point, I believe, in his mid-70s. So it's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet it is this point that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about the debate, though, that really should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique to diffuse one of the strongest attacks on the Talmud. And you recall from Nicholas Donan's the discussion last week that, if this ended badly, that, tens of thousands of precious manuscripts could be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't hold his own. So one of the biggest charges, and Pablo de Christianity was actually much better prepared than Nicholas Donan, was that the Talmud blasphemes Jesus, and specifically says some terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of this debate, were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, that Jesus? Oh, no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus. And he consistently maintained that, it's not an uncommon name, Yoshua, right? Joshua. He consistently maintained that, because we do have a character named Yoshua that had a rabbi named Rabbi Yoshua ben Prachias. His teacher was also named Yeshua ben Prachia, and the timing doesn't work. The Jesus of the Talmud could easily be an entirely different person. It's unlikely. Chances are, when the Talmud says negative things about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing this. But Nachmanides, whenever Pablo de Christianity came out with a criticism, said, look at what it says over here about Jesus. It says, that's a totally different Jesus. That's not talking about your Jesus at all. And so the Christianity was defenseless against that argument, because it could not be said to be blasphemous if it wasn't speaking about the same person at all. And so a Yiddish cup, absolutely. He completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to, ground to a halt whenever the Christianity really thought he had the best arguments to marshal against the Talmud. At this time, most likely, he wrote the Igeret HaRamban. a very, very beautiful and moving letter, which is worth actually quoting a little bit. I wonder if we have it in a prayer book. It's very powerful. But now, Elisa, didn't we study this when we were? I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, before her bat mitzvah. We studied in depth the Ramban for this particular letter for about 6 weeks. Here it is, page 994. If you all just open up your prayer books, page 994, please rise. So that was funny. Where is it here? So let me read it to you because it is really, it's a beautiful piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave Spain, and it's essentially a letter to his son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the tzavah in Jewish literature, or the will, the ethical will. It's a document written not saying who gets my stocks and who gets the cars and who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to lead your life. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom that we write one of these every year before Yom Kippur and give it to each of our children individually, because you never know what can happen in that year. All right, let me read a little bit of this to you, okay? I'll read it to you in English. Heed, my son, the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the guidance of your mother. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Gehenna, of hell. As it is written, banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The evil mentioned here refers to Gehenna, as it is written, and the wicked are destined for the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your hearts. This sterling quality is the finest of all admirable traits, as Scripture writes, on the heels of humility comes the fear of Hashem. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart, for you will always be aware from where you have come and to where you are destined to go. You will realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot or the worm, all the more so in death. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one before whom you will be called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him it is written, behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, surely not the hearts of men. Furthermore, it is written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says Hashem? After you give serious thought to these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before man and fearfully before God, when you stand wary of sin, then the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you, as will the splendor of His glory. You will live the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart towards other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own robes, for it is written, Hashem reigns, he dons the mantle of grandeur. For indeed, of what should man be prideful? If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes one poor or prosperous. And if honor, does honor not belong to God? As it is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself with the honor of his maker? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most competent and take away the wisdom of the aged. Thus all men stand as equals before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lofty, in his goodwill he elevates the downtrodden. Therefore humble yourself, for Hashem will lift you up. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility, to walk with it always. Let your words be spoken gently, let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins, it is a result of error, while your transgression is deliberate. In all your words, actions, and thoughts, at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One, blessed be He, and that His presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe, Speak with reverence and awe like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently, in low tones, as one who stands before his mentor. Take care to always study Torah diligently so you'll be able to fulfill its commands. When you rise from study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is in it which you can put into practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way live all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them. Almost done. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he, as is written, when you prepare their heart to concentrate, you are attentive to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, he concludes, and neglect none of it. Fulfill it, and in so doing, walk with it forever in the ways of Hashem, may he be blessed, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the world to come that lies hidden for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's desires. Amen. Selah. So that's why it's printed in a prayer book, because many people do have the custom of reading it every single day. Others have the custom of reading it every week. Others have the custom of reading it whenever they give a lecture on Nachmanides. But it's a beautiful, exhortation for ethical behavior, and I think you get a sense of his personality coming through. That even though he's a man who was the leader of his community, very well published, a man capable of aggressive debate, not fearful of power, and enduring great, punishment. Nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. I don't know. I think his last name was Ide, but that's about all I know. That was a joke. Not mine. Okay, we'll take that out of the internet. Let's go on. He arrived in Israel in the year 1267. He found very few Jews in Jerusalem, and in fact, he writes there were only 2 permanent residents in the Holy City, 2 permanent Jewish residents. That when they wanted to make a minyan for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the roving Tatar hordes that had made their way into it, and Nachmanides, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, "Oy vey is near," he started to build. The very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent minyan in Jerusalem again. He got the building himself, and it still is in place today in Jerusalem. His legacy is, and of course, around Nachmanides, around his great scholars. You can imagine, Bahavdil, this is the Einstein of Torah. Even that is a very vague kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to this. Even though it's Jerusalem, it was a rural backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personality and his intellect, creating a community around it and planting the seeds for a much larger community to come. So when we think about the legacy of Nachmanides, we can reflect on the tremendous literary achievements, his great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, his incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the disputation, followed by the reconstruction, his greatest achievement, of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. So with that, I'm going to formally conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again.
Injuring 3 civilians, and this case has completely been pushed to the side. It's never been settled. Here's what it looked like in just a quick rendering of the helicopters as it's advised. We never got the government involved. Now they went so far to clean this up as to repave the area.
Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is going to be the golden age of Spanish Jewry. A very important, fascinating, and unusual period in medieval Jewish history. What I'd like to do in this brief lecture is to give you a quick sense of why Spain is different from most of Jewish history, either in North Africa, the Middle East, or in Europe, and then look specifically at what's different about Spanish Jewry specifically. And that'll wrap it up for this long lecture, although we'll look in detail at many of the specific individuals that I'll mention only in passing. There's a lot more to say. So first of all, it's important to understand that Spain has a triangular culture. There are three main populations, actually more than three, but three big ones that we're going to begin with, specifically Christians, Muslims, and Jews. This is very different from what you'll find in Europe, in which you basically have Christians and a small Jewish population, or in North Africa, where you have Muslims and a small Jewish population, and the same basically holds true for the Middle East, where you have Muslims and a small population of Jews. There are also small Christian populations, I don't want to overgeneralize this, but this is especially the most important thing about Spanish Jewish history, is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided between three major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that Jews had a lot more leverage that they could use for their own advantage, which in many cases they actually did, and rose to tremendous heights in Spanish Jewish culture. Let's have a look at a quick history of Spain. So, first of all, when we enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, Spain is dominated by the Visigoths, who are Christians, not necessarily Catholics. They had flirtation with Arian Christianity, which is a slightly different theological variant of it. And Jews were definitely present in Spain from, let's say, the second millennium on. We have archaeological evidence of their existence there. But things generally deteriorated over the first 7 centuries of the Common Era, as the Visigothic kingdom became, surprisingly, more and more anti-Semitic. And in fact, many of the strongest decrees leveled against Jews, forced baptism, and so on, really come out of the Visigothic era, when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable, and increasingly so by the time you get to the early 8th century. At that point, in the year 711, which is easy year to remember, the Muslims began to cross into Spain from the south. You'll recall from the previous lecture that Islam spreads rapidly through the 7th century. It goes all the way across the coast of North Africa really quickly, and then in the early 8th century, it makes its way into Spain. For the Jews who had been suffering tremendously under the Visigothic rule, the advent of the Muslims was actually viewed with a considerable amount of favor, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Jews actively encouraged the Muslim advance. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian Peninsula, which is today Spain and Portugal. They take over the entire region within very short order, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islamicized. And there is the beginning of what we will call the golden age of Spanish Jewry. We'll return to that. However, this is fairly short-lived with the scope of larger history, because the Christians begin to reconquer the Iberian Peninsula. This is a period known as the Reconquista, the reconquest, and gradually they push themselves downwards, driving out the Muslims, including the fairly aggressive Almohad Muslims who were responsible for driving Maimonides out of Spain, for example, around this time period. But over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century to the 15th century, Spain gradually becomes Christian once again as the Muslims are driven out. Now that's Muslim power is driven out. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangular culture perpetrated throughout the entire period, where you have Jews, Christians, and Muslims. There are also other populations like Berbers, but we're really going to focus on those three main nationalities or ethnicities present in Spain. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal, and as you can see on this map, they end up moving all over Europe. They go throughout the Mediterranean, all the way out to Israel and to Greece and places like that. Many of them go up north to Holland, Netherlands, and a significant number go all the way over to the west. They go to the New World. That'll be obviously the subject of the later lecture. But that's, in a nutshell, the very quick history of the Jews in Spain. You'll recall first it was Visigothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and it gets much better for Jews, the beginning of the Spanish Golden Age. And then within a couple of centuries, the Christians start pushing their way downward, and the Golden Age continues for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 it's over, and by 1492 the Jews are actually expelled from all Christian Spain, and shortly thereafter from all Christian Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by this Golden Age of Spanish Jewry? Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power and participated very actively in really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews who are truly unique in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to the general society. You have Jews who rise to high power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish background behind. Like, let's say, Benjamin Disraeli, Prime Minister of England in the 19th century, who recognized his Jewish background, but ultimately was a Baptist Christian. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Tosafot, you can go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously, where you had Jews who were really tremendous scholars of traditional Talmudic wisdom, for example, and at the same time they also had political, military, and general cultural power. That's something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides, shown here in this statue in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age and he really made his career in Tunisia and to a much larger degree in Egypt. But if we look at figures like Kastai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish philanthropist and scholar who ended up becoming a major Spanish diplomat. After him, the great Shmuel Hanakid, or Samuel ibn Agrela, who was a Talmudic scholar who wrote an important commentary on the Talmud called the Mavo, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba for over a decade. He ran the military of Cordoba and was essentially the Grand Vizier of the country as well. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. A tremendous number of figures like this were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, this really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a Renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course feeding into Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was viewed as an age of tremendous emulation, a period that Jews should really try to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which would represent a kind of a return to this ideal. It may have been exaggerated to some degree, but that will explore, of course, History 156 when we look at the modern period. So that's basically the essence of what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the golden age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time you get to Isabella and Ferdinand III who banish the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a long period of tremendous anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be believing Christians in public. And these are things that we will have to discuss towards the end of this course. But at any rate, in this very brief lecture, you've got an idea now of what was the golden age of Spanish Jewry, and I look forward to speaking to you more next time.
Sound? Any sense of my sound? It sounds okay? You have no way to tell, right? We'll find out later. Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my lovely daughter Aliza is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus MS flu. You know, it starts with one kid in Taurus MS and it spreads through all of them. Even though some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital, and we imagine that, well, I'll put it to you this way. I had the opportunity, by going up to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I've had that opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift. And I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized so that we can have a rational conversation with him. You have in your hands the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and they're listed down there, but I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students in Touro College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So I hope to be hearing from them shortly. Let me start with the opening joke. Oh, you know, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice people at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they are picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they are professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. But this is a joke I heard Rabbi Beryl Wine say when he was here last weekend, and it's apropos for our meeting today. So the person goes in to see a psychologist to have a consultation. And he sits down, and, on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am, again." Okay. I think he said it more in a funnier way than I did, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay. So tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight, we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Chasta ibn Shaprut, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense well versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Abravanel is perhaps the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who were at the same time well learned in the Jewish tradition. And as I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel Ibn Agrela, one of the if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravanel. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of Don Isaac Abravanel. I should mention, by the way, many people pronounce the same Abarbanel, and that's because of the, it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name Abarbanel, if you know what I'm talking about, right, with Schlock Rock version of Abarbanel, but it's most likely pronounced Abravanel or Abrabanel. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest. So I'd like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because he is an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way we can give justice to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Okay. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with 3 large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. Whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land. And then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain. And so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either the Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal, we're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine, and so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion, questions on the contextual background? Yes, please.
Until the Muslims were kind of like thrown out of Spain, you might say, or had to leave Spain, that was considered the golden era of Spain because of the Muslim.
Right. Golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there's a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in that society.
And exactly, they had a tremendous amount of, well, I don't know if it's say so much, but influence in what went on. I noticed that on the first slide, it said Don, the other guy, Don.
Yeah.
Was he knighted? Because that means sir.
Yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some type. It's like some kind of, and several of the figures we'll be discussing had that same title. Either that, or they all had a common ancestor named, no, okay, joking. All right, his family background comes from Seville, and perhaps one of the, question.
Wasn't Spain fighting for Arizona and Castile?
Yes, you've got, they're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abravanel got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the bridge to North Africa. And it became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abravanel's birth. And it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. You have pogroms in 1391, which were first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula. And you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville, again, because of the proximity of Muslims. And we'll speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly. But there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region. And this had a signal impact on none other than Abravanel's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, and by the way, Abravanel never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical record. We know, however, from later events that this was clearly done under duress because Shmuel Abravanel later fled to Portugal, and in Portugal he then resumed his Jewish identity. So his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we could mention here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there's a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies. Including in our own times here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting in place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might want to even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their, account books rather than with their backs that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate to persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, as perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still, outwardly appearing to be open to the general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards Shmuel Abravanel's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish clutches in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. His grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen, as his grandfather and then his father worked very closely with the crown to set monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abravanel studied politics in the behavior of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of that wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abravanel family crest. I think I have a color version of it a little later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek. And as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase. And in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, like we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes?
I noticed on the family tree that I think next to Judah, in parentheses, it said Juan de Trevilla. Campbell. Was that his grandfather?
When he was converted, they take Christian name. Right. Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abravanel, but we know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are passing references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most tearful passages of his biography describe how he was like separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. At least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in 2 really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to Spanish Jewry, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so Abarbanel or Abravanel very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Abravanel commentaries where, you know, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abravanel was long-winded in his thought. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally. Perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it, so on. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages, he lost most of his commentary on the Book of Dvarim for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up in the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had a tremendous simcha because he realized that much of his early work was not lost, and in fact he continued and completed at that point. So what ends up happening with him politically, as we see quite often with Jews in this situation, it actually is Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had was, or the problem the Jews had, was that a new Pharaoh came up, a new Pharaoh, who knew not Joseph, right? Rob says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. And this is exactly what happened to Abravanel. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years, it continued to scourged much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same kind of king. And this new king had, and by the way, I will tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe we have some Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. That How? How? Okay, so, but it would be, in this region, would you say it with the H or with the J? Okay. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. I'll cut this out in the Torah Cafe version. But when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost. And we got off the... we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the car train down, we drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, but we kept going all the way down south, off I-95, and we were on US 1, when finally we said, we probably passed it, let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but my wife said, no, we have to ask for directions. So I went into the gas station, and there's a Hispanic woman there, and I got on, this was, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone, and I got on the payphone, and I called our real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me, US 1. And I said, what? She says, US 1. And so I said to him, I don't know. They call this place Jews 1. What kind of street is that? Jews 1. But anyways, we found the home. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Abravano was associated with a noble house called the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Abravano went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Abravano got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain, heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then move and get into the country a little bit later, but he realized that this was the end of his prominence at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterward, of course, Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Devarim, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel. And his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly colored by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abarbanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a. Did I skip something here? He managed actually to get back to Spain despite I'm sorry, he fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things when you edit it. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the death warrant on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court. And he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later expel the Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point. And then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe and later would become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, as we'll talk about in 2 weeks. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax. Unless we are dependents of someone else, we all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with us all as individuals. That's something that only really develops after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. So we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how would they actually achieve it is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profits. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are, a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have, a large, let's say, peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get me 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day schools, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors. Ultimately, that's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, propinatia, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustration on the Jewish tax collector, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. So the king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. One more detail I wanted to mention. Well, I had another detail. This worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the noblemen were too greedy, now I remember. Shimon Dubno, a great historian, we'll speak about him later on in the series. He referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population there. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and they usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on my peasantry, I'm extremely unpopular right now, or also quite possibly, I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. Because you owe money to the Jews, so you expel them, but you need them to work the tax farming system, so you invite them back. Then you borrow money from them, you owe too much money from them, you kick them out again, and so on. This is... Yeah. Yes.
Community service for
Right.
everybody that helped us in that moment also. So it was also divided by a fine line up to when I can, how much can I do on the streets.
Exactly.
But in the same time, protected by what the government needed, they were also protected as a community.
Yeah, it provided for the insular nature of Jewish society, because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the peasants. Yeah, absolutely. Please.
There's been a long history of this expulsion of Jews,
Yeah.
a temporary uplift in the economic conditions as they confiscate all of the possessions.
Correct.
And then, of course, the economy begins to dip because they use the contribution of the Jews.
Right. There's a one-time bonus.
After the expulsion of Europe,
Yep.
it's a long history of this, and then inviting them back. So it wasn't just limited to Spain.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please, Esteban.
The last line there.
Yeah.
His role was the grantor of the funds, or he was the grantee of the funds?
He was the grantee.
Of,
He was the tax farmee. No, he was the tax farmer. He was given control. Okay, you farm the taxes over here,
okay.
which means you collect as much.
Too.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition, which is a major element to this story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Marranos, those Jews who had sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 pogroms, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, introduces his magnum opus, the destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding these so-called new Christians, because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really, until the 19th century, that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos or crypto Jews were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they're only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There are crypto Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, the 20th century? It goes right up to the 21st century even then. It looks like it's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity but did not actually believe what they were saying. The Jews technically speaking, had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. As long as we keep to our traditions and we openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values, and so on. Please.
I was going to say, now these crypto Jews were very successful because they had all the restrictions removed from them.
Yeah.
And so the Christian business people were very resentful of them because they could practice all of the trades and at the same time still not be fully Christian in their mind. And as a matter of fact, I think that the Jewish communities were actually very supportive at the beginning of the Inquisition because they felt these are people who betrayed us. And let them be punished.
Yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes? You're right. Well, Stephen, you remember all my jokes. Do you mind if I tell it again? Okay, the joke goes like this. So, for those of you who are younger, that up until, it was Mr. Schwartz in the original? Okay, that was Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so up until, really, it's ancient history mostly, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted, right? You could only join if you're Gentile clientele. And there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like in the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But at any rate, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous. And hotels, forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets. I have these boats and these apartment buildings, and I really think that I belong in your crowd here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because, we're a very exclusive club and you can only join, if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. And he says, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down the list and he sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves, he goes, he knocks on the door of Schwartz, and Schwartz opens the door. And Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem, Reb Yid. Listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, and I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I am a Jew, you can help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen, what's your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian, and my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. Okay. All right, so let's go on. The Inquisition. Now, So you have this scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who were remaining within the traditional Jewish community felt largely immune to the pressures that the church were exerting. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions that are significant, Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish approach was, you know what, these things, they're like individual sorts of occasions, and we shouldn't connect the dots here. In many, it's ironic, there are many similarities between the Jews in 1930s Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion. I don't want to overburden that point, but it's certainly worth talking about. What did the Jews rely on? They had two basic ideas that they felt would carry them through like they had for hundreds of years. First is the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the Hebrew term would be shtadlanut, shtadlonis in Yiddish, where basically, as a relatively unprotected minority, yet often quite wealthy, the Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well. We'll give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, simply collect large sums of money for whenever this was needed, and the Stadlan, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance that the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law, a society governed by order. Jews as a minority are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa, well, that's a little more than mildly, let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government, because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules. They know who they have to pay. They know what has to be done. And, you can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people running in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they were corrupted. That's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance, and in fact, it was centralizing its power at this time. And the Jews felt that these two factors, are Stadlonis and Spain as a Rechtsstaat, will be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand and Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree, and it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abravanel heard of this, he went together with the 80-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who was also a major figure similar to Abravanel in terms of his position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to, do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree, and it came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible event. So right away, Ferdinand says no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abravanel that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, if you can imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now I'm mentioning Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, the Jews for Trucks scheme, which involved Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And money, and the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abravanel said, you know what, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this, maybe it's Isabella. She's the power behind the throne. I'll go and talk to her. He went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in prophetic tones, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. But Isabella was obviously prepared for him, and she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of a king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of a king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of her chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact, it signaled that the expulsion would in fact go through. Don Abraham Senior, that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentators in subsequent centuries looked down on him for this, although some research is questioning, to what degree that's merited. But many referred to his name, Senior, as Soneor, the hater of light, because of his capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is, I have a history major here. Ms. Herman, what is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. That's good. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have an expression, kto kogo, who whom, which basically means who's taking from whom, who's beating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000, I forget the unit of currency, I think it's called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic bump of expelling all these Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist, even though should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, that would generate a greater profit. But the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting several wars simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to stay. This microphone only reaches here anyways. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like in Germany, under the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing, Germany and Spain, the same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their linings, their coats and so on, to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. As I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was offered a huge bribe by the crown. They wanted to keep him. They wanted to keep his financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. And as I mentioned, Senior, in fact, took that offer, although it was unlikely that it was done perhaps with the most open of motives. Abravanel refused, and in fact, he learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep him in place is they were planning to kidnap and baptize his 1-year-old grandson. So he immediately, luckily, he was told of this by an informer who was possibly inclined towards him, and he managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam. They're a result of the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion. And Abravanel ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, wherever he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in rapid, prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total devastation of his entire community. I'd like to speak just a little bit about some of his ideas here. We're almost out of time. This is a great word for my undergraduates. I like to use this word a lot. It impresses strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I am. Weltanschauung is a German word meaning way of looking at the world. Welt means world. Anschauung is like onlooking, and it refers to your political philosophy, your religion, your optimism or pessimism, your extroverted nature or introvert. It's a large term that refers to basically how you look at the world around you. So his Weltanschauung was obviously colored heavily by his political experience and then his terrible personal experience. And one of the things that's fascinating about his later writings in particular is his fervent belief that the Messianic period was nigh. And in fact, in a publication he issued in 1497, that should be 1497, not 1407, he believed that 1503 would be the year that Mashiach came. He lived past 1503, and of course he met with some disappointment once that year went out, but he believed that the tremendous persecution of the age clearly indicated that God would not tolerate this much longer, and it would be time for the Messiah. Unfortunately, there would be much more pain and suffering in place over the next 500 years. By way of conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Abravanel for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, it's surprising they put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any one king. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Abravanel's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time, emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for Pidyon Shvuyim, for the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, by the way, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was quite a job just to try and ransom all these Jews out of slavery and set them up as communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have of working with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? And didn't you see how that related to this? And so on and so forth. We know it, of course, from our own times in the 20th century. And he evaluates Abravanel's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate. And he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravanel is undeserved. So finally, with Don Isaac Abravanel, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of political activity, an incredible exemplar of Torah scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. He's an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years. and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we'll talk about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Tzfat Circle. Okay, thank you.
Tell it so often, though, that it goes out of fashion. I'm hoping that most of you, if you've heard it, you will have forgotten it, but it is a classic joke from my daughter Eliza. Thank you for reminding me of this joke. Did I tell you about the car that has no gas pedals? Okay, so here we go. So here's, guy goes to a used car lot and he has to buy a car for his large family. And, you know, he's on a day school budget because he's putting his multiple offspring into the day school system, and he doesn't have a lot of money to spend. So he's looking around the various vehicles, and the salesman comes up, "Can I help you?" And he says, "You know, I'd really like to buy a car, but you know, it has to fit all these people, and I only have so much money." He says, "I have the perfect vehicle for you." He takes him over to the back of the lot, and there's this beat-up old Ford station wagon, you know, with the balls of wood panels and things like that. And it's got rusted out rear quarters and things like that. And if the price is right, and he gets into the car and he says, "You know, I suppose this will do the trick, but I notice that there's no gas pedal, there's no brake pedal." And the dealer says, "See, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, all you have to do is say, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, which means, you know, sort of, blessed is the name, how are you, you know, it's just a common expression in Hebrew, Baruch Hashem. And if you want it to stop, then all you say is, Shema Yisrael, which is, of course, famous prayer of Judas, Shema Yisrael. So he says, "That's amazing. Really works?" He says, "Yes." So he buys it on the spot. And he's driving along, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. The car's going very nicely. It's riding great. The suspension is nice. He's thinking about how he put his mother on the car and she'll really appreciate it. And as he's driving along, he suddenly realizes he forgot what he's supposed to say to make it stop. And he's going through Sefer Tehillah, and he's going through the car, and he's trying to remember, what do I say to make it stop? And it's speeding up. And it's careening through the streets, and he's laying on the horn, and he's going through red lights, and he doesn't know what he's going to do. And he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and he breaks through a barrier, and he goes up onto an exit ramp that is under construction, and he realizes that the exit ramp runs out, and he's going to eventually plunge to his death. So like a good religious Jew, he knows that his final moments should be taken up with an expression of the great unity of God. And as the Shulchan Aruch says, you're supposed to cover your eyes and say, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Eloheinu, Hashem Echad. He does so, and the car stops right at the very edge of the exit ramp, takes his hand off his eyes, and he says, "Oh, Baruch Hashem." Baruch Hashem. Okay. I think I ruined the punchline, but let's get back to this. Okay, I appreciate it. I think everyone figured it out halfway through, but what do you want? Okay. Tonight's topic is Benjamin of Tudela, a very interesting character. I've never spoken about him before, which means I did all my preparation this afternoon. It's fascinating individual. He was a medieval traveler who left a very unusual document behind called the itinerary, or Masaot in Hebrew, the travels of Binyamin of Tudela, Rabbi Binyamin of Tudela, and it has a lot to say about 12th century Middle East, and we're going to get into that in great detail in a few moments. First of all, though, I'd like to thank Dr. Jared Plitt for sponsoring tonight's lecture in memory of Mr. J. Farkas. Mr. Farkas was actually someone who came to this class quite often. He had a very, very sharp mind. He often asked very difficult questions. I often felt I'd sittered a little bit when he put up his hand because I knew he was going to ask something very difficult. And unfortunately, he passed away. It was the Aseret Yemei Tshuva this year between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Quite suddenly, he passed away. So we remember him, and we thank Dr. Plitt for sponsoring tonight's lecture.
And you're from there?
I think so, yeah. Okay, so who was Benjamin of Tudela? We don't know a lot about him. All we have regarding his life is this document itself. He refers to himself as Binyamin then Yonah, his father was Yonah. He never refers to himself as Rabbi, but it's clearly a very pious work. And in its publication history, which exploded after the 16th century, everyone was publishing this book. It's a very small book, it takes up about 80 pages in the original Hebrew, but it circulated throughout Europe, translated into all kinds of languages because it was so popular. And by the way, it was the Christian Hebraists of the 16th century who first discovered this document and really popularized it. But it was a really rare glimpse of what the world was like in the 12th century.
How are you all?
It's an unparalleled document. There's very few documents like it in any language, in any tradition. It's about a century before Marco Polo. So his description of his travels are really cool.
What are pantyhose?
Shalom Aleichem, later in the 19th century, I'm sorry, that was like his term, if I remember correctly, was popularized. He wrote stories of his John the III.
I don't wear pantyhose. I wish I did, but I don't.
We're not exactly sure what his dates of travel are. It appears from the text that he left in 11.
That's okay. I've literally been on camera now 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years, and you can check back on the footage. I don't wear pantyhose.
14 years traveling around the northern section.
I don't war anymore, so I have dedicated my life to live streaming to show that we are all much more similar than we may think, and to give people a portal into human life.
And as he travels through, he has something interesting to say about everywhere he went. Here's
Okay,
a
well,
map
you're entitled to your opinion. Thank you.
There's some briefly over where he went at any particular time. It appears that he traveled from Delhi across.
Absolutely. Oh, sure. Let me tell you all about that. Okay, so I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You know, when I started, it was worth $1. It was worth less than a penny. Now it's like a $200 million market cap. So it's doing really well. And it's a wonderful community. I've been live in their Telegram for more than a year. I just leave my camera on in there, just like I've been leaving my camera on in many other Discords. And I get to meet really great people. And so that's why it's like Harry Potter themed or Sonic themed. If you don't mind, can I tell you a little bit about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Some of the things that we discuss on my stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about things like dark energy, dark matter. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology. We talk about de-extinction. Within life extension technology, we talk about things like human growth hormone and things like stem cells. We talk about ambrosia therapy, cryonics. We talk about things like cold shock therapy and nootropics, just things to extend your life past age 80, perhaps to age 100, perhaps to age 120. But eventually your bodies are going to break down. So for everyone in here, and I really mean this, please look on my face. I believe in technology, and I think within your lifetimes you'll be able to take advantage of this next type of technology that I mentioned. It's known as mind uploading technology. So what is mind uploading technology, Rabbi? That's where we scan your brain, basically your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI for later download as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, perhaps a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is I think everyone here will be able to utilize this technology, perhaps never die, and live a digital immortality, which is a really exciting future.
Dying, he's very interested in dying, and in every town he wants to know how far is it to the nearest seaport, how far is it to the nearest river, because he's obviously concerned with issues of how do you get your
How many occasions? You can watch me shower on the stream.
The other reason that he most likely took this trip is he was a kind of a spiritual person.
Go ahead.
Very interested in things Jewish. every city that he visits, he gives you an entire list of all of those things. Rabbi occasionally would say something about how many.
Yeah, I just do from the top up and put a camera in the shower and.
Remember the joke. This is the joke.
Yeah.
So here's the joke.
No, it's not. I want people to be able to study what humans do, bathing patterns. I sing in the shower, and if I need to take a bath, I can throw on like swimming trunks or something. So it's not weird at all.
The joke about the Jews stranded on the desert island.
Well, if I'm recording my whole life, well, then that's how you would do it. There's no other way to do it.
If I don't tell you a joke here, I'll have to go home and tell it to my wife.
What's the way that you can record yourself in the shower without using a camera?
And he's waiting there, and finally there's a ship passing by, and they see his smoke signals, so the captain of the ship comes onto the island and digging to rescue him. And he was so grateful that...
It's Remo. I asked you a question. How are you going to be able to record yourself bathing without a camera?
I've lived here for so long. Let me just show you around the island so you can see
No,
what I've done.
I don't think you understand my question. With what device are you going to use to record yourself if not a camera?
During the rainy season, and over here is my hut during the dry season.
Yeah, you have to use a camera. So essentially, you need a camera in order to record yourself, and that's why I have so many different cameras. Look at all these devices that we have here. And
what do you need two synagogues for?
pardon me? You could use an illustrator. 100%. 100%. I like that answer. I like that answer. Very good. Yeah, good. Yeah, okay, definitely. So instead of having a camera there, you'd have somebody with like a sketch pad. Yes, that's an excellent response. Love it. Yo.
That's still a Benjamin together because he's seafaring and he was never shipwrecked.
Correct. What do I mean by that? I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you know that Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, the content is king, I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, and everything else. And I have more data than any person ever, so that may make me a very influential person someday.
He has a fascinating obsession with religious antiquities. Wherever he goes, he wants to find the graves of the
Yep, absolutely.
biblical figures, and he finds them all over the place. I'll share with you.
That's 100% right. That's 100% right. And you are wise to understand it that way. The reason why I feel that this is so important is that we need the data to be able to study the human body. In the future, we're going to be able to study every aspect of my life and the human body, my circadian rhythms, my sleep habits, my behavioral patterns, how I eat, how I sleep, how I bathe, how many blinks a minute I have, how many breaths a minute I have, my heartbeats per second. You'll be able to remove different layers of my skin, of my clothes. You'll be able to see my my muscular system. You'll be able to see my skeletal system. You might be able to actually remove parts to be able to see what I'm thinking within my brain. These are all really exciting opportunities, and in order to be able to provide them to the world in the future, I need to be able to capture them somehow, and I've done it using a camera.
Really talk about the larger trends of Jewish history and to hit the major events that you really have to know to be able to have some understanding of the peaks and valleys of Jewish history in the medieval period. And we're using the biography as a hook for it. What's especially
That's okay. Michael Jordan was uncommon. Muhammad Ali was uncommon. Steven Spielberg's uncommon. Out here, people are the people who change society.
Christians, are extremely antithetical to each other. And this was a very unique period for Jews because suddenly they became much more involved in commerce than they ever had before. Because Jews, equally disliked or equally tolerated by both Christians and Muslims, were able to travel rather freely between Christian and Muslim lands and engage in extensive trade. When you add to the fact that
Whereas Christians have difficulty traveling in Muslim lands and vice versa, Jews can travel there. And you add to that fact the idea that there are little outposts of Jews all over the place. So if a Jew is traveling, like Benjamin, from Tudela, and he lands in Constantinople, he can easily find a Jewish union, show up and say, I'm here on business, I'd like to find a place to stay, I'd like to meet some people to trade with, and so on. So he is one of these early trading pioneers who really breaks open the international market for Jews. We don't know whether he was really one of the...
That's perfect. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted him to do. And that's what I want people to do. I have more content than any person ever. So I have very normal Instagrams. I have very out there, very, I would say, artistic Instagrams. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So he may find one of my Instagram accounts that has whatever he thinks is on it, but then I've got other Instagram accounts that literally I created a robot and they're just an entire archive of the past few years that you can watch. So that's pretty normal. Or I have other Instagrams where all I do is sing karaoke on them. So perhaps he found one of my Instagrams that caught him off guard, but that's exactly what I want. Basically, well-behaved people generally don't make history. It's the rebels of the world that do. And I'm just one of them who essentially feels that the more content I make, eventually somebody's going to see it, and then they're going to tell a friend, who will tell another friend, maybe someone will retweet it, and we'll go back.
That Solomon visited Italy, but nevertheless, part of the fanciful nature of the book. And these two pillars, apparently, as the work of legend has it, on the ninth of Ab, the pillars run with water. The ninth of Ab, of course, is the commemoration of the destruction.
Sure, I'm in a room in a house. Currently, I'm watching history lectures. So I've just got history lectures going on behind me. It's a projector. So if you see something moving, it just probably is because it's a projector. And I love art, so I've done my best to compile on this compilation every Oscar winner, every audiobook, every major music album. I've done my best to see just about every major song in history. Additionally, every major television series, everything from The Sopranos to Sex and the City to The Office, both the British one and the American one. I want people to actually, in the future, be able to go to this stream within the last 3.5 years and be able to watch whatever they want at any point that they want. If they want to watch the entirety of every single Seinfeld episode, they can. If they want to watch every single Cheers, they can. If they want to watch every I Love Lucy, they can. If they want to watch the first Oscar winner, The Aviator from 1927, they can. If they want to watch the most recent Oscar winner, they absolutely Oppenheimer, we watch that. I've done my best to create essentially the world's largest library of data, and in the future, I feel that people are going to really dive into it, and I feel as if not only will I be perhaps the most famous person in the world just because of the amount of data I have, but that'll help me to become the most influential person in the world. And really what I want to do with that influence is stop war. I don't want war anymore. I want people to die.
Try to understand what these things are. They actually are extremely important. Rabbinic. As opposed to the
So it depends on Netflix. I've had Netflix for parts of this. So like we watched some purely Netflix shows like Narcos on this. We watched Black Mirror on this. Have I archived all of Netflix? No, by no means. And that was never the point. If you want Netflix, go watch Netflix. But I did do my best to archive the absolute cream of the crop of television shows that you're going to find. So here's a Netflix one. Stranger Things. So last year I went through and just watched all the Stranger Things. I think they're in season, I forget even. So that's a Netflix show. Same with Narcos. Same with Black Mirror. I'm trying to think of any others that I have off the top of my head that are specifically to Netflix. Oh yeah, there are a couple others I believe, but they may be shared on others. And then I've done some Amazon Prime ones as well, like the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and they had one called Utopia. So if it's a major streaming show and it's popular in general society, I do my best, or I've done my best to stream it. And I do lose accounts because of copyright infringement and such, but that's why I have over 100 YouTube accounts. So that if I get canceled on any of my accounts, that's fine. I have backups and backups of backups. You see all of the devices that we have, and all of these are multi-streaming. So what does that mean? You just don't see the one device. They're also live streaming on, like, I have 8 different YouTubes going right now, 8 different Rumbles right now. I've got like many that you've never even heard of, like that are in other countries, like Africa TV, which is, you think you get big in Africa, but it's actually big in South Korea, or Billy, which is big in China, or Loco TV, which is big in India. Like, all of these countries have their own YouTubes, and I have a lot of followers on platforms that I've never even heard of, and that many other people haven't even heard of, just because I'm present there. And so I have people all around the world watching me and who comment on me many times in other languages. I have to use Google Translate to see what they're saying, but it's very exciting to know that one day there's going to be a catalyst that makes this go viral, and then when it does, not only will I be the most famous person in the world, but I'll really be able to give back and help people. Essentially, this could be a Robin Hood for the world. And I'm somebody who feels that I'm in a position that I can really help people. I am an advocate specifically for a lot of people, but especially women. I don't think it's right that I can do this, say on Discord, and I won't lose my account. But if I were a woman, I would, and I'd lose my YouTube account, and I'd lose my Instagram account, and I'd lose all these different accounts. That's de facto discrimination. I don't like it. I'm someone who doesn't feel as if we should be able to discriminate on the color of someone's skin nor the content. And I fight for people, and I fight for women in particular. I think that we should treat people equally. And it's very easy for the mainstream to be able to silence someone when they only have one Instagram account, only one YouTube account. But I have so many different accounts that are multi-streaming at any given time, and they're not all even connected to me, that if somebody went and said, we're going to get rid of every Rabbi Rothschild account anywhere on the internet, that's fine. I have many of them that aren't even tied to me. So they're out in the internet sphere, and people will find them eventually. And I've done my best to essentially create just the world's largest archive for the world. And one day, somebody's going to see this. They're going to recognize the importance of it. They're going to tell a friend, and it's going to explode.
And Rome, of course, is Catholicism, and they're really not on speaking terms at this point. So it has to be a whole bunch
it's my family, and I'm a rabbi, so Rabbi Rothschild works perfectly. Rabbi means teacher, and Rothschild is my last name. Yep, my ID is on the internet. My last name is Rothschild, Rothschchild.
So in 1095, Urban II says
we're all related.
That Christians cannot travel from
we're all related.
down to
we share DNA. Yep, we can all read Wikipedia. Absolutely, it's 100% correct. And we share DNA.
To unite, to organize themselves, and mount a massive attack on Jerusalem.
Well, there's a first for everything.
It happened that France in particular had a labor surplus.
So with that, my friends, I hope this gave you a little bit of an understanding of who I am. Believe it or not, I was up all night rapping. I'm a rapping rabbi as well. I rapped old school hip hop all night for like 3 hours in some other Discord. So if you want to see that, just go to my @Rabbi Rothschild, just simple @Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube, and you can see the past few nights. Last night I did rapping. The previous night I did 90s alternative rock, and then prior to that I did like love songs. So I've been doing karaoke just about every day this week, though we just had an election that I just streamed because it's a historical event. So we've got that as an archive as well. And if you want to learn more about me, I'll be in here, and if you send me a message, I'll talk. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. If you want to learn more about me, though, I have a blog, the world's largest blog, and you can learn so much from it. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. www.blogspot.com. You want to click on my face when you go to it, and you'll see it is the largest one single blog entry you'll ever find. And the reason why it's so long is because it's essentially a compilation of everything that I've ever asked ChatGPT. So I asked ChatGPT, especially in the early days of ChatGPT, when you could jailbreak it and it would give you unfettered results. I would ask it like, what are 100 ways for a human to like prolong their life? And it would give me 100 different ways that are really great. But if you ask it now, it'll just say 13 different vitamins and nutrients, and that's about it. And it's very interesting to me that you get different answers out of it. So I've asked it like, what are 100 different ways to travel faster than the speed of light? Like that actually goes against physics, but it will give you 100 different ways to travel faster than the speed of light, including the use of wormholes and perhaps warp drives. And I'll ask it like, what are 100 types of computers faster than quantum computers? And it'll give you like holographic computers and like just incredible types of computers, things that I didn't even know existed. So I highly recommend you take a look at that if you want to learn more about what I do. And with that, I'm glad I got some new friends, and know that I'll be in and to chat. If you ever want to speak with me, feel free to send me a message, just like you did, Oligar, and I'll be here to talk with you. And I really appreciate the opportunity to meet you all.
But as long as there's no chaos, Jews can manage it. The worst thing for Jews is when you cannot rely on the law entirely.
Yeah.
You feel that the government will not protect us at all, even live by the laws that they have themselves written. And so what ended up happening in Germany and the northern communities of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz in particular is that the Crusaders...
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Like, it would make sense to just have like a Rabbi Rothschild technology channel, but we talk about it so often that that's really what I talk about. So just to give you an idea of some of these topics that are really advanced, just one moment. I was just in an interview. If you want to see, the interview is just on Rabbi Rothschild. I was interviewed within the last month by a streamer named Sam Bond and then another named Ori, and we review a lot of these technologies because that's what it's about. I mean, I'm nothing special. I just frankly know a lot about futurism and about some of the potential technologies that we can have. So some biological things that we discuss are things like an acne vaccine, an anti-prion drug, artificial gametes, artificial gills, like a device that allows humans to extract oxygen from water, theoretically enabling underwater breathing. That's fascinating to me. One thing that I talk about a lot is de-extinction. So I don't know if you guys are aware, but the first successful de-extinction actually has already taken place. It took place in 2003. It was with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a type of goat that existed up until basically the turn of the century, in the turn of the 21st century. So it went extinct like 25 years ago or so. And it existed in northern Spain, southern France. And scientists were able to use the DNA of one of the Pyrenean ibexes that had gone extinct, and were able to impregnate a different type of ibex, but to essentially create a hybrid in the year 2003. And while it was only viable for 7 minutes, the offspring was only viable for 7 minutes, that was seen as a breakthrough for the scientific community. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company is founded called Colossal Bioscientific. I don't know if anybody's heard of this company, but they have a goal by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. Their plan is to be able to do it using African elephants, and thus within the next 3.5 years, you may be seeing the woolly mammoth reintroduced in the Arctic Circle, which is very exciting. And this isn't just like, well, Rabbi, where did you see this? It's on their front page of their website. Their goals are by 2020, the woolly mammoth. Following the woolly mammoth, they want to do the Tasmanian tiger, and then the dodo bird. So, like these animals that were completely gone from society, we're going to be seeing come make a strong push back. And so, those are some things that I like to talk about. Other things I enjoy talking about, or just in general, a Dyson trees, theoretical bioengineered trees designed to harness energy from the environment for sustainability. Female sperm. This is a really interesting one. Engineered sperm sperm cells capable of fertilizing eggs, potentially allowing same-sex couples to have biological children. Others are hair cloning, a technique to create new hair follicles from a person's cells to treat hair loss. This one's really interesting, a human Z. So a human Z is a speculative hybrid between humans and chimpanzees, exploring the boundaries of genetic engineering. However, this isn't new. Actually, the Russians tried to do this in the 1920s, and the Chinese as recent as the 1960s. So perhaps they were successful with it, and it was never publicized. But that's very interesting. Aside from life extension technology, aside from world peace, life extension technology is very important to me. And then moving into mind-uploading technology, because I don't want people to die. Other things that we talk about that are very interesting: liquid breathing, method of breathing using liquid. For instance, perfluorocarbons instead of air, theoretically enabling extended underwater survival. So we have female sperm, now we have male eggs, a concept where male cells are engineered to produce eggs, allowing new reproductive possibilities. And if you're, hey, yeah, but that's too much biological stuff. Okay, well, engineering and manufacturing, things like diamond trees, structures made of diamond-like materials for extreme durability and utility in construction, an exoskeletal engine, a wearable exoskeleton that enhances human strength and endurance, potentially for industrial use, mesoelectronics, miniaturized electronic components that integrate mechanical and electronic functions at a small scale, and quite a few other things. So with that, we talk about those things every day. And that's basically what my stream is just advancing people using technology. So with that, I want everybody to know I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to make sure to send you all friend requests, and if you have a chance, please accept it, and we'll be friends for life. And hopefully that never ends with life extension technology and moving into mind uploading technology. So with that, I look so sexy. Excellent. Mission accomplished. All right. Well, with that, 69 years old, everybody. Take care. Have a wonderful day.
It can mean different things in different contexts, but in this context, it means martyrdom, meaning Jews allowing themselves to be killed rather than convert to Christianity. On several occasions, the Crusaders offer the Jews the chance to live if they would only be baptized, if they would only accept Christianity. And a certain number of Jews, in fact, do so. They do agree to save their own lives by converting at least outwardly to Christianity. And then later, once the Crusades die down, then they try to rejoin the Jewish community. And there's quite a bit of rabbinic literature on what to do with these people. Rashi himself comments on the advisability of re-accepting these Jews to the fold. But it presents a halakhic difficulty because in Jewish law there are 3 transgressions which may never be committed on pain of death. And they are, one may never commit adultery or any other sexual crime. There's a whole list of them. We went over them on Yom Kippur. You can forget about it till next Yom Kippur. I shouldn't say that. But we have a whole list of them. Committing those kinds of crimes, a person must be put to death, allow himself to be killed rather than commit those crimes. Murder, one is allowed to kill in self-defense, but one may not. For example, if Reuven puts a gun to Shimon's head and says, "Kill Levi, or I will kill you," Shimon has to, allow himself to be killed rather than kill a third person. He can kill Reuven in self-defense, but he can't kill Levi. And finally, most problematically, idolatry, the worship of false gods. So in Jewish law, and let's say for the sake of argument, which is a fairly safe assumption for most authorities of the period, Christianity falls into that category of false worship, at least for the Jews. There's some interesting discussion that it may not be false worship for non-Jews, because ultimately it is monotheism, although the idea of the Trinity is very problematic and so on. So the question is, should the Jews of the Crusade era have allowed themselves to be killed? Because it is idolatry,
or should they simply convert at least outwardly and then rejoin the community? Many Jews decided that it would be better to be killed than to convert. And in fact, there were several cases of mass suicide where Jews would literally cast lots, and the bruiser would have to slaughter all the other Jews, typically with a knife, and then kill him or herself. Incredibly moving stories. We have these chronicles by survivors, written in first person, of Jews who submitted to this horrible thing of a mass suicide rather than be killed. And they form an extremely bright point in the extremely dark point in the mental map of medieval Europe. So, I had these questions about pikuach nefesh, right? And what you mean, pikuach nefesh means like the saving of a life. And the general rule in Jewish law is you can break any law in the Torah in order to save a life, except for these three exceptions. You can't even save a life to do this. When someone says, eat this cheeseburger, or I will kill that guy, eat the cheeseburger. But if someone says, worship this false god rather than kill this other person, it's also a problem for the Moranos. It's the exact same problem. And I'm not a rabbi. I would get in trouble with the union if I said anything legitimate about rabbinic stuff, but that's the same problem. And in fact, the Moranos, so-called Moranos, the crypto Jews who want to come back to Judaism, also faced a lot of opposition over their choice to outwardly convert rather than submit to death. Yeah, the source for the Rambam's conversion is very weak. It's a Muslim source, and he converted lots of people who never converted as well. Like they later say, look at these famous Jews who converted in Rambam's name. There's not a lot of cases. Yes.
In Jews, those that commit suicide, the next day, those that say that they didn't convert, they were also lost.
It's not necessarily a guarantee. It's absolutely right. After the Children's Crusade, there was this idea that, for a while the Crusaders were losing. It's like, why are we losing? We were so good, like just 100 years ago. It was 1242. How come we're losing? And they said, the reason is because we're sending soldiers who are full of sin. Because a lot of these crusaders, they went, they were unemployed, and maybe they had some religious zeal, but they also went towards kind of more base pleasures of violence.
Look what they named me in
So they said we have to send innocent soldiers. Who's innocent? Children. So there you go. So they outfitted a whole bunch of children, and they got slaughtered. Okay. Mr. Lax, is it? Limited examples of defending the faith. Very limited. And that's a very sophisticated question, Mr. Lax, because there's a historian named Rothschild who argues that the Jews were so used to living as minorities in Christian and in Muslim Europe, if there's things going on Christian, that they never really developed the cultural vocabulary of resistance. When you are a tiny minority and you're attacked, you really only have two choices. You either pay a huge bribe to the people who are attacking you, and hopefully that pays them off, or you run away. One of my students
Please provide me with 25
or flee strategy.
pieces of advice for someone who wants to become an inventor.
Pretty well for 2,000 years of exile. Hilberg argued that this is one of the reasons for the
the dramatic success of Hitler's plan to destroy the Jews of Europe was because they didn't have kind of an immediate response where we should fight back. Just, we're going to take the last one, Ms. Abrams, and then we'll come back. Go ahead and catch up. Go ahead, Ms. Abrams. Right. Excellent question. That's the next slide. Next slide. She asked a really simple question. Why would they run for the bishops? So let's just finish this here. One last point on this here. For Ashkenazim, when we develop an Ashkenazi culture, which is still quite young at this point, the Jews have only been living in the traditional regions of Ashkenaz for about 200 years at this point. This is defining a moment for the way Ashkenazi culture goes for the next 700 years. Ashkenazim tend to look inwards, tend to regard the outside society as far more toxic, as dangerous as us versus them, and we develop a kind of internal ghetto thinking as a result of the cultural impact of the Crusades. It's quite different in the Sephardi territories in Spain, where the Jews there, they're just going into their golden age, and they're celebrating people like Esther Shahrut and Shmuel who are reaching high office in secular political positions and also engaging in Jewish scholarship and so on. So one of the Jews of Ashkenaz and the Jews of Spain had about 400 years where the Ashkenazim were kind of shrinking into themselves.
Put
and
these
the
just in a list
spreading out.
of one,
The
two,
Ashkenazim were celebrating
100.
insularity,
No need for
and the
description.
Sephardim were celebrating engagement with the outside world. Obviously, the Sephardim would have to deal with the same problem in the 15th century, but it may argue for some basic cultural differences between them. Now, let's do quickly Ms. Abramson's excellent observations. Protection of the clergy. So for the Jews, the bishop was the theoretical place of refuge. Like when you're in trouble, where do you go? Well, obviously go to bishop priest. And this is something that we really have to bear in mind about medieval Europe. We tend to think overwhelmingly, especially in a Jewish environment, Salazar calls the lachrymose version of Jewish history. Lachrymose means full of tears. Right, that it's a long martyrology of one massacre after another, and unfortunately there are a lot of massacres, but it's a skewed vision of Jewish history to be sure. And even though we have frequently been attacked by outside forces, it's important to recognize that we had a modus vivendi, theological and practical, with the church that at least dates back to St. Augustine. The concept of witness, which I don't believe we talked about in this class, but I don't want to take more time to do it, but basically the Catholic Church, or the Christian Church at that time, developed a doctrine that says the Jews should not be forcibly converted, the Jews should be allowed to practice their faith in relative peace, not necessarily prosperity, so that they should be alive for the end of days, in order that they could witness the second coming of Jesus. That's the idea of it. And in fact, it worked very well because we could rely on the church, basically, to uphold this doctrine and to protect the Jews. So the bishop was a reasonable person to go to look for help. It also indicates a big separation between the dark, hungry masses who are Christians and the literate and more educated and more urbanized clergy, which may have had a much more amenable attitude to the Jews. I'm painting with very broad strokes here, but just for the sake of argument, that's one of the interesting observations is, they went to the clergy. Okay, so let's go back to Benjamin Tudela. This is the environment in which he's traveling, right? The First Crusade is 1095. He's traveling just about 75 years later, 85 years later. It's still an environment. The Crusades, by the way, are ongoing for several hundred years, where there's back and forth between the Christians and the Muslims in Israel. So when he gets to Israel, coming from the north, it's clear he goes to
Asia Minor who left into Israel. He encounters Akko and Haifa first. He right away runs to all the biblical places he can find. Talks about the way the tombs look and things like that. And he's also quite interested in the whole makeup of the population of Israel. It's sad because he lists all these biblical towns and he says there is only one Jew living here. There are only 3 Jewish families in this place. Tiny little pockets of population. I don't think he says there are more than a few hundred Jews in Jerusalem, for example, at this time. Although when you get to Babylon, he talks about 40,000 Jews living in individual locations. He's also very interested in these so-called Samaritans, known in the Talmud as the Kutim, or Kusim. These are people whose conversion was suspect. They had been in Israel for generations upon generations, but the rabbis of the Mishnaic period felt that perhaps their conversion to Judaism was not sincere. They were descendants of insincere converts, and for quite a few generations, the rabbis are not sure exactly what to do with the Kutim. Are they Jews or are they not Jews? Do they count an minion or don't count an minion, and so on and so forth? Ultimately, they rule, you know what? They're not Jews. They're close to us, but they're not exactly Jews. They're known in English as the Samaritans, and during this time, when the status of the Samaritans were in doubt, the Jews and the Samaritans were at each other's throats over 1,000 issues. You may have heard the phrase in English, the Good Samaritan, right? So most people don't understand where that comes from. It's a passage in the Gospels where Jesus describes a man who, if I remember correctly, was like beat up by robbers and he slept bleeding in the street, and a Kohen walks by him and says, a Jewish guy is beating him. And the Kohen walks by and says, look, I don't want to touch him, he might be dead, I'll get defiled. I'm paraphrasing. The Levite walks by and says, I don't know this guy, I have no connection, he walks right by. The Israel, regular Jew, walks by and says, he wants to have nothing to do with it. And then, of all people, a Samaritan comes by and helps him. And when you read it in the original context, it's like, here's a Jewish guy, no Jew will help him, but of all people, a Samaritan will help him. And you believe it, someone who hates the Jews, he's the one who helps them. So that's where we get this concept of the good Samaritan. The underlining should be on the word Samaritan. You would expect a Jew to help them, but in fact it is this Kutim.
So what the Kushim black?
No, the Kushim. The Kutim. They're just regular olive skin like that's Kush. Kush is Ethiopia. So like Sipora, for example, Moshe's wife is called Kushi, the African one. The Japanese connection. Oh, I've never heard that. It's Japanese, like it's that's so weird. Samurai. Look at that. That's fascinating. I would never guess that. Anyways, the Samaritans then and now actually they practice their rituals on Har Gerizim, which is near Shem in Israel, and they practice sacrifices just like they do in the temple. He criticizes their pronunciation of Hebrew. They don't use letter A, Chet, or Ayin. They say everything with an olive. Then he goes on, he tells us a little about Jerusalem, describes there are 400 nights. It was held by the Crusaders at this time. There are 400 nights that are there, that there are hospitals there for the veterans who are wounded and so on. And he has a very beautiful and detailed, moving description of the city of Jerusalem. He talks about the Kotel, he talks about the stables of King Solomon, and exactly as we have it today. It's quite fascinating. He also describes Kever Rapha and the Ma'arat HaMachpelah. The latter is especially fascinating. He describes how for a bribe you could get down into the actual caves, and there were inscriptions on each of the graves and so on. More detail than tourists today can see, but it's clear, it's a real reinforcement of the historical significance of many of these locations that are revered to this day, 1,000 years later. He also moves on to Babylon,
And he's especially interested in all of the cities mentioned in the Talmud, and they're really quite thriving as Jewish population centers. He describes the political conflicts of the Exilarchates. We talked about that last week with the Karaites, right, the Reish Galusa, and so on. He talks about the honor showed to the Reish Galusa by the non-Jewish population, that they're required by state law to non-Jews must stand in the presence of the head of the Jewish community and so on. And he describes quite a bit of interesting data about how the Jewish community is organized, that the Reish Galuta is the one who confirms the appointment, the ordination of local rabbis, that is responsible for collecting taxation and dispersing it for social welfare and so on. And also that the Reish Galuta, as the descendant of King David, actually receives foreign donations from far-off populations as well. A tremendous amount of really great, interesting demographic data. Shushan is a particularly interesting town. There he describes a Jewish machlokas, a Jewish controversy, over the bones of the prophet Daniel, which apparently were buried originally on one side of this river. And the Jews living on that side of the river were very wealthy. So the Jews on the other side of the river maintain the only reason they're wealthy is because they have the privilege of living in proximity to the bones of the prophet Daniel. So therefore they petitioned successfully to have the bones transferred to their side of the river. And they had an agreement where every year they would move the bones of the prophet from one side of the river to the other in order to, spread the wealth, to distribute the wealth, I guess, as well. So they would move, and so this went on for quite a while until the Persian Empire and the emperor himself was traveling through. He saw what was going on. He also revered the bones of Daniel, but he thought that it was disrespectful to exhume him and transport him like that. So he said, no, we're going to do this differently. He had him encased in a glass coffin and suspended from the middle of the bridge between the two settlements. So that way, it was like equidistant, it was fair, and they could both share in the riches, but fishing from the bridge was prohibited from then on, because that was considered, inappropriate. That's why they have those signs here in Florida, no fishing from bridge, in memory of. Okay, anyway, so that's better than what to start with. Also interesting, he has the first reference of any kind to the false Messiah David Alloy. Fascinating individual. We just know little snippets of him, but apparently he was something of a wonder worker, a Jew who claimed to be the Mashiach who would lead all the Jews back to Israel. He was a bit of an irritant to the local status quo in many ways. He was challenging traditional centers of power. So he was actually captured by the Persian king and imprisoned, and then he miraculously somehow escaped. And then when he escaped, he kept on maintaining that he was in fact the Messiah. And he practiced various wonders, like he had the original invisibility shawl. Remember Harry Potter? He just put the shawl around him and he would disappear. It was also useful as a mode of transport because he could lay it on water and walk on his own carpet on the water, and people were totally amazed at this. Ultimately, both the Exilarch, the Reish Galusa, and the head of the yeshiva disavowed him and said he is not the Mashiach, we don't want anything to do with him, he's a troublemaker, and so on. And so the king's forces put out a fatwa, and he was assassinated in his bed one night. This is like the first reference we have to the kind of antinomian religious life of the Jews at the time. And he finds all kinds of other interesting, bizarre Jews. We talked about Karaites. He also finds a group of Jews in the island of Cyprus who observe Shabbat from Saturday morning at dawn to Sunday morning at dawn. Completely out of step with everybody else. But I wonder whether that would be right. Saturday morning. Yeah, you would be up Friday night, but you would lose the fish on it. Yeah, like mentions out. It didn't last long. Obviously, we want our Saturday nights, so
There are some descriptions towards the end of his itinerary, far off lands that he probably never visited, like China and so on. The language changes when he talks about them, but he does have some interesting references to Eastern Europe, places like Kiev and Prague he apparently visited, and some everything, the kinds of material there that are fascinating to scholars of the period. So just to conclude, I wanted to show you this last map, which gives you a sense of what's going to happen in the very near future after Benjamin Tugel's travels, to begin to see Ashkenaz growing and changing as the Jews from Germany in particular begin to make their move towards the east. Benjamin Tugel is perhaps one of the most famous of the wandering Jews, but he is certainly not the first and far from the last. As Jewish populations begin to move from the central regions of like Speyer, Worms, and Mainz into Eastern Europe, where they have an entirely new economic reality awaiting for them there. And we will return to that in a later lecture. So with that, I would like to conclude for tonight. And thank you very much for your attention. Hello and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today we're going to speak about an extremely consequential Jewish astronomer and historian named Abraham Zacuto. His role in Jewish history is especially important this week because we're commemorating the anniversary of Columbus's departure from Spain for the New World, and Zacuto's work was of signal importance in getting Columbus to the New World. So let's have a quick look at his life and work. So Zacuto came originally from, his family originally came from Castile, and they migrated to Spain. Zacuto received his education at the University of Salamanca, and he spent much of his time studying astronomy in particular, although a good deal of his training was especially in the Jewish sciences, the study of Torah in particular. One of his teachers, besides his father, was the great Rabbi Abuab, the author of the Menorahs HaMaor, very important Kabbalistic work. He made his claim to fame primarily with the Chibur Hagadol, which is a translation of the term the big book, the great book, which is essentially a collection of highly accurate astronomical tables, which was later translated into non-Jewish languages and played an important role in a lot of the exploration that happened in the late 15th century. Columbus himself owned a copy of the Chibur Hagadol in obviously a language that he could read, and we have his marginal notations on the side, and he directly credits Zacuto with an exceptional event in his memoirs when he describes how he was taken captive by natives of some type at one point and was threatened with death until he used Zacuto's timetables to be able to accurately predict an eclipse, which of course demonstrated his superior knowledge and so on and allowed him to be saved. Zacuto's work also played an extremely important part in the travels of Vasco da Gama, and particularly his improvement of the engineering of the astrolabe, which was a device that was originally made out of wood. Zacuto switched to metals and also calibrated in such a way that it was possible to actually calculate one's position at sea far more accurately than had ever been done before, and ultimately led to the circumnavigation of the globe. Zacuto was, of course, highly regarded in his own lifetime for his astronomical work. He was the astronomer to the King of Portugal, actually. After he had been, along with the other Jews, expelled from Spain in 1492, he resided in Portugal. And he is justly credited with the many great discoveries of that great age of exploration. One of the modern recognitions is the fact that a crater on the moon has been named after him. However, his life did not end well in Portugal. He was exiled from there as well, along with the expulsion of all Jews in 1497. He made his way with great difficulty to Tunis and then eventually to the Holy Land, where he is believed to have passed away in the year 1515. One of the most important aspects of Zacuto's work outside of his astronomy was the compilation of an amazing book called Sefer Yuchasim, which is a truly phenomenal 15th century history book that gives us tremendous insight into Jewish history as a whole. Well, that's it for This Week in Jewish History. I hope you found this interesting, and I wish you an excellent week.
lecture in Jewish history. Today we're going to focus on a very important aspect of Jewish intellectual history. We're going to look at the period known as the period of the Rishonim, or the first ones. It's an exceptionally important aspect of understanding how Jewish intellectual history develops and how really the massive corpus of rabbinic literature works by understanding what exactly was this period of the Rishonim. So let's go straight to the present. Here we go. Here's a basic fundamental idea that is deeply ingrained in the Jewish psyche and is very much a relevant aspect of contemporary Jewish hermeneutics, particularly within the traditional Orthodox way of looking at the universe. Specifically, there is this idea known as Yeridas Hadoros, or decline of the generations. There is this concept that from the moment that God gave the Torah to the Jews on Mount Sinai, it's been all downhill. As my father used to say all the time, Henry, it just gets worse. So the idea is that on Sinai, the Jews reached a spiritual peak and their sensitivity to the divine message was at its highest. And as the Talmud says, the Midrash actually, at Sinai, even the lowest household servant saw things that even the great prophet Ezekiel did not see. But ever since then, we have been slowly losing that ability to be sensitive to the divine message. We have been losing our level of spiritual ability to understand the meaning of these classical texts and so on, and we've been struggling to try and tread water all the way along. That does not mean that our intellectual skills have diminished, and in fact, this is not time to go off on a great digression here, but when it comes to halakhic decisions, that is, decisions referring to Jewish law, one must follow contemporary opinions, even though the earlier opinions, have this weight of being from the earlier generation. That said, it's not exactly a steady slope downward. It's kind of like stepped plateaus, and the Jewish religious and intellectual tradition generally recognizes several key periods of Jewish spiritual decline, and they correspond to, let's say, the following four periods that I've outlined on this slide. There is the period known as the period of the Amoraim, or the speakers. This refers to the era in which the Talmud was written, roughly the 3rd through the 6th centuries, give or take 100 years. Following the period of the Amoraim are the Geonim, which is a difficult term to translate. It's based on the word pride, so I've given the definition here of prides, but really it means like glorious ones or great ones, that kind of thing. You may have heard the term the Gaon of Vilna, or the Vilna Gaon. That's the correct usage of the term. It's a title for Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilnius, but that term is used anachronistically, meaning he was so great, he was like one of the Gaonim, even though he lived, over a century later, or almost a century later, actually over a century. Then we have the period that we'll talk about today, that is of the Rishonim, the first ones. The word Rishon in Hebrew means first, and that spans roughly 900 to 1500, although there's some, kind of pedantic dispute over exactly when that period begins and when it ends. And then finally, the period of the Acharonim, the later ones, which goes up to roughly the year 1900, and it has not yet been determined what do we call contemporary 20th or 21st century thinkers, but that's kind of like the nature of Jewish history. The arc of Jewish history, as they say, is long, and these things will be studied over time. So let's focus in on point number 3, the period of the Rishonim. The names, if you've had any familiarity with the Jewish religious tradition, you'll certainly recognize them. There are perhaps a few dozen, maybe 100 at most, authors who correspond to this title of Rishonim, but to choose 3 of the most famous, there are, of course, Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, who lived in the 11th century. Here is an extremely accurate picture of Rashi. I'm just kidding. We have no idea if this is accurate, but it's a representation that's often used in an iconic form. And I'll speak in the next slide a little bit about what was the kind of work that Rashi did. Secondly, the incomparable Maimonides, known by the acronym of his name, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. He lived in the following century, the 12th century. Here is another equally accurate rendition. I really like this one, especially kind of like the view of the background. We have no idea if the Rambam looks like this, but nevertheless, this is sort of like the iconic image that you'll see all over Israel and things like that. And finally, not a single individual, rather a school of Rishonim known as Tosafot, which means literally additions, and that's referring to their contribution as additional to the work of Rashi. So if we look, for example, here at a page of Talmud, this is a great page which is taken off the web, it's colorized here. Let's walk through it very quickly and we'll see where they fit in. So the sort of coral color number 1 in the center is the Mishnah. This is the first page of Tractate Berachot, and we spoke about the Mishnah in an earlier essential lecture. Then directly below it in the center of the page, number 2 in yellow, that is the Gemara or Talmud per se. That is the commentary on the Mishnah. And then the blue on the right, number 3, that is the commentary of Rashi. And if you look closely, you'll see that in this particular printing, this looks like the Talmud edition, some passages are bolded and some are not bolded. They are written in the characteristic italic font that has been associated with Rashi ever since. It's known as the Rashi script, although it was just a common font used, typescript and hand script written in the medieval period. Anyways, sorry for that digression. You'll see that the some passages are bolded and others are not in bold, in regular font. This gives you an indication as to what Rashi is doing. The bolded passages are quotations from number 1 and number 2 from the Mishnah of the Talmud, and then his comments follows in regular font. So Rashi is kind of providing this incredible service, walking the reader through the text, phrase by phrase, with pithy little comments that in a very, very economical use of words express what the text is meaning. So Rashi is an incredible aid to understanding the Talmud. He also wrote an incredible commentary on the Chumash, or the first 5 books of the Torah, as well as the entire Tanakh, actually, that really helps a reader walk through the difficult language at a very, very basic level. And Rashi is, of course, essential to the curriculum in modern Jewish schools. Then number 4 on the outside, that's actually, they blocked out a lot of different things here, but the actual column that the number 4 appears in, which you can see is sort of like C-shaped, and it wraps around the top and the bottom a little bit. That's actually Tosafot. These are additions to Rashi. And if you look carefully, you'll see that the amount of bolded text is much less than in Rashi, because Tosafot is performing an entirely different function. Tosafot is analyzing the Talmud itself, raising objections, comparing passages elsewhere in the Talmud to the spot on this page and so on, and really taking an entirely different approach to Talmud than Rashi, the predecessor. Tosafot represents, several dozen scholars that lived through roughly the 12th through the 14th centuries, and their ideas are kind of codified into pages. Now, the other materials around the outside are various other commentators that go all the way from the 10th century up to, it looks like about the 18th century is represented here, and they perform various functions. You'll see my lecture on the Talmud if you're curious about this in greater detail. Right, let's go on. So those are 3 very basic and famous Rishonim. There are dozens more. Now, what exactly did the Rishonim do? What is characteristic of this period in Jewish intellectual history? Well, the first thing I've already alluded to in the previous slide, some of the Rishonim were incredible explainers. They took texts, often ancient texts like the Torah and the Mishnah, and they basically rendered them in more readily understandable Hebrew. Many of those texts are written not in Hebrew. They're written in Aramaic, for example. The Talmud is written in Aramaic, so there was a lot of confusion about the language itself. But more significantly, unpacking the arcane and coded nature of many of these texts synthesizing the oral and the written tradition. That's especially something that Rashi did tremendously, and generally making the text, which at this point may have been over 1,000 years old, accessible to medieval readers. Nowadays, of course, the decline of generation is certainly true. Many of us require an English translation to access the Rishonim, who are helping us access the original text, but that's essentially what they're doing. If you want a contemporary example, Rashi was, so to speak, the art scroll of his day. That is a phenomenal compliment to art scroll, right? Rashi was the mediator that made a lot of those ancient texts accessible to medieval readers. Secondly, very importantly, the Rishonim engaged in codification. And this is a larger topic. Basically, Jewish law, or halakha, is spread out throughout a massive amount of literature. It's throughout this huge Talmud. There are passages that are derived from the Tanakh, and of course from the Torah itself, and the commentaries of the Gaonim. There are correspondence known as Teshuvot and so on. And a lot of this material, it's just too much for most people to keep in their heads. So therefore, a lot of the Rishonim, most famously perhaps Maimonides, brought all of this together and said, look, we're going to reorganize this, and we are going to space it out to the chapter headings, to the subject headings, so that you can look up in these massive compendiums of Jewish law exactly the law that you want to determine. You don't have to go back through the entire Talmud, which at this point, remember, had not been indexed in any reasonable fashion. The Rishonim did a lot of that really basic legwork of codifying all of that material. Maimonides is, I mentioned, probably one of the most important codifiers of the era. He wrote a book called the Mishneh Torah, 14 volumes of Jewish law. And you have other commentaries which culminate in this work, the Shulchan Aruch, or the set table. This is written at the very end of the period of Rishonim. Some would even consider the author, Rabbi Yosef Karo, an early Acharon. But basically, this is the authoritative code upon which all later codes have been built. So that's the second major activity of the Rishonim. First is basically they were explainers. Second major issue was they were codifiers of the various commandments. And the final area that you find the commentators working on is they are analyzers. For example, one of the areas in which the Rishonim expressed themselves was the area of Minyan HaMitzvot, the counting of the commandments. The Talmud has a passage that says there are 613 commandments, Taryag Mitzvot. That's a lot more than the Big Ten, right? Judaism has a huge amount of commandments. And, like thou shalt feel guilty. So they have all these commandments, but nowhere in the Talmud or in any other text were they ever actually listed. And so many of the commentators in the Rishonim period began to say, okay, well, let's get them all down. What are those 613 commandments? And so Maimonides and others compiled these lists. There were some disputes over this is not actually a commandment, this is actually a suggestion, things like that. But basically, one of the major activities is counting in this book. And in particular, this book, here's a Hebrew edition, English edition, published in the 20th century by Feldheim. The Sefer Achinos, an amazing work that's written by a later Rishon, probably one Rabbi Aaron of Barcelona, who lived in the 15th century. This is a great book if you want a general introduction to traditional Judaism. Basically what he did was he anonymously wrote this book as a bar mitzvah present. Oh my gosh. When I was growing up, bar mitzvah presents were fountain pens. My sons generally got things like iPods. But back then in the 15th century, this was an amazing birthday present. It's basically it goes through every parsha of the Torah, the 5 books of Moses as they're divided over the weeks of the year. And in each of those parshiot, the author lists the commandments, adding up to 613, describes how they are performed, a little bit of historical background, and then really interestingly, he talks about why we have this commandment. This is an area of activity that most of the Rishonim shy away from, at least in print. So they don't talk about, the commandments are there. God says do it, that's all there is to it. But the Chinuch was very interested in giving over to his son, as a bar mitzvah present, some inkling as to why these commandments exist. And it's really fascinating reading, especially when you get to the arcane and strange commandments, like, for example, you shall not mix linen and wool together, things like that. Fascinating reading, and definitely very worthwhile. Another philosophical activity that's extremely important is that of Maimonides. Again, we're mentioning him over and over again because he is such a towering figure in medieval Jewish history. This is a picture, an illuminated manuscript of his Moran Nevuchim, his Guide for the Perplexed, in which the artist has depicted here Maimonides seated on the right, wearing tefillin, instructing his students in philosophy. And this is something that only a few of the Rishonim really engaged in, an area which is known in contemporary Hebrew as machshava, as thought, which basically expands on this idea of the why. Why did God create the world the way it's created? Why do we have these obligations? How does it all work, and so on? And the Moran Nevuchim, or the Guides Perplexed, is one of these great philosophical works, for which, of course, Maimonides was heavily criticized by other Jews, and in fact, his book was even burned in the 13th century. Not a particularly high point in Jewish intellectual history. Now, that's basically a quick overview of the Rishonim. We understand them a little better, especially when we contrast them with the later period, the Acharonim. The Rishonim have a pride of place, again, going back to that concept of Yerida Hadorot, the decline of the generations, because they come earlier than the Acharonim, and their activity, particularly in codification, in explaining the text, and so on, give them a huge pride of place in the traditional yeshiva curriculum even today. Acharonim, picking up afterwards, generally spend a lot of energy trying to explain the Rishonim, synthesizing their work, and in some cases, adapting their ideas, which are expressed in theory, to novel situations that occur in the contemporary period. Changes in social norms, changes in economic realities, changes in technology in particular, are very much the activity of the Acharonim, trying to understand, for example, what does electricity mean when it comes to Shabbat? Can one use distance communication to fulfill a mitzvah like hearing the shofar? All kinds of interesting things like this. That's more the domain of the Acharonim, and particularly the later contemporary thinkers, 21st and 20th century as well. So that's a quick overview of who the Rishonim are and what they engage in, and it's an especially fascinating part of Jewish intellectual history. Thanks very much for watching.
Free press, its military budgets, Pentagon Black budget has tripled under Reagan administration. My sources intrigue free press figures. 1987 had a very interesting graphic illustration, which I've never located or anything to do with. Now, if you look at the funding out to programs, in 1981, the Black budget grew just over $500 million. Now, in 1988, that figure rose to roughly $9.2 billion. So you can see this is exponentially. The Black budget spending by category, government spending for agriculture was $26 billion. Transportation was $28 billion. The Pentagon's Black budget for fiscal year 1980 was $35 billion. So they're spending more on Black budget programs than they are for education. So is there a mismatch of funding here? Just on the 71 year serials, that money could be spending for 88 was 51 of which
Okay, thank you very much for coming. It was fantastic having you last week at the book launch. I really was very gratified by it. Anyways, thank you. Tonight's lecture on Ibn Gabriel is dedicated by Kay Wiggs, who wants to honor her grandfather, who always told her to look it up, by Mr. Ramilo Matos, and by Barb and Kellen Alikar in memory of Lou and Jenny Ehrlich. As I mentioned to you in a previous class, all of our lectures are actually subscribed. We've got people who donated to the Student Scholarship Fund for the lectures, and that's great. But what I especially like is the fact that people are still giving to the overall scholarship fund, which is amazing. You see, we've got a couple more anonymous grants of $100 and $101. We're now at $10,249, and we've got a few weeks left to hit $100,000. So we'll somehow make it. I also want to give a special thank you, as I mentioned, to those of you who came last week. It was really wonderful. We had a huge crowd. There was a lot of sushi that was consumed, a lot of cookies and things like that. And I think we had a meaningful experience talking about my new book, which is selling really well. I'm pleased to say it feels great to know that many people are appreciating it, and it's getting in the hands of readers who will enjoy it. Also, if you're interested in learning more, I will be having another book signing, this time in the 5 towns. So if you're out in Long Island this Thursday night, it's Kristallnacht. Of course, that's a very important date in the history of the Holocaust. And I'll be speaking about the new book in that context, and welcome you to come on out or send your friends in the 5 towns to come see it. Okay. So let's go to the material per se. First of all, I want to say something general, and I have to say I'm a little embarrassed about this. You know, I have a PhD, and I've been teaching Jewish history for like 30 years now, and I always pronounced our subject's name wrong until about 3 weeks ago, when someone pointed out to me it's not Ibn Gabriel, it's Ibn Gabirol. Or Gavirol. I put the I in the wrong place. So I changed everywhere that I ever spelled it wrong, but it's even Gabirol, not Gabriel. It's embarrassed. I even said it to a rabbi, and the rabbi corrected me, and I felt humiliated, but it's good because it gets rid of my sins for Yom Kippur. Anyway, so we're going to look at Ibn Gabirol. That's our subject for tonight. A fascinating figure who lived a rather troubled life. He's, of course, directly within the period that we've been focusing on for the entire semester, looking at Al-Andalus, and we will continue with Al-Andalus right up until for a couple more weeks, and then we're going to look at the Jews in Christian Spain up until 1492. His dates are roughly 1021 to 22. He was born in Malaga. And then he died in Valencia, although he spent most of his life in Zaragoza, which is kind of central to the Iberian Peninsula. His life was rather short. There's some debate over exactly when he died, but quite likely he died before he reached the age of 40, which in Jewish thought is generally considered a misa meshuna, a strange death. To have to die before the age of 40 is definitely out of the norm. He tremendously prolific. He refers in his own writings to having authored 20 books. Ironically, only 2 of them survived, and one of them was misattributed to another author for the last 1,000 years. And we'll discuss exactly how it was discovered to be actually one of Ibn Gabirol's works. It's rather fascinating. He lived a difficult life. He was orphaned as a young child. He found a patron, and then before he could turn 20, the patron died. And he was regarded as a brilliant individual, a fantastic poet, and of course, in Spanish society, poetry was the acme of all virtues, so he had always an audience to attend to his poems, and he had customers for his poems when he was writing them for hire, but he was not well loved for his personality. He was known to be quite irascible, and the greats of that era all spoke of him as this kind of enfant terrible that was, very talented, brilliant even, tremendously prolific. They all had fantastic respect for his poetry and, as we shall see, for his philosophy, but they found his personality very difficult. Even the great Moses Ibn Ezra had some things to say about that, we'll see in a second, but it contributed to the fact that he died alone. He was never able to marry. He was never able to form that kind of relationship with a person, as far as we can tell. And even his supporters, like Shmuel HaNagid, who we discussed earlier, wanted to keep him at arm's length because of his difficult personality makeup. Moses Ibn Ezra writes, although he was a philosopher as far as intellectual attainments were concerned, yet his anger always got the better of his understanding. He was unable to control his temper and was easily led to ridicule great men and to subject them to contempt in his writings. A little bit of a glimpse of the contradictions in Gabriel's personality, because we will read shortly just a little bit of his incredibly refined and passionate religious poetry, in which you see the depth of his personal tshuva, his personal repentance, and his self-awareness, at least in the poetic verse. But his contemporaries report that, he had episodes of misanthropy that made it difficult for him to get along with others. Here's a reference from his own poetry. He writes, "When my anger is roused, the heavens rumble with my thunder. I am not like the man who speaks mellow words and bows and scrapes in humility." A little sense of there's some fire burning there in his personality, a sense of where he comes from. Here's my favorite, though. Check this out. "My light is diffused through the world, yet I am dirt beneath the feet of my true friends." Meaning, if I love you, if you're one of my friends, I'll do anything for you. I'm like dirt between your feet. Just ask whatever you want. I will do it for you. "Dust to those who keep faith with me." Meaning, you won't find a more loyal or true associate than I. "But to my enemies, I am a sky raining fire on their heads." And this is in a letter he writes to his former friend. "Now that you have failed me, I untie the bonds of friendship. I blot thy name from my speech and will never stoop to mention it again." This is a person you don't want to cross. You can see why he would be regarded in this rather negative way. You get a sense of his personality from just a few snippets of the kinds of things that he wrote about this. It's ironic. Let's go straight to the mistaken identity, because there is a great historical irony here, in that the contrast between his elevated ethereal writings and his personal inability to control his anger are expressed in this being outside of the major corpus of great Jewish writers in the area where he was most brilliant, which was his philosophy. Not so much his poetry, in my humble opinion. He's kind of like shunted away from Jewish trajectory for a couple of reasons. The first is the disappearance of, without question, his most famous work, which was called Fons Vitae. Here's a cover of one of them. Fons Vitae means the source of life in Latin. The ironic history of this magnum opus, his philosophical masterwork, is that he wrote it originally in Arabic. As we've seen, many of the Jews in Al-Andalus wrote their great works in Arabic. Maimonides, of course, writing in Judeo-Arabic. So he's written this book, and he was also, there was a certain level of hubris in his writing, in that he wanted to so distance himself from the Judaic tradition that he did not cite any Jewish sources other than the Bible in Fons Vitae. It's written as if, it's just reason and scripture, without, any of the rabbinic works, the Midrash, the Talmud, any of the Kabbalistic mystical writings. They're not present in Fons Vitae. It's just quoting scripture, and he's expressing a Neoplatonist philosophy, which I'll describe to you in a couple of slides from now. The Arabic original did not survive the vicissitudes of history. It was not picked up by Jews in any significant way as a core text. like, let's say, Maimonides' writings. But it was, as we saw with Ibn Ezra last week, translated into Latin in the 12th century by one John of Spain. The only thing that we had hanging around that was sort of like it was a 13th century Hebrew version, which only took extracts of it by someone named Shem Tov Ibn Yosef, and it was copied and copied and copied, and the author's name, Ibn Gabiro, was eventually changed to Latin Abi Sebrol or Abi Sebron. And so for many, many centuries, until the 1850s, it was believed that this work, which is in Latin, Fons Vitae, was originally written possibly in Latin or maybe in Arabic by some Christian, perhaps, but there was no idea that it was associated with a Jew. There was no association with traditional rabbinic texts, and so it was simply lost. And for 800 years, it became incredibly popular with Christians. St. Thomas Aquinas is very much involved with Fons Vitae. It was a core text and runaway popular book with Christians, but Jews are basically forgotten about it. It was in the 19th century. Here's a publication which it is associated now with Ibn Gabiro, but at the time it was famous. It was still Avis Sebron, like what it says there. Until a 19th century French scholar named Solomon Monk found an abbreviated version of Makor Chaim, which was the Hebrew title, Makor Chaim, the source of life, and he read through it and he said, gee, that sounds a lot like Fons Vitae, and he was able to match them up and then finally associate once and for all, and it's widely accepted now that Ibn Gabriel is the author of this core Christian text. And in fact, if you look at many of the covers of the medieval versions of it, you see like huge pictures of Jesus by a well and things like that. That's the way that Christians appreciate Ibn Gabiro without realizing that the Jew is actually at the authorship of this important work. So it is ironic that, despite his boastful words, which were not out of place in general in Arabic Jewish culture, he was largely forgotten to his own people in his philosophy. That is not the case, however, with his poetry, and in fact, it is through his poetry that he's lived on. Very prolific poet with over 300 poems that have survived. He was very precocious. As a young man, at age 16, he wrote his first famous poem, which rendered all 613 commandments in verse. And we should recall that the Andalusian poets had a special affinity for acrostics, where they spell out words in the first letter of each line and things like that. And it's amazing when you see that the meter works, the rhyme works, and the letters are all absolutely essential to the entire poem, that you could not add another line, you could not take away a line without ruining the entire puzzle. And it's a work of tremendous intellectual gymnastics to be able to put all of these things together into a poem. At age 19, he wrote, following an example set by Saadia Gaon out east, he wrote a poem detailing the rules of Hebrew grammar in 400 verses. Again, an amazing feat of intellectual mastery of both the subject matter and the expression that is associated with Ibn Gabiro. But his poetry is primarily religious, philosophical in nature. And what I mean by that is that he has a very complicated philosophical outlook that we'll explore in the next unit shortly, that he renders into poetic verse. In other words, he expresses this complex metaphysical notion of the universe in verse. I'll read you just a couple of passages from what is, without doubt, the most famous of his works. It's this huge poem that takes up about, 60 pages in this thick book here of Hebrew English poetry. It's called Keter Malchut, the Crown of Glory. It has been adopted into the Yom Kippur liturgy for Sephardim, and it is a very beloved piece of work because it goes through, again, with these complicated acrostics, this philosophical overview of the entire universe. It's very astrological in nature. He goes through the creation of all the planets and what they're for and what they exert upon the world. He goes through the organs of the human body and what they're all about and how God fashioned them and so on. And you get this tremendously majestic view of everything that God created. And then he connects it to personal repentance in a way that makes it so perfect for Yom Kippur. So let me just read you in English the beginning, the first stanza, and then let me read you a section that I chose for repentance. So this poem begins with a little introduction that says, "May this my prayer aid mankind, the path of right and worth to find. The living God, his wondrous ways, herein inspire my song of praise. Nor is the theme at undue length set down. Of all my hymns, behold the royal crown." By the way, the translation is masterful by the great Israel Zangwill, very important Anglo-Jewish poet and novelist. Okay, so here's where it actually begins. "Wonderful are thy works, as my soul overwhelmingly..." These are hard words. "Wonderful are thy works, as my soul overwhelmingly knoweth. Thine, O Lord, are the greatness and the might, the beauty, the triumph, and the splendor. Thine, O Lord, is the kingdom, and thou art exalted as head over all. Thine are all riches and honor. Thine is the creatures of the heights and depths. They bear witness that they perish while thou endurest. Thine is the might in whose mystery our thoughts can find no stray. So far art thou beyond us. In thee is the veiled retreat of power, the secret and the foundation." In the Hebrew, I'll read you just a little bit of it. You hear the echoes of verses in Tehillim and Psalms and passages from the Bible. So it all has a familiar air to it based on that literary technique we discussed earlier called shibutz, where he'll bring in passages from biblical things. So when you're reading it and you have strong biblical literacy, then you understand, far greater depth and allusions that are inherent in it. So, it says, "L'cha Hashem hagdula v'hagvura v'hatiferet v'hanetzach v'hahod. L'cha Hashem hamlamlacha v'hamitnaseh l'chol harosh v'haosher v'chavod. L'cha bruei mala u'mata ya'idu ki hema yovedu v'ata sa'amod." Sorry, I said that Ashkenazi right. Ta'amod. "L'cha hagvura asher b'sodah nil'u rayonenu la'amod. Ki atzamta mimenu ma'od. L'cha chavyon ha'oz hasod v'hayesod." So if you're familiar with Hebrew and if you're a regular in the synagogue, you'll recognize many of those passages as being taken directly from the liturgy or from Tanakh and so on, and they inform every line of this massive poem. So as I mentioned, it goes through this beautiful cosmic overview of everything in creation, how God created it, and you walk away on Yom Kippur, here it is, you're not eating, and you're reading this massive poem, and you're feeling the greatness of God's existence. Okay, so here's a passage just to give you a sense of how deep his personal tshuva is, how, we've seen how others have referred to him, how he regrets his own misbehavior. He says, "Oh my God, I know that my sins are too great to tell, and my trespasses too many to remember. Yet as a drop from the sea will I make mention of some, and make confession of them." He will, by the way, go through a long series of acrostics of all different kinds of sins, which we see in the Ashkenazic liturgy as well. Al-Chet, prayers and things like that is the same idea. "Perhaps I shall silence the roar of their waves and their crashing, and thou wilt hear from heaven and forgive. I have trespassed against thy law. I have despised thy commandments. I have abhorred them in my heart, and with my mouth spoken slander. I have committed iniquity, and I have wrought evil. I have been presumptuous, I have done violence, I have plastered over falsehood, I have counseled evil. I have lied, I have scoffed, I have revolted, I have blasphemed. I have been rebellious and perverse and sinful. I have stiffened my neck, I have loathed thy rebukes and done wickedly. I have corrupted my ways, I have strayed from my paths. I have transgressed and turned away from thy commandments. But thou art just in all that has come upon me, for thou hast dealt truly, and I have dealt wickedly. O God, my countenance falleth, when I remember all wherein I have provoked thee. For all the good which thou hast bestowed on me, I have requited thee with evil. For thou hast created me not from necessity, but from grace, and not by compulsion of circumstance, but by favor and love. And before I was, with thy mercies didst thou precede me, and breathe into me a spirit, and call me into being. And after I came forth into the light of the world, thou didst not forsake me, but like a tender father didst thou watch over my growing up. And it goes on in this vein. I don't want to, make you do tshuva in the month of Cheshvan, because we have a few months still to do Averos, and then we can catch up on Yom Kippur. But you get the idea of I think, of the depth of his poetic sensibility and why he was so beloved as a poet. As we shall see at the end of this class, he is immensely quotable, so much so that he's one of those few Jewish poets who have sort of breached the barrier between being an internal Jewish celebrity and being a world celebrity, like people like Maimonides, who are able to inform the world, even in other languages, as being of great depth and wisdom. Okay, so let's talk about his philosophy a little bit, because in many ways that's really the core of what he was all about. His poetry is deeply informed by his metaphysics, and it's impossible to understand his poetry in any depth without grasping the larger sense of his philosophical view. So he was one of the great Neoplatonists. What is a Neoplatonist? Well, let's start with what is a Platonist, and then we'll work to the Neo part. Here is the classic painting, of course, the School of Athens by Raphael, 16th century. It's in the Sistine Chapel, which is a very beautiful building near some shuls in Rome. And this shows like all of these great thinkers from the Periclean age in Athens. Socrates is over here in green. He's, of course, the father of philosophy. I'm not an art historian, so I don't really know why Socrates is off to the side. I would have put him and he's looked in profile too. You'd think he would be more central. But definitely the most important figures are central to the image. You see here Plato and Aristotle, two figures who had an incredibly large influence on Jewish thought, coming from the other side of the barrier, as it were. Plato here shown on the right, the elder who was the student of Socrates, and his student Aristotle over here. And Plato and Aristotle differed in so many things. You can see that Plato in this picture here is pointing to the heavens, as it were, saying that what is true is above. And Aristotle, on the other hand, he's saying, no, it's on the earth. Empirical studies are what's important, and so on. Plato and his ideology was very, you can see it in Ibn Gabiro in a very profound way. Plato argued essentially that this world that we live in, the material world, is essentially a pale reflection of a perfect, a mathematically exact world that could not be contained within material forms. And in fact, he uses the term in Greek eidos, or in English forms or ideas, to refer to the mathematically perfect, not theoretical, but somehow metaphysical world of which this is a pale reflection. So for example, in Plato's thinking, there is the perfect chair. There is the ideal chair, which is exactly the mathematical form of what a chair should be. And all chairs that we have in this world are kind of like the attempt to approximate that ideal chair. That's kind of like, if you're familiar with the Republic, if you studied philosophy when you're in college, in the 6th chapter, they have the famous metaphor of the cave, where you have people who are strapped into chairs and they're forced to look at the back of a cave, and behind them there's a fire illuminating people who are holding puppets. And so the people who are strapped to the chairs looking at the back of the cave, they see the shadows of the puppets, and because that's all they've ever seen in their life, they think the shadows are real. But were they to be released from their fetters by the philosopher and turn around, they would see that the shadows are only cast there by the fire and the puppets, which are more real than the shadows. And if they were to come up onto, level ground, then of course they would see true reality, the sun and trees and things like that, and all of a sudden they would perceive what is actually real as opposed to what is simply ephemera. So that's kind of like the core idea of Platonism. Aristotle, who we won't discuss today, but we will have to get into in later classes because he had a huge influence on Maimonides in particular. Aristotle said, all of this whole otherworldly stuff, it's garbage. There is no world, where everything is perfect in forms. Plato, you just made all that stuff up. Hence the, Plato pointing up high and Aristotle saying, it's only if you can measure it is it real. And that a huge difference over the empirical status of reality. And most of Jewish thought followed Maimonides in a deeply Aristotelian vein, but Plato's thought also had huge influence through the Neoplatonists. Now, how does Neoplatonism fit with Ibn Gabiro and his successors? So one idea, there are three basic ideas that are common to many of these traditions. One is that essentially there is one true being, God, of course. There's one being that encompasses everything. And like Plato's idea of the forms, like the perfect chair, the perfect surfboard, the perfect, sunset, whatever it is. So there is one perfect being in which all things are contained. However, Neoplatonism also asserts that there are other existents, meaning there are other things that exist somehow within the context of that one, right? We say in the Hebrew tradition, "Ein od milvado," there is nothing other than God, and yet we're not exactly chopped liver. We are somehow existing as well. We don't understand what are the barriers between our individual existence and God's existence. So these existences are somehow, and this varies from thinker to thinker, they are like emanations of the Godhead itself, as it were, like rays that come out of the sun, or sparks that come out of the flames, the soul being godly in some nature, not God itself, but participating of God in some way. And so that's the second basic Neoplatonic idea. The third idea is that things are caused by this radiation from the one, and the things which are caused long to return to the source. So in other words, like you see in Jewish thought, that the soul lives in heaven, and then the soul is sent down into this world to accomplish some tasks, and then one day to return to God. That's a basic sort of overview of Neoplatonic thought, and you can see it in many Jewish, Christian, and Muslim thinkers of the Middle Ages. For Ibn Gabriel, what is perhaps the most distinctive feature and his contribution to scholastic thought, again, his thought primarily pervades in Christian ideas that did not really, deeply influence Jewish ideas, is something called hylomorphism. Hylos in Greek means wood or matter, chomer in Hebrew, and morphism is related to the idea of tsura or form, matter and form. For Ibn Gabiro, matter is kind of like the essential emanation of God, that all creation is created by God, like from 6 days of creation, but it is formless. Like we say in Bereshit a few weeks ago, tohu vavohu, it's void and without form. It's only through God's will that it takes on form. So in other words, just like wood, there's obviously a tree, but if you kill the tree by cutting it down, then it is a block of material that does not have any function. It is by the application of my will that I make it into a podium or into cheap looking flooring, or I make it into a sculpture, whatever. It's my will that takes the hilos and makes it into a morphos, makes it into a form. The conjunction of divine will imposed on matter is a classic idea of Ibn Gabiro. But it's all related to this idea of Neoplatonism. Now, it's ironic that Ibn Gabiro is often compared to Philo of Alexandria, a thinker from the ancient period. who also had an incredibly profound influence on Christian thought and is basically ignored by Jews. Philo, who we won't go into any much detail today, but just he's basically living in Alexandria, Egypt, in the Temple period, around the turn of the millennium, really, and he is essentially writing Greek commentary on the Bible, which is accessible to Christians who can read Greek, but occasionally he kind of goes off the derech, he goes off the reservation with some of his ideas, borrowing certain midrashim or changing their meaning in such a way that the rest of the rabbinic world is not comfortable with Philo. So Philo becomes a core commentator on the Bible for early Christians and is ignored by Jews. He's considered like the greatest of the great among these early commentators by Christians, and yet Jews have no time for him. Ibn Gabriel similarly heavily influences scholastics, but he's ignored by Jews. So it's kind of an ironic situation. Now, he also wrote, besides his metaphysics, which talks about, the large ideas of what is the universe made of, who is God, how do we relate to God, these kinds of very, esoteric ideas. He also spoke to a topic that's much more germane for Jewish thinking, and that's his ethics. Meaning, if metaphysics is all about beyond physics, the construction of the universe, ethics, also a preoccupation of the Greek philosophers, is how we humans interrelate. And that's really important for Jews who spend a ridiculous amount of time and energy and rabbinic thought on ethics. So this book actually did survive. Jews did continue to recopy it in Ibn Gabriel's name, and we have it to this day. It's called Nivchar HaPninim, which means the choice of pearls. And it's essentially a sequel to his Makor HaChaim, saying, okay, if this is how the universe is constructed, what are the implications for human behavior? If this is the way God designed the world with matter and form, what's the outcome? How does that change my life? And in this complicated book, he gets into a very detailed analysis of how the structure of the universe actually determines how we should perfect our own character. Now, I don't know how good your Arabic is, because he wrote this in Arabic, but I have an English translation. So we can go straight to this diagram here. And this gives you a sense of how it all really fits together for Ibn Gabriel. It's ironic that Jews did not read his metaphysics, they went straight to his ethics, because the metaphysics really makes it all fit into a larger pattern, but we kind of wanted to skip to the chase. How are we supposed to behave? So he basically talks about 10 different character traits, the midot, and how they relate to the 4 elements and the 4 humors. This is kind of like also Greek thought that was adopted by many Jewish thinkers of Galen, and trying to figure out how we can sort of like ideally position ourselves within the overall scope of the universe for ethical perfection. So if you look over here at the bottom level, you've got tranquility, penitence, meekness, pudency. I actually had to look up pudency. We only know this word. I only know this word because of the opposite, impudent. Impudent means like brazen, bold, or to use the Latin term, chutzpahdik. So, or mercy. These characteristics are alike in respect to cold. That all of these things, according to Ibn Gabriel, they kind of like are all about coolness, all about, not getting too upset, not getting too hot. On the other hand, if you look at the top, alike in respect to heat, you have to read it upside down. Pride, impudence, right, the opposite of pudency. Hate, wide awakeness, and cowardice. Interesting that cowardice he puts there with heat, but that's like the opposite set of characteristics dealing with the opposite type of temperature. Over here you have moistness. Now, if you're moist, you have valor, joy, love, liberality, and goodwill. And if you're dry, then you have wrath, jealousy, niggardliness. Also, these are great words. Grief and hard-heartedness. And the whole map which is central to this book, Nivchar Paninim, talks about how if you have a certain kind of personality that is leaning towards, let's say, dryness, which is, by the way, associated with earth in terms of the four elements, and with black gall in terms of the four humors, then you've got to definitely work on developing a little bit more moistness. And maybe you'll get some white gall or water in there, and that can sort of like pull you over to this side. But try to avoid getting too cold in it. Make sure you've got enough heat in there. And the idea is to somehow bring yourself to an ethical center. A very complicated metaphysical understanding of the entire physical universe, the matter, and how to align it with will or form in order to achieve a balanced personality. Get the sense of Ibn Gabriel's sophisticated, complicated thought. The metaphysics informs the ethics, and when you go back and read something poetic like Keter Malchut, then you see that, oh my gosh, he's taking all of these complicated, weird ideas and bringing them into a poetic expression. It deeply enriches the understanding of his poetry. He was really, in my humble opinion, a philosopher first and a poet second. It's ironic that we know him primarily as a poet. Okay, so if we think about his legacy, let's look at some of his great quotable passages. Again, because he's got a very sharp wit, and he's taking these ideas that he's expressing in poetry, and they translate really well. I've chosen 4 of them. The truth is, if you look up Ibn Gabriel on the web, you'll be assaulted with tens of quotations. For some reason, perhaps it's because he was so popular among Christians and he received early Latin translation that, there's more of this kind of like pop wisdom associated with Ibn Gabriel. He does not have anywhere near this pride of place among thinkers in the Jewish pantheon, but nevertheless we get a sense of his personality in these little pithy quotes. The test of good manners is to be patient with bad ones. Very nice. Again, ironic in the sense of what Moshe Ibn Ezra has to say about him, but a useful one. And Ibn Gabriel also took the photograph that goes behind these two. Okay, I made that up. Okay. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Right? I remember when I was studying in England, they told me there's something called an Oxford secret. You ever heard that expression, Oxford? Apparently, an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. Right? It's not a secret at all. But if you want to keep something concealed, don't disclose to your friend. Okay, here's another one. A wise man's question contains half the answer. From the question itself, you can understand half of what's going on. And then finally, man is wise only while in search of wisdom. When he imagines he has attained it, he is a fool. Beautiful, yeah, it has kind of that quality to it. I agree. Okay, so it turns out that even with my jokes, I've spoken a little bit faster than I anticipated tonight. We've come to the conclusion of the lecture. Ibn Gabriel is one of these fascinating characters. He died very young. He was like a comet that streaked across the sky. His poetry, which he began to write at a very young age, had a phenomenal influence on the liturgy, particularly even today among Sephardim. His philosophy, ironically, is basically lost to Jewish thought for about 900 years, but was picked up by the Christian scholastics, most notably St. Thomas Aquinas, and it is there that he achieved a fame that far eclipsed his stature among Jews. Nevertheless, the value of his extremely powerful poetic expression, the depths of his remorse and his tshuva, as expressed in Keter Malchut and other poems, continues to influence the liturgy today, and I think he's definitely a very fitting individual to include in our pantheon. Next week, we have a figure who looms very large in the Musar universe. We're going to look at Bachya ibn Pakuda, who was also a contemporary of Ibn Gabriel. They lived roughly the same time, and they lived in the same city in Saragossa, and they borrowed a lot of ideas from each other, as we shall see. But Bachya is known most prominently for a very famous work called Chovos HaLevados, The Obligations of the Heart, a tremendous classic of Jewish thought that I'm looking forward to learning with you next week. Thank you once again for your attention and your endurance, and we'll wrap it up for the night. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I had a lot of fun with it. The internet version is a little bit shorter because I told too many jokes that I regretted and I decided to cut them out. So you have to come here and visit live. And I want to say a special shout out to that couple that came all the way from Tekoa, Israel to hear the lecture live. It was great to have you in the audience. Anyways, I want to close with a couple of calls to action. First of all, if you have been reading my book, I'm really grateful to all the people who have written nice things to me privately, and I'm especially surprised that so many have actually read it in one sitting. That makes me a little nervous. Maybe I should write bigger books. It's not quite large enough if you can read it in one sitting, but I'm glad that you're finding it meaningful. Here's the thing. If you're sending me personal words of congratulations, things like that, and feedback, corrections, that's fantastic. But maybe you would consider writing a little review, like on the Amazon site, they give you an opportunity to put reviews there, or testimonials will help get this book into the hands of people who will appreciate it. And I certainly would be, really very happy to see other people reading the book and learning from the Torah of the Possession Rabbi. The second thing that's kind of cool, I just got an email today, and there's a shout out if you're watching it right now, from a Spanish language publisher who wants to translate some of my stuff into Spanish, which I think would be especially great for Sephardic Jews. I'm not going to divulge the name and things like that yet until we actually agree on things, but I am very excited. I think that will be absolutely fantastic. And well, that's about it. Okay, next week we have a fantastic lecture on Rabbeinu Bachia on Chobos Levavos. Oh my gosh, what an amazing book, amazing sefer, and I look forward to learning with you then. Okay, have an excellent week. Thank you very much for coming. We have an amazing topic tonight, something that, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes. And I'm just so amazed with the range of depth and breadth and fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachia, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly, who is the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, the Chobos Levavos, the duties of the heart. Very important work that, I hope I can say everything I need to say within the next 60 minutes or so, maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week, it was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I viewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the Ibn Gabiro lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not getting them. It's only for you guys, but let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right, although I have to say it is probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. It has a tremendous depth to it. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. Chelm in Ashkenazi cultural mythology is a town that is filled with fools. And there are all kinds of jokes and stories about Chelm Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke. This is a bonus joke, not the one I was planning to tell, about the Chelm family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast ready. He drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. And he calls everyone over. His wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. And they don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, I dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter side up. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know, should they move it? Should they touch it? They decide to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, And the
Otherwise,
rabbi says, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yes, we all saw it. We brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses, not related to each other, the whole thing." And he says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that. He's looking everywhere for an answer, and everyone's waiting. And meanwhile, the entire shtetl is kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they don't know what does it mean. Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study, and he's drenched in sweat. He's obviously been exerting himself intellectually to find out the answer, and he says, "I have the answer." And they say, "What is it, Rabbi?" He says, "You buttered the wrong side."
Please ensure this rule is publicized. And
There's
we will
a
not have an
Jewish
issue,
humor in there. Okay.
period.
Maybe
Otherwise,
I'll save the other joke till later if I find the next one. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. It's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare just to, before beginning today, our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for Refuah Shalema, which is the Hebrew term for a complete healing for Mordechai ben Batya. You should have Refuah Shalema, you should have a complete healing, and we should know no more tsar. Now, there's a very quick kind of piece of information for the internet audience. I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a riverboat tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the side. And really, it looks fantastic. It looks so cool. Watch the internet version. You'll see some of the pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also, very important, good and welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but I got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, but because my wife will kill me if I don't show up. No, but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance, so if you're on the mailing list, you'll get a post, God willing. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I get, I shouldn't do this first thing in the morning, but sometimes when after I finish davening and things like that, I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of, immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes and I have to forget about it. So this one bothered me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the name. It says, since most Jews in the United States, rather Ginos, I had to look that up. It stands for Jews in name only. And it's based on part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from the Khazars, who we've talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews. We are descended from the Khazars. Are leftists. They hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not met our $100,000 goal for scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete him later. But in the meantime, support our students. All of you on the internet. Doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care. We want to keep learning, and we will help our students get through their undergraduate degree. Okay, enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the actual material. So, who was Rabbeinu Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbeinu Bachya. In fact, these are the 2 volumes. This is kind of like the classic printing of Rabbeinu Bachya in the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. there's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless, we know very little about his life. When he was born, when he died, we have a hint, one word, as to what he did for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page, Toras Chovas Halavavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. Right? The word Torah comes from hora'ah, to instruct. So the teaching of the obligations of the heart. In Hebrew, it's in plural, but in English, it's like hair is plural and singular in English. So the obligation of the heart, and what the whole book is about, refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvah. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way about what do you do with your heart? How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we'll be engaged in for most of today's hour. But at any rate, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it, it's written here, Chibru B'Lashon Aravit, Harav HaGadol HaChassid, written in Arabic by the great and pious rabbi. The Arabic original is extant, and we have new translations made directly from the Arabic, although overwhelmingly we have relied on the 12th century Hebrew translation that we'll look at in the next slide. So we know he's a great and pious rabbi. What else do we know? He's our teacher, Rabbeinu. This term, Rabbeinu, is actually a fairly high-level honorific. Very few people in Jewish history received the term Rabbeinu, especially until the modern era. The Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted it such that just about every Hasidic leader becomes a Rabbeinu. But before the 19th century in particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for really unique individuals. Like, for example, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moses, our teacher. Not too many people at that level. So we know he is an important person. Rabbeinu Bechaye. Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew is spelled Beit Chet Yud Yud. The nekudot, the vowels, of course, are arbitrary, and no one's exactly sure how to pronounce his name. The customary pronunciation is Bachia, but it's not a regular Hebrew spelling at all. Bachia would be something like Beit Chet Yud Hey, maybe. But people say Bachia. Some people also say Bechaye, which is also not exactly right. This would be a shva, so it would be like Bechaye, which is kind of weird. No one's exactly sure how to say his name, but we have certain conventions. And we know his surname, son of Yosef. The family name is apparently Pikuda, or Pikuda. And he is finally, we know he was Adayan HaSefaradi, the Sephardic judge, or judge from Spain. Now, how do we know that these encomiums on the title page are true? It's because they're taken from the 12th century translation of Ibn Tibon, which is the closest to Rabbeinu Bachia that we have. Okay, here's the bottom part of it. It says, translated into the Holy Tongue by Rabbi Yehuda Ibn Tibon. And there's some fascinating things, Ibn Tibon. It's a fascinating thing. Ibn Tibon was the progenitor of a multi-generation family of translators in Provence, in particular in France, who were rendering Sephardic Arabic classics into Hebrew. Again, this is a period when in the 12th century, when the Almohads come in and the Al-Andalus period of the golden era begins to wane with the Orthodox Muslim persecution of the kind of cosmopolitan environment. And so Arabic readers are fleeing from Spain, including Maimonides, we saw before, Yehuda Halevi leaves, and others. The Alfasi, ironically, moves to Spain at this point. But this is a period when Sephardic Jewish culture in Spain is in decline, and it's now being transmitted to a new generation in Christian Europe. So Ibn Tibbon and his children and his grandchildren were all well versed in Arabic, and they rendered almost all of these great classics: the Mor Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, the Kuzari that we spoke about a few weeks ago. It all came from Ibn Tibbon's translation house. This, amazingly, is the very first work of Sephardic Arabic literature that Ibn Tibbon chose to render into Hebrew. It's my contention, I haven't read it anywhere else, but I think it's true. It's my contention that he chose this over Maimonides. Well, actually, Maimonides would be difficult because I don't think he wrote the guide at that point, but he chose him over Yehuda Halevi, he chose him over so many other authors because Chovot HaLevavot was so unique and original. It was a path-breaking work, and that's why Ibn Tibbon chose to start what ended up being a massive translation project with this particular work. And then, just to make it a little more complicated, it has a modern translation by Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman. So I didn't actually bother taking a typical sample page, but if you can sort of see when I hold up mine, there's on the top there's a few paragraphs in one Hebrew font. Can you zoom in on this there, David, just for fun? Let's see how close you can get.
There's nothing.
How does it look?
Truthfully promoting my YouTube
can you read it okay?
In my profile.
What if I do like this?
I don't even mention the full word.
Okay, so the on the top there's the Hebrew translation of Ibn Tibbon, but because Ibn Tibbon, as he mentions in his introduction, he wants very much to try and preserve the language of Rabbeinu Bachia as precisely as possible. He renders Arabic terms in Hebrew characters with little comment, and so you have all these obscure philosophic terms that make sense to Arabic readers but don't make sense to Hebrew readers. It's very difficult. So there's been a tradition of retranslating Ibn Tibbon, often by people who don't read Arabic but read Hebrew well, and they render it into an easier Hebrew, which I tended to read much more. It takes a little longer because it takes more words to explain the concepts, but the more modern Hebrew, in this case is a 20th century translation, is just a little bit easier to access. There is also a very fine English translation as well. It's been published by Feldheim. Another edition that I consulted online, an English edition. But that's the problem with working with a translation, is that translations themselves are already a step back from the original. But that's how we access Chovot HaLevavot.
They're discriminating
and that's
against
where
me,
I should go on
and
to
they
the
need
next
to mind
slide
their own business.
at this
Period.
point. So where did he come from? Zaragoza, also spelled with S's, but this is apparently the official spelling. You can see it's in northern Spain, close to the Pyrenees Mountains. We really don't know anything about him, and in fact, there's huge question marks about exactly when he lived. We know certainly he had to have lived before Ibn Tibbon, because Ibn Tibbon published the translation in 1160. We also notice that there's some strong similarities in a couple passages between the work of Ibn Gabirol that we spoke about last week. So that means that one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Some of it is kind of bizarre. Like, remember that square we looked at with the 5 different, or the 4 different character traits and the 4 different elements and things like that. So that appears also in Rabbeinu Bachia. The scholar Diane Lobel, who we'll speak about in a second, she estimates that based on a Geniza fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Rabbeinu Bachia as the previous generation, more or less we can ballpark the authorship of this book around 1080. So that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence. Okay, so at this point, we have to pause and have a little bit more of a philosophical discussion about what is this book, why is it so distinct and special. This is an amazing 19th century painting by Karl Schleicher. The title is Eine Streitsfrage aus dem Talmud, and it translates as a controversy question out of the Talmud, or meaning a machlokas from the Talmud. I just like the word Streitsfrage. You know, it sounds like a controversy, like ich habe eine Streitsfrage für dich. You know, I got a problem with you, buddy. My wife says, by the way, that when I speak German, I sound like I'm angry, and she wants me to tone it down somehow. German is one of our secret languages that we speak when we don't want our kids to figure out what we're saying. And they figure it all out. They know everything. Anyways, okay, so this is a picture my grandmother, Alaa Shalom, used to own, and I always liked it when I was a kid because it shows, rabbis engaged in a Talmudic discussion. Now, besides that very short art history moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say, what exactly is philosophy? If we look at the Greek tradition of philosophy, and as White had put it, all philosophy is footnotes to Plato. Philosophy is basically an attempt to understand the universe starting from zero. No assumptions. You build logic. From logic, you take premises, develop syllogisms. You have proposals, hypotheses, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, all kinds of different models to try and create an understanding of the fabric of reality. You can break it up into different schools or different disciplines, epistemology, metaphysics, things like that. But ultimately, philosophy begins with the search for wisdom, and that is in fact what the word philosophy means. Sophia in Greek means wisdom. Philo means I love. I love wisdom, philosophy. And what characterizes Western philosophy, drawing from Plato, is the Socratic idea that we know nothing. And in order to know anything, we must start from zero. This is perhaps why undergraduates love it so much, because it's like being in the sandbox and you have nothing created and you have to build it up from nothing. On the other hand, is it fair to say that this is a Jewish activity? With some rare exceptions until the modern era, I would say no. We use the term Jewish philosophy, but Jewish philosophy does not start from zero. Jewish thought, we can use that word probably more appropriately, that term, Jewish thought starts from some, what the Germans would call Grundlage, like foundation points. There are places where you got to start. You got to start with, for example, Torah Sinai, Revelation. You start with, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There are certain premises which are like axioms that are non-negotiable, and we build from there. What does God want us to do with this universe? What is the practical outcome of our understanding of this universe? That goes into Jewish thought, and we're very good at that. That's why we have such a profoundly deep legal tradition, because we explore the material and real implications of the foundational principles with which we were given. I'll tell you a true story. I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near a local yeshiva. And every year in Law 1, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are studying, they're in law school, and they're sitting usually at the back in their white shirts and, dark pants and things like that. And the professor, who's a fairly well-known professor, he does the survey class. At the end of the class, says, and before everyone is dismissed, I would like all of the young men from the rabbinical seminary to please come down and speak with me privately. So after all the other students file out, and the 20 or so guys from the yeshiva come down, apparently the professor says to them, he says, listen, you leave me alone, and I'll, right? So we have a very extensive legal tradition, but it's not per se philosophy the way the Greeks understand it. We have starting us. Now, when you get to the modern era, which we're not going to get to today, you will find philosophers who like to start all over, who like to say, I'm going to tear down everything that existed before and try to build it up in a way that's somehow Jewish. But that's not our agenda for today. We're looking at what we might call philosophy in the medieval environment. And that's why I think that Chovos Halevavos is so unusual in our tradition, because it is really the first work that synthesizes the disparate material of internal spiritual ethical life in a single study. Let me explain what I mean. As I mentioned earlier, we have a deeply sophisticated legal tradition, which begins from verses in the Torah. It goes through amplifications in the rest of the Bible, and especially in the Mishnah, and then the Talmud discusses it. The rabbis discuss it in responsa, which form legal precedents. Later, this goes into the codes and so on, which are, by the way, just about now being prepared. In the 11th century, 12th century, you begin to say the early codes, like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah and so on. And that's kind of like a Jewish way of thinking about, you know, what's the tachlis? What's the bottom line? How am I supposed to behave given these conditions? But the idea of just, that's not the sole material in the religious tradition, of course. There are scattered here and there these gems of spiritual insight that may be collected in a few places, a little bit like Pirkei Avot. Every now and then you'll see a glimmer of like kind of the internal spiritual life, but it seems to be overwhelmed. Just like there are stars in the sky, but they are overwhelmed by the blackness of the expanse between those stars. What Chovos Halevavos did was it said, wait a second, you know, we should think systematically about our internal lives with the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic lives. And that's what Chovos Halevavos is all about. It says, I'm not going to talk about, you know, how you shake the lulav or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should orient yourself to God, how you should focus your mind, how you should, you know, be disciplined with your relationship to the universe as a whole. It's a deeply mystical and fascinating work, and it is completely path-breaking. It is totally new, and it starts a whole genre, which, depending on who you ask, would probably be best called Musar literature. The whole idea of personal development starts with Chovos Halevavos, not earlier. My wife and my daughter had a little text argument. By the way, for those of you who use texting, I have to say it is the best way to have domestic disputes. You know, having an argument over a text is great because nobody interrupts you. You know, you have enough time to express yourself properly. You know, you can see the other person typing. I love it, you know. So, not that, you know, I'm speaking theoretically, of course, because my wife and I only disagree about once every decade or so. But anyways, my daughter, who is a very dedicated Chabadnik here in Crown Heights, she shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp, and actually it was a family WhatsApp, and my wife wrote back and said, oh, that's a nice piece of Musar. And my daughter wrote back and said, no, it's a nice piece of Hasidus, right? But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Chovos Halevavos. It all starts with Rabbeinu Bachya, who first said, let's just think together about how we live spiritually as opposed to halakhically. We have to see a little bit about what's in there. Now, our task is to approach this from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you an introduction to the content of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older printing, obviously, Chovos Halevavos, with the gate metaphor, which is quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish bibliography. many chapters, including those of Cholos are named after dates. So one of the real, now obviously, I don't know what I want to say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well, specifically the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And the stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples. And we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham ben Rambam, wrote works that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because, you know, we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict, and in Israel, and we look at the, God forbid we don't want to look at them, but occasionally you see these things about ISIS and beheadings, and just say, what do we have any common vocabulary with these people? Well, in Al-Andalus we shared, and we grew from it. So I'll give you one example here. Yes, it's in the Forbidden Gate, right? So the Forbidden Gate, let's start and I'll show you the example. Let's just jump to the example and I'll come back to the Forbidden Gate. So here we go. Here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Lobel that I showed you earlier, she wrote a great book on Rabbeinu Bachya recently. So this is a 9th century, 100 years before Rabbeinu Bachya and the story is cited in 11th century hagiographies of Yahya ibn Muad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, "Tell me about God." Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry. And by the way, this word here, abotu, that's actually a technical Muslim term. And I just made that up. That's because it's a typo. Sorry. Tell me about God. See, when you have tenure, you can get away with things like these. Tell me about God. What is he? So Yahya responded, he said, God is one. Right? That's definitely something that Jews can resonate with. What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? Like, in what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? And he gives a strange answer, on the lookout. And then you have this funny coda. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. Yahya said, that is the description of the created. As for the description of the creator, it is what I told you. Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Ornstein, which expands on this, but beyond our topic today. Now let's read from Rabbeinu Bachya, and I'll read in Hebrew and translate. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here, where one of the wise is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 years ago, there's scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed from the Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, it probably is the Sufis. Anyways, the question that is asked about the creator, Mahu, what is he? Va'amar, the answer is Eloka Echad, one God. God is one. Amar lo Shoel, so the questioner asked, Ve'echu, how is he? Again, that strange language, Echu, how is he? What does it mean? In what manner is he? Amar lo Melech Gadol, a great king. Pretty straight translation. Amar lo Va'anahu. He said to him, where is he? Amar lo, here's the Hebrew term, B'tzipia. B'tzipia. So tzipia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sofa, right? Har Hatzofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. Yeah, but it's not the right answer. The question deserves a where answer, right? You know, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? At home. You know, that's what you say. You don't say, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. It's non sequitur. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Lobo explains, you can't ask where God is. By asking that question, you misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't say in a particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out. Looking out for what? Looking out for us. Looking out, waiting for us. On the lookout for us. And as soon as we start to look out for God, then the teaching goes, we are where God is. We join God, not in a place, but in activity. We meet God when we look for God. It's a beautiful idea. And you don't have to take my word for it. Rabbeinu Bachya likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amar lo Ashol. So the questioner says, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amar lo. So the wise one said, Shiltani b'milot ha'ela shmurot alamidot harui lo gavra. Lo nivra, sorry. Lo al boire. So you asked me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place. That is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see here, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that Rabbeinu Bachya would bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allowed for the communication of Muslims and Jews who were spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the Forbidden Gate in itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate, it's one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world, is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation of the Ibn Tibbon. There's no translation of the first chapter. The first chapter is left in the original 12th century version. And moreover, there's about a 30-page introduction, which is essentially a long series of warnings. Don't read this chapter. Don't read this chapter. This is what this rabbi said. Don't read this chapter. This is what this other rabbi said. Don't read this chapter. So what's so forbidden about it? And of course, especially with someone like my wife, if you say a chapter is forbidden, well, she's of course going to read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once bought, sorry for sharing this with you, but I'm in a good mood, I guess. We once bought a book on marital happiness. And thank God, my wife and I have been married almost 30 years now. We bought a book on marital happiness, and it was divided into two halves. The first half was a book for husbands, written by a husband, David Abramov. And the second half was a book for wives, written by his wife, Mrs. Abramov. It's Tehila Abramov, I think his name. And so we agreed that I would read the first section, and I read it diligently. We were just married a few years at the time, and I made little notes and stuff like that to myself. And then I gave her the book, and she read, and I figured she would read the women's section, and we talked about it. Instead, she read the men's section. She especially read all of the notes, and before reading her section, she had to, query me about, why did you write that? Why did you write this? Lost my train of thought. Okay, so why is it forbidden? The main reason it's forbidden is because, think about it, if the whole book is the duty of your heart of trying to understand your relationship to God, and we are working in a Platonic philosophical vein of starting from zero, what is the very first question you would want to ask? Who is God? What is God? That's the first thing I want to have a relationship with God. Well, who is God? So the first chapter is all about who is God. And that's a very hard question to answer, even with the occasional Sufi thought. In fact, it descends into what scholars tend to call negative theology, because the only way you can effectively define God in a philosophical way is by nots. God is not limited. God is not born. God is not. If God is infinite, what else can you say about him? There is no positive attribute that you can add to God that does not intrinsically limit him from being other things. So the first chapter, which I have to say I read, I'm over 40 years old, I figured I could get away with it. I didn't understand it, but the first chapter is basically all about who is God. Now, the warnings are well placed. Rabbeinu Bachya asks a lot of philosophical questions that in many yeshivas are simply taboo. You can't ask these questions. Maybe not like in an Esha Torah kind of place, but if you are raised from childhood with a simple faith, emunah pshuta, in belief in a creator, then even opening up these kinds of questions can be very painful and difficult. Like you say, wow, I never thought of that. And then all of a sudden you got 5 years of going off the derech, trying to figure out, you got to get back to Yiddishkeit. So it's a very difficult thing, and that's why most yeshivas actually leave this section alone. Similarly, the opening sections of Maimonides' Yad Chazakah, the Mishnah Torah, the section on Yesodei HaTorah, the whole book, Guide for the Perplexed, all kinds of difficult philosophical books like these are kind of like adored and revered, but not studied, at least not formally. You got to study it privately with the rabbi who really knows and so on. That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about. Now, I want to say one other cool thing about Sufism here that I really find fascinating. So how is it possible that such a frum Sephardi Dayan, a Sephardi judge, could borrow from the Muslims and incorporate it into Yiddishkeit? And as I began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature of Andalusian Jewry that was so special. If you think it's so unusual, however, I would like to say that maybe not. Maybe this is actually something about Jewish culture that we still enjoy today. We'll have more to say about this, God willing, about how it transitions to Christian Europe, but I would like to draw to your attention a popular song that you may have heard. In fact, if you walked outdoors anytime over the last 6 or 8 months, you probably heard Despacito. Very popular Latin song. The word Despacito, I will not sing it. It means, it's a very catchy tune. It's almost all in Spanish. And Despacito means slowly. And if you're not thinking about the Spanish and not listening to the words, then it sounds like a catchy sort of pop tune. But if you happen to watch the video, which I do not recommend, kids stay far away from this one, it's a Latin love song. It's totally inappropriate. It doesn't get anywhere close to appropriate. Despacito. Nevertheless, check out this video. David, we can leave it running, but I'm going to actually cut this out of the internet version. I'll put the link in because of copyright versions. If I put a video in a video, I get in trouble. So here is a Jewish take on Despacito, and let's pause to discuss it afterwards. Wow. You know, Mi ka'amcha Yisrael goy echad ba'aretz. You know, these Jews are so amazing. We take this schmutzig song. It's totally not okay. And we like the word Despacito. We like the tune. And then we just totally transvalue it. We eat the fruit and we throw away the peel. And just think for a second. 100 years from now, you may have, you know, in the back of some library in the digital archive, someone might come across this Latin pop song that they sang in 2016. But then you go to a Jewish day school and the kids will be singing the Hebrew version of it with these lyrics, and it'll be alive and fresh and moist. It'll have like real chiyus to it. This is what Jewish culture is all about, that because we live as a minority, because we live in a multilingual, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like grab things that have value, transvalue them into a Jewish system, and ultimately, once it's digested, it becomes Jewish. like egg rolls. I haven't had supper yet. So that's what I'd like to think is happening with Rabbeinu Bachya using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound. And he says, you know what, I can take that. And he brings it into his work, and now it's become a Jewish classic. I don't know Muslim history well enough to wonder how many Muslims are actually studying those Sufi teachings. But if you go, for example, to the shul just down the street here, 2 blocks over, I happen to notice they have 30 copies of Chovas Levavos on the shelf. So Rabbeinu Bachya's work, it's still being alive and studied just 3 blocks away, across the street in the Baal Shem Tov library, everywhere. That is something about being the eternal people that is incomparable. Okay, let's go on. Oy Vesmer, so much to say here. But that was fun, wasn't it? Yes, I think so. Right. Okay, so the foundation of it. So these are the gates that he describes in his work. There are 10 of these gates. Each one of them builds on the other. The idea is he describes kind of like a passage through each of these gates as you slowly climb to a higher madrega, higher level of self-awareness and of ethical perfection and of spiritual purity and oneness with God's purpose here. The first gate we've talked about, the forbidden gate, it's actually called the gate of unity, which is Shar HaYichud, which is referring to the unity of God. Then next gate he gets to is called the gate of discernment. And this is also a fascinating Andalusian kind of thing. It's very much about science. He says, if you want to know God, what did God give us to know about God? God gave us this amazing universe that we live in. And he says, so you got to study the universe. You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolabe. It was like the big invention of the day. It's like the iPhone of the day. He says, you have to know iPhones. They're great. What you can do with them. And he goes through the natural world, and you have to appreciate biology, and you have to appreciate all these various sciences, because that's how we come to know God, through our experience of the material universe. This is one of my favorite passages. He goes through, for example, human development. He talks about how amazing it is that children develop inside their mother's wombs, and they don't need to breathe, and they don't need to eat, and things like that. And he goes through how children grow. Let me just translate this one part. I actually pulled my wife aside to read this to her. Who, the child, who over mitkufat hayaldut atkulut hanaros, and then the child moves from the stage of childishness to being an adolescent. The horav enam mo'asimbo, and his parents are not disgusted with him. The enam misragzim amashitzrachav rabim, and they don't get angry with him because he needs so much. And they don't get angry that he doesn't recognize how much they've sacrificed for him. You have a feeling that he probably wrote this when he was the parent of teenagers. And the fact that they give him everything he needs, and the fact that they protect him from all harm. The fact is, the parents even worry about him more now that he's an adolescent. Until he becomes adult. Until he becomes an adult and he learns to speak and comport himself properly like a human being. Right? So I'm sorry, I found that more funny than you did, I think. But the idea is that's one of the evolutionary stages. It's so amazing. God created this universe that parents don't throw out their teenagers. Some people are nodding. Anyways, so that's in the gate of discernment. It's all about discerning the case of see what the universe has to offer and understand God's presence in it. Very powerful. The third gate, wow, this is called the gate. It's because someone's typing this and getting distracted by something. The gate of divine service, Avodas Elokim, which is all about, okay, so now you understand a little bit about what God is. You see God in the universe. Well, get to work. It's all about now applying yourself and not just showing up in shul for minyan, but how to daven properly, how to put your soul into what you're doing. Wow. The fourth gate is perhaps the most studied of anything in the book. I went through it today. It was transformational, as always. the gate of trust, of bitachon, how to trust God. Very, very hard. If we had more time, there's one section I wanted to read to you. 7 ways in which a person learns to trust God, one after another. Like you have to trust in this way, and then you have to learn to trust in this way. And reading a chapter like that just gives you such a sense of wellness and such a sense of calm, and the sense that, you know, the universe is my friend because God protects me. It's a phenomenal classic work of Jewish thought. Gate of unity of purpose, subjugation, repentance, self-analysis, gate of separation, which is referring to the idea of like, you don't have to have everything. You can like live a life that's a little bit more modest. And finally, the ultimate, the gate of the love of God, which is also where Maimonides ends his famous book on repentance, where it's all about learning to love God, which is much more than we can say in this brief time that we have here. The last part of the book is the only thing that we have in Rabbeinu Bach's own words, because he wrote them in Hebrew. And this is a passage which is called the Rebuke, the Tochacha, very beautiful poetic passage of a few pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul in the first person. Speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to like focus and be disciplined and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the bakasha, in which it's after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God. He has a discussion in the 10th chapter in which he says, you know, he exhorts people to read the Tochacha and the Bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity after having said a few cycles of Psalms and things like that, in order to develop spiritually to the next level. I personally, I've gone through Chovos Levels before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know anybody who actually follows this regimen. I'm going to ask around some of my rabbi friends and see if they can enlighten me as to who actually keeps this practice, because it's a very beautiful one that I think will be wonderful to revive. It's printed in the rabbi's own words in Hebrew at the end of the book. So, moving to his legacy, here's the Feldheim edition. I hope this inspires some of you to perhaps pick up Chovos Levavos if you've not read it yet, and make your way through it. Skip over the first chapter, you know, you don't need to go straight to the second chapter. But it is a work of phenomenal creativity, and it's quite unique in that it starts off this whole new genre in Jewish literature, focusing on self-analysis, self-development, spiritual growth that will really flourish in so many different ways. There are really 4 different schools of Musar that develop from the Chovos Levavos. Each is very different and catering to a different kind of personality. You have halachic Musar, which you see much more with Maimonides, for example, Kabbalistic Musar with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. You know, we can go on and on. But the idea is it all really comes back to Chovos Levavos. I feel extremely grateful for having the opportunity to discuss this tremendous book and this great figure with you. And I look forward to learning with you in 2 weeks. We're not meeting next week, as I remind you. And I hope you all have a fantastic week. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Henry Abramson speaking. I am so delighted to be the historian leading the Douro River Cruise in 2018 as we will make our way along the Douro River from the shoreline in Portugal into Spain with kosher riverboat cruises. This promises to be an absolutely fantastic experience, both from a cultural level as well as an educational level, and of course, in terms of creature comforts, the boat that we'll be traveling on, I don't even think we can use it as a boat. It has to be like a ship or
or maybe a vessel or something like that. This is an absolutely amazing experience. Wow, I'm so thrilled with the idea of spending some time with the kind of bright, motivated, intelligent students that I'm used to here in Brooklyn and on the internet, as we explore the unique features that allowed Sephardic Jewry to develop in such an unusual way. We'll be looking at the entire gamut of Sephardic Jewish history, all the way from the ancient settlements from the Roman period and before into the Visigothic era, and then looking at the golden age, of course, of Jews in Muslim Spain and Al-Andalus, and into the much more difficult period of the Inquisition, the expulsions, and so on. And I'm hoping we'll also spend a fair bit of time looking at the phenomenon of the crypto-Jews, those Jews who chose to disguise their identity in order to maintain their existence in a very tenuous environment, and look at how they made a major impact, not only on the populations of the Iberian Peninsula, but also into Europe, the Middle East, and North America as well. And this is going to be an absolutely fantastic experience. I'm looking forward to participating with you. I hope you'll visit the website to learn more. There's so much information there about the specific locations of the local dock and the vessel or dock. And we're working on the educational program right now. We're going to try and make sure that we can take advantage of all of the architectural and archaeological and cultural spots that we'll be able to visit along the Douro River. Wow, this is going to be amazing. I'm so glad my wife, God willing, will be coming with us as well, and she will have a lot to offer, I'm sure. So I hope to see you on this trip. I'm really looking forward to it, and thank you very much for listening. Please enjoy this very beautiful video.
He receives a download into his brain of binary code. And he takes that binary code and it's like in his mind, and he's reading these numbers. He gets up one night at a hotel, and he takes a pen and pencil or pen, and he starts writing ones and zeros.
We have a great topic tonight. We're going to talk about Abraham Zacuto, also known as Zakut or Zechut, a fascinating individual, an early astronomer, and in many ways the last great Iberian Jewish scientist. And so much of our talk is going to talk about science in this period, the very unique role that Jews played in transmitting science to the Christian world in particular, and we'll have some reflections on what the decline of Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula really means. Today is the first of 3 lectures that's going to look at the expulsion. We're just going to touch on it briefly today as sort of in passing for Zacuto's life. Next week and the week after, we're really going to focus on the details of the expulsion. And I have to say, the more I study it, the more it amazes me at its cruelty and the inexorable quality of the unfolding of the expulsion that really seemed to the Jews of the time to be a split in time, something that divided the pre-expulsion and the post-expulsion time, much like we view the Holocaust today. But I'm going to set that aside. Most of our discussion on that topic will be next week. Let me start with the joke, and I will tell you that I have tried to tell this joke 4 times in public now. I have yet to succeed. I happen to think it's a hilarious joke, but I just can't quite get the timing right for other people. So you will be my 5th guinea pigs. Here's how it goes. It's situated in the town of Chelm. I started telling you the joke this last week, and then we got off topic. I told you a different joke. This is a joke I meant to tell you 2 weeks ago. It's situated in the town of Chelm. You'll recall that's like in Eastern Europe. It's sort of like the fictitious place of foolish Jews. And you'll remember the joke about the bread, and he drops the bread. That's how it goes. So this joke is about a horse thief. So there's this horse thief in Chelm. And he's one night he's going to this Jewish man's barn, and he finds a horse there, kind of an old, worn-out horse, but he's not going to complain. And so he takes the horse and he's leading it outside of the barn. And as the horse is going out, the horse kicks and he knocks over some rakes and things like that, makes a big ruckus. And so the Jew living in the next door house, he opens up his door. He says, "What's going on? What's going on in there?" The thief manages to rush into the woods with the horse, but the Jew doesn't give up. He starts looking around. Going out to the glade of trees there, and he says, "What's going on? Who's out there?" And so finally, the thief ties the horse to a tree, and he says, "It's me." And the farmer says, "Who's me? Who's me?" And so the horse thief comes out, and the farmer says to him, "Chaim? My horse, Chaim? What happened to you?" He says, Yes, I'm Chaim, your horse. I am Chaim, your horse. And he, on the spot, he thinks very quickly, and he says, it's a terrible thing, but in my previous life, I was not very honest, and I stole from people, and so as a punishment, I was reincarnated as a horse, and I was sent to work for honest Jews like you, and to pay off my debt. And as of today, my debt has been completely, made equal, and now I've been transformed into a human being again. And the farmer, credulous Chelmite that he is so amazed with this story. He says, "This is fantastic. I have to bring you inside. Meet the Rebbitzin. Come on in." He sits them down at the table. They feed him and they clothe him. They ask him what it was like being a horse. He makes up a whole story, things like this. And at the end of the night, he says, "Listen, so you'll sleep over?" And he says, "No, I really do have to go. I can't stay. I have many places I need to go and many amends that I need to make." So they say goodbye to him. He goes out into the forest, and he unties the horse from a tree and takes him off. A couple days later, the farmer decides that he's got to buy a new horse. So he goes into town to replace the horse. Goes into the horse market, and he's looking at one horse, another horse, and all of a sudden he sees one horse that looks suspiciously familiar. Goes up to him, he sees it's the same coloration, about the same posture, same height, checks its teeth, even checks the ear where there's a little nick from an earlier injury, and he looks the horse in the eye and he says, "Chaim, it's only been a few days. What did you do wrong this time?" Okay. Not that funny, right? But okay, I tried. I'll keep practicing until I get that joke right. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate your very polite audience. Okay, thank you to Mr. Sklar for our lecture for tonight. He's a live participant in the lectures, and it's great to have him here. He votes to continue these lectures, and I think we agree. One small bit of good and welfare. I'm kind of proud. This is my YouTube page, and this is a screenshot I took this morning. We just hit 10,000 subscribers, which is a really kind of a nice number. I'm hoping YouTube will send me a little letter or put a little star on my name or something, but I don't know. There's actually 10,000 is my statistics indicate that about 75% of the people who watch these lectures have not subscribed. They just lurk on the outside, and that's great. So this number is actually quite a bit bigger, which is very exciting. And of course, the videos are also watched on Facebook and Twitter and places like that too. Okay, another really important thing. This is a good and welfare announcement. Next Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, we're going to have a very special event right here in this room. We're going to have a live poetry reading by an exceptional individual, our very own Professor Yoshua November. He teaches composition here at the college, and he is an award-winning poet. We have spent a lot of time talking about poetry in the Andalusian period. We should actually hear a real poet speak. He has published 2 books. He'll be reading from his newest book. He has published in the New York Times, the Chicago Tribune, many literary publications, and he is a finalist for the National Jewish Book Awards as well. We have a rare privilege to have him on our campus, and I think it's going to be a fantastic treat for all of us to hear him Tuesday night, not tomorrow, but next week, 7:30 to 8:30. He'll be reading his poetry. We will have refreshments, and he is, by the way, perhaps the #1 most popular professor on campus. So I think we will have a lot of students here as well. It's going to be a really special evening. I hope you'll be able to come. I know it's a Tuesday, but If you can make it on Tuesday night next week, it will be fantastic. Okay, so jumping ahead to where we left off. Okay, let's go straight to the material then. Abraham Zacuto. So the name Zacuto, it's a Latinization of the Hebrew term zechut, which means merit, and it's variously transliterated. Zacuto is perhaps the most common of them. His years, as you can see, straddle the horrific expulsion of 1492 and the subsequent Portuguese expulsion of 1497, which is somewhat more complex, but in many ways even more cruel than the Spanish expulsion, and that we will push off a little bit until next week. His major activity was first as an astronomer, and he did some very important work with the astrolabe and with the Alphonsine tables, which helped much world navigators make their way around the globe, and was especially important to the Portuguese crown. He was a direct advisor to Vasco da Gama, who was one of the great explorers of the century. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese made their name as the greatest of the explorers of the era, largely because of men like Abraham Zacuto, who supported them with their scientific research. Towards the end of his life, however, he changed gears in a very dramatic fashion, and he ceased working almost completely on scientific matters and turned his mind to things Jewish. And he wrote a very important historical account of the world and of the Iberian period as well in his Sefer Yuchasin. So he kind of changed and became much more of a Jewishly motivated. In this sense, he's very much like the greatest of the Iberian masters that we've looked at. People like Maimonides and Yehuda Halevi, Shmuel HaNagid, who are able to excel in their secular activities and in their Jewish activities simultaneously. After perhaps the last we will study in 2 weeks is Don Isaac Abravanel. That's probably the last of the great Iberian Jews who were able to do these kinds of things, being both excellent in a non-Jewish pursuit as well as Jewish pursuit simultaneously. And in many ways, we haven't had anyone like that in 500 years. So it's a very, very unique period. Perhaps we will have some time to contemplate at the end of this course, at the end of this semester, why is it, what were the conditions that made it so possible in the Iberian Peninsula and not elsewhere? This is his grandson, by the way. Perhaps it looks like the grandfather, we don't know, but his grandson was also quite a famous scientist, and as a result, we have his likeness here. His activity was primarily in astronomy and astrology. And if you'll recall what we spoke about in the lecture about Ibn Ezra, these two terms were kind of interchangeable at the time. Astronomy, of course, the study of the various planetary bodies and the understanding of their various orbits and paths and so on. And astrology, a little bit more of on the woo-woo side of science, where you look at the impact of those planetary bodies on human life, fading off into horoscopes and things like that. We did see with Ibn Ezra also a little bit earlier than this, but also very much kind of straddling the scientific and the, maybe we could say, superstitious elements of approaching the stars, although there is a very hoary tradition of respecting the influence of planetary bodies on human affairs throughout the Talmud and later. Ibn Ezra perhaps gave us the best sense of how you could rationally, bring these two beliefs together in a consistent system. But we'll also see the same thing happening with Abraham Zacuto. At this time, in one of the several articles where I wrote about science at the time, there was one particular noble person, I forget his name, but he had the cataract removed from his right eye, and it was done successfully by a Jewish doctor. And so he wrote to the Jewish doctor saying, that worked out fantastically well. I'd like to have the left cataract removed as well, please. I apologize. I should have remembered all of the names, but I didn't think I would actually end up talking about it. But it came to my mind. Anyways, he said, let's do the left eye as well. And the Jewish doctor said, not so fast. The reason why the operation on your right eye went so well is because all of the stars were perfectly aligned for an operation that day. I do not calculate that the next auspicious day for a left eye operation will occur for another 12 years. I happen to have an opening, though, so he actually suggested he not have the operation because the stars are not aligned. But you see in this example sort of like the uneasy coexistence of a pre-modern sensibility with much more advanced scientific techniques happening simultaneously. He studied at the University of Salamanca. He was born in 1452 in that region, and he actually taught astronomy there as well, working in their famed library. This is actually quite likely the actual room that he stood in as he spoke about astronomy and astrology to his students there. This is, again, one of those very special periods of time in which, in the pursuit of knowledge, the pure pursuit of knowledge, there was no or little distinction paid to the religious background of the person who was sharing that knowledge with students. It is a very bright but very fleeting moment in world history. We see so few elements of this throughout the last few centuries, but this is one of those brief periods when, because of his demonstrated knowledge, he was able to actually rise and teach Christians in a secular environment like the college. In fact, he enjoyed the patronage of the church, largely because of a work he wrote called Hachibor Hagadol, the Great Collection, or the Great Book, which is essentially a Hebrew compilation of astronomical teachings. He viewed himself as a descendant, an intellectual descendant of Maimonides, and that he was improving on Maimonidean theorems for how the astronomy could be calculated and the planetary bodies could be tracked. Maimonides definitely did take a big step forward from the Talmud in terms of understanding things such as the appearance of the moon, the renewal of the moon, the calculation of the seasons. And this is, by the way, something which is essential to Judaism. It's one of those ironic things that one of the first Jewish publications that are ever put out, especially when a community moves to a new region, one of the first things they put out is this listing of all the Chinese restaurants. And then immediately after that, immediately after that, they put out a calendar. Calendars are crucial because we are bound to the calculation of the Passover holiday, Yom Kippur, all kinds of things like this. So this is a long pursuit of Jews, is understanding exactly how to determine the calendrical cycle of the year for ritual purposes. Let us recall, if you'll permit me just a slight kind of like footnote on this, the Jewish calendar is extremely complicated. The Christians follow basically a solar calendar, which is a little complicated because it doesn't work out to exactly 365 days a year. Hence, you have to have a leap year. There are actually more than one calendrical variations. Europe moved away from the old Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which was losing a day every 10 years, I think it was, or every century. I think it was every century. Russia, by the way, only got on board with the Gregorian calendar in the 20th century. Yeah, so they actually have an 11-day gap where nothing happened in Russian history because they had to catch up. The Muslims follow a lunar calendar, which goes according to the 12 lunar months, but that means it's only 359 days a year. And so that means that the seasons are constantly shifting. You know, if you go over a 10-year period, you'll see that holidays that were in the fall one year will be in the summer another year, and so on. The Jewish calendar basically follows a lunar pattern, just like the Muslims later adopted, but there are certain key pegs in time that are mandated by Scripture. The holiday of Passover is called Chag HaAviv, the holiday of spring. So you cannot have Passover occur anytime except the spring. And in order to make that happen, we have a complicated 19-year cycle of leap months. That an entire month is added to make sure the Passover always falls out in the springtime. Hence, our fascination with the calendar goes back a long, long time, and we actually excelled in these kind of astronomical calculations. The bishop of Salamanca was so taken with Abraham Zacuto's works that he asked them to be translated. They were actually rendered into Castilian, which was like one of the local languages, Romance languages of the period, and also into Latin. And the bishop ordered that all of these Jewish writings should be stored permanently in the library of the cathedral. Rather impressive. The language stuff is also very interesting because this is a period of great linguistic flexibility and transition when the Jews had a tremendous advantage because they were historically quite, I was going to say the word polyglottish, but that doesn't sound very nice, does it? They were multilingual. Polyglottish sounds terrible. It sounds like something that's a condition. You have to go see a doctor. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling so polyglottish today. Okay, let us look to this subject of what exactly is science and take a little bit of a broader perspective on Sephardim and science. Here's one of the most interesting things that he did, by the way. He also engineered a massive technological revolution by taking the astrolabes, which up until this point were made out of wood, and he designed them out of copper, which not only made them far more durable. We even actually have astrolabes from the 15th century as a result of his innovations, but they are also much more accurate because wood, of course, is subject to the vagaries of moisture and time and things like that. Just to remind you what the astrolabe was for, this is a remarkably important device that was incredibly popular in the 15th century. Everybody was writing about it, including Ibn Ezra, who wrote a treatise on how to use these devices and so on. It's basically an instrument that can measure distances over long distances. Like if what you do is it has like moving arms, and you stick your eye on one spot and you line up the arms. Like let's say you want to measure the height of a tall building or a mountain far away. You line up one arm with the top of that building, the way it looks into your naked eye, and you line up a horizontal beam with the bottom of that mountain. And then when you've got it moves. When you've got it lined up properly, you can then simply take the measurement, place it on a scale, and calculate how tall that building is and how far away it is. You can do the same thing with planetary bodies, so you can measure how big the moon is, how far the moon is from other planets, all kinds of amazing things that were, impossible without this amazing little device. And it allowed for, finally, easy navigation of the seas without, local landmarks, or to move away from shore for any distance, because you could keep your bearings with the stars. So making it into copper, later into bronze, was exceptionally important in terms of the durability of this device. And he was associated very closely with it, as were many Jews of the time. But what exactly is science? We've already talked about the way that astronomy and astrology kind of melded together. There's basically, at this time, we're still working with the medieval trivium and quadrivium, the definition of the classic ideas of what is the essence of scientific knowledge. The trivium, or 3 items, were grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. These are kind of like the basic humanities that you just had to know if you were going to be an educated person. It's ironic that of the 3, we basically only study a little bit of the first one, and that primarily at the primary and secondary levels. How many people really know how to use a comma well? Not too many of our freshmen, I'll tell you that. We really work them hard on the commas. And apostrophes, forget about it. Rhetoric, we only have 1 course in rhetoric. It is a required course, thank God, the principles of public speaking. But this is a subject that people used to spend years and years studying how to speak effectively, how to argue effectively, and it's largely gone the wayside. And dialectics, which is basically logic, you only study this if you're going to go into math, or if you're going to go into philosophy, things like that, maybe into law. So we've really, the trivium has been watered down significantly. We also have, however, the quadrivium, which were 4 other cool things people should learn. Arithmetic, of course, mathematics, music, which we have also basically lost. It's very rare for people to actually study music at a higher level. Third is geometry, which is related, of course, to arithmetic, but much more in the physical sciences. And then finally, astrology/astronomy, because these 2 things were not clearly defined from each other. You'll note that this is the period of time, I'm talking about 13th, 14th century, the Renaissance, when the idea of wisdom being too big for any one person to handle is just beginning to take hold. You still have what you call the Renaissance man, people like Da Vinci, Michelangelo, who are doing it all. But the idea that, you know what, maybe we should break this out, maybe we should specialize, because you're just not going to be able to find people who can manage all these things. To be a doctor, a magister, at this time was someone who really could handle all world knowledge, basically. You could grasp it all. You have to divide into these sections, but this is going to be fading, and shortly thereafter we'll have our faculties of arts and science that will specialize in various things. One of the most important roles that Jews played was in bringing, as we saw in an earlier lecture when we talked about literature, bringing Greek wisdom through its Arabic translation into the Christian environment. It's Arabic into Latin, Greek into Arabic into Latin. Many of the figures who played a role in this transmission of Greek wisdom through Arabic transmission into the Christian environment were converts, such as this individual, Petrus Alphonsus, who is also known as Moshe HaSfaradi, Moses the Sephardi, who was a Spanish Jew who moved to Europe, to Christian Europe, and converted to Christianity, and then made a career essentially out of translating what he remembered from when he grew up in Andalus, what he remembered of Arabic science for Christian readers. You can see in this piece of art here, he's having a debate with Moses himself. Moses, of course, is depicted as Jewish. This is a hat which the Jews were required to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. It's called the Judenhut, the Jewish hat. You can see it's related to the witch's hat and to the dunce cap, things like that, which because it's obviously a silly hat, makes people look absurd, that kind of thing. Petrus, on the other hand, although he's wearing a turban, which is meant to look kind of like Middle Eastern, sort of exotic, he still has a much more dignified bearing even than Moses. Moses here, these hand gestures, by the way, are really complicated in medieval art. They actually tell a whole story based on how the hands are depicted. Moses is trying to explain a complicated subject, and Petrus is making it very simple with a declarative finger in the air. This is like an aggressive gesture in medieval art. I'm telling you, buddy. It's like a strong kind of pointing gesture. In many homes, even to this day, of course, pointing is considered rude. My wife doesn't like when the kids point like that, too. Anyways, this is like, Petrus Alphonsus is like one of these many, many Jews who are not especially learned. He was not like the brightest kid in yeshiva, but he knew a lot because, the general level of literacy of Jews was quite high in multiple languages. He had a smattering of logic, a smattering of the sciences, and he made his way into Christian Europe, where people are still living on, with mud floors and sleeping with their animals in their barns to keep warm and things like that. And he knew so much that he was immediately a celebrity. When you had real people like Ibn Ezra come into the north and offer the same kind of information on a much more sophisticated level, than people like Petrus Alphonsi were out of a job. But there is nevertheless always a market for Jews who sort of jump over the wall and sell the secrets to the larger population. He was a little bit of a kind of a strange bird. Here is one of his drawings in which he attempted to unify the 4-letter name of God, the Tetragrammaton, shown here in this representation with the Christian Trinity, and he had like this whole kind of like pseudo theology built around these ideas. That's just kind of a cool sort of picture. Anyways, Petrus Alphonsus proposed a 7-part division of science that looks like this: dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, physics. Physics would basically be medicine. Music, astronomy, and then the 7th subject is unfortunately lost. Some have argued that he believed the 7th science was necromancy, meaning black magic, using the dead to achieve metaphysical aims or, theurgic aims, philosophy, or perhaps grammar. All this to say that science at this time is producing some tremendous technological achievements. The astrolabe is one of those amazing things that suddenly allows people to, like kind of iPhone their way out of the dial-up zone of history, but they're not exactly sure how to catalog it and how to manage it in a sophisticated way. That will come over the great scientific explosions that will occur in Europe. Now, as I've mentioned, the role that many of these Jewish scholars played, and Abraham Zacuto was prominent among them, was in bringing the wisdom that was originally belonging to the Greeks through Arabic and then Hebrew and into the Latin translation. You'll recall, since we're speaking in a Western environment here, we even have this term, the Middle Ages. And the reason why we use this kind of strange term, what is it the middle of? It is the middle of the golden age that is represented by the Periclean period, the 500 years before the Common Era in Greece, when you have Socrates and Aristotle and Pythagoras and all these brilliant Greek thinkers. And then you have this, it does pretty well under the Romans. And then when Rome is sacked in the 5th century, it goes downhill really fast. And all of Europe is plunged into the Dark Ages. Then you have the Renaissance 1,000 years later, where it begins to climb out of the Dark Ages. So that's very true for Christian Europe, where you have that kind of big gap in the middle, a big valley. And the Middle Ages is like between those two peaks. For the Muslim culture, however, you can't really say they have a Middle Ages, right? Islam starts in the 7th century. They spread tremendously fast over North Africa, the Middle East, into Spain. They have tremendous successes in culture, in literature, in sciences, and they eventually take the Greek wisdom and they do tremendous things with it. And so they've got kind of like an uphill climb. And then when they get to the 15th century and the 16th century, that's when they start their decline. They don't catch up with the Industrial Revolution that explodes in Christian Europe. But they don't have a Middle Ages. And also, when you look at Jewish history, how do you put a Middle Ages into Jewish history? When the Christians were in the middle of theirs, we had Rashi and we had Tosfos and we had all these tremendous thinkers, Maimonides. How can you call that a middle of anything? That's a peak in many ways for us. But nevertheless, the Christians were catching up when the Jews were bringing this wisdom to them in the Latin tongue. How was this done? Primarily through duo translations, in which you would typically have two figures, a Jew and a Christian, who would transmit this knowledge into a Latin text for Latin reading public. The Jew would know Arabic, sometimes Greek, and would know a Romance language that would be a vernacular, and the Christian would know the vernacular and Latin. You also had some individuals who would know all three, but the majority of these translations were done by Jews in partnership with Christians. And they would do this orally, by the way. So basically, the Jew would be holding an Arabic text, and he would translate it into Catalan or Castilian or something like that, which was not in itself considered a suitable vehicle for scholarly transmission. It would be like translating it into Yiddish, and people would say, Yiddish, what kind of a language is that? We're not going to be able to publish anything in Yiddish. Of course, that turned out not to be true either, but it was considered a joual. It was considered like a koine, a street language, a jargon. And so the Jew would translate it into the local language. The Christian would understand it and then would render it into Latin for a reading public. And there's a tremendous amount of this going on. All kinds of books were being published with these duo translations. The Jew, by the way, rarely got credit for it. Usually the translation was only written in the name of the Christian translator, but in the introductory essays, they would often at least thank the Jew who was involved in transferring it over into the Castilian. This changed to a certain degree in the 13th century with Alfonso X of Castile, who said, okay, enough of this. Why don't we just use the vernacular? And he ordered the production of many works in Castilian, which began the explosion of vernacular languages throughout Europe, really, including a few hundred years later, even Yiddish becomes a written language. But just to point out how ironic that is, my grandmother, Alaa Shalom, who was born probably around 1910, we're not exactly sure because, the records, but she does remember when she was a little child, she fell off a train when they were fleeing the Germans in World War I. So we were guessing she was about 4 years old when she fell off the train, and that's how we get the year 1910 for her. At any rate, she, in English, didn't have a word for the Yiddish language. She would speak of it as Jewish. I'm speaking Jewish. I mean, that's how she referred to it, because it wasn't considered, in her mind, it wasn't considered a real language, even though she had newspapers and she had Shalom Aleichem and she had many other things. It was just not considered real. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Alfonso X was especially important for creating what was called the Alphonsine tables. I don't exactly understand what these things mean, but they're a whole series of astronomical tables that somehow allow scientists to figure out exactly the movements of the planets and the stars by cataloging them through these tables. Jews were heavily involved in creating the Alphonsine tables, and Abraham Zachuto in particular was responsible for perfecting them in the 15th century. Okay, what happens with Zachuto? As I mentioned, we're just going to skip over the expulsion for now because it's way too complicated, and we'll dive into it with a very sad story next week when we look at Abraham Senor, one of the senior figures of the Jewish community in Spain who ultimately decides to convert to Christianity and remain. But Zachuto is one of these illustrious figures who, despite his great scientific and philosophical achievement, is not allowed to remain in Spain. So he flees, like many Jews do, to neighboring Portugal, and he continues his excellence in his field in that part of the peninsula. He's appointed to be the royal astronomer to King João II. I really like pronouncing that name, João. And sometimes in certain texts it's rendered as John, just to make it easy. But it's pronounced João? João? João. I don't know how to say it, but I like the idea of João. Like, can you imagine when he was born and the parents said, João, it's a boy. But anyways, there it is. The João. He was appointed royal astronomer and was at the top of his game with tremendous activity, especially after he went over the Alphonsine tables, which at this point were 200 years old, and he apparently corrected all of the errors, which made it really possible for navigation to take place on a sophisticated level. It's also interesting to note that, what happened in Portugal, we'll explore this more in the next two lectures, but the Jews had a pretty good situation in Portugal. They were kicked out of Spain. They're in Portugal, but in order to effect a dynastic marriage later, one of the conditions was the Jews have to remove Portugal as well. So 5 years later, largely to effect a political union, a dynastic union, the Jews were demanded to leave as well, unless they were to convert to Christianity. He advised at this time Vasco da Gama, and in fact predicted his many successes with a tremendous level of confidence, saying, look, you're working with really good instruments. You've got my copper astrolabe. You've got my perfected Alphonsine tables. You cannot go wrong. And in fact, Vasco da Gama did tremendously well. I rounded the Cape of Good Hope and visited India, and really, in many ways, initiated a tremendous amount of transatlantic ocean voyages as well by using these kinds of things that Zacuto had pioneered. Okay, but as I mentioned, even though Zacuto had an illustrious career as an astronomer and as a scientist, he was ultimately forced to leave Portugal, and at that point he sort of re-examined his bearings, if you can extend this astronomical metaphor, and he tacked on a totally different course. He fled with the masses of Portuguese Jews, many of whom were originally Spanish Jews who had moved to Portugal after 1492. He was captured twice. Very difficult, ransomed from being held by pirates. He eventually settled in Tunis. Later, he made his way actually to Israel, and then he died in Damascus. And at this point, he just changed everything. He said, you know what? I'm no longer going to write about astronomy. He did complete one small book, but it was not one of it. It was just kind of like a memoir sort of book. And he wrote this book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is a fascinating title. Yuchasin means lineage, from Yichus, that's the term we use in Hebrew as well. And it basically traces the lineage of the Jewish people. It seemed, and he wrote in Hebrew, although he wrote many of his other works in Hebrew as well, he chose to specifically devote Hebrew to this particular book. It seems that he sort of had a change of heart and said that I've given so much to the world in terms of science, and look how myself and my people have been treated. Let me focus my energies now on doing something specifically for my people. And he looked inward, reflected inward on the nature of the precariousness of Jewish existence as a minority in these states, and he wrote essentially a history of Jewish persecution, describing how Jews were moving from one location to another, chased from one inhospitable climate to another, despite their contributions to large society. This is one of the early works in what the professor Salo Baron of Columbia University called lachrymose model of Jewish history, in which lachrymose means tear-filled, in that we have this view of Jewish history as, we're constantly harangued and chased from one place to another, and at the same time we're doing so much more for the societies around us, and it's a very martyr-like kind of image, which reminds me of a joke. Please forgive me if I tell you this one more joke. I know we're near the end of the lecture, but I have to. This is a funny joke. So my jokes are not by definition funny. But the joke goes like this. This is I actually heard this when I was doing my own doctoral research in the former Soviet Union. And if you'll recall what it was like back then, so much shortages of consumer goods that lines would form everywhere, the drop of a hat. If they heard that a particular store was opening, people would stand in line and they would buy anything. They had Czechoslovakian shoes, only size 7. You would buy as many as you could, and then later you would barter them, in the various open-air markets for different things. So anyways, there's this lineup, a cherha, outside a grocery store, and because they heard there's cucumbers going to be on sale. And everyone's standing there in line, and there are all these different nationalities, Russians and Latvians and Lithuanians and Uzbeks and Jews and all kinds of people. So they're standing in line, and the door opens, or the window opens, and the manager leans out and he says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks of cucumbers, it has broken down. It will not arrive. Therefore, all Jews, please leave the line." So what can they do? They pack up, they leave the line. Closes the window. A little later, he opens up the window. He says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks has been stolen by the mafia, and we're going to have less cucumbers than we expected. So therefore, all Central Asians, please leave the line. Uzbeks, Tatars, Kazakhs, all leave the line. So, they have to leave. This goes on. Lithuanians leave, Latvians, Poles, everyone's leaving until finally there's only pure Soviet citizens standing in line. And the guy opens up the door and he says, "We've just learned the last truck has caught fire, and there are no trucks arriving today, no cucumbers at all. Everyone, please go home." So Ivan turns to Petro and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Okay, all right. So in many ways, the Sefer Yochanan, which is, we're talking now about a 16th century history, follows a model that we repeated over and over again by many historians. It's not the first of this series. You could even say that some of the biblical books follow within this kind of metaphor of the lachrymose model, where the Jews get all the breaks, said with a certain amount of black humor. But nevertheless, it is a testament to the work of his maturity, the work of his old age, as he reflects on the meaning of Jewish existence in the diaspora. So, in terms of his legacy, we get a sense of the importance of people like Zacuto for understanding the Iberian reality. They were somehow, first under Muslims and then under Christians like Zacuto, somehow able to leverage their superior education, their literacy, their openness to scientific ideas, to achieve phenomenal success within their societies. With a few exceptions like Maimonides, who were forced to leave, many of them were able to climb to great heights. We've seen already Chasdai ibn Shaprut, the great diplomat, Shmuel Hanagid, who amazingly led a Muslim army for 16 years, an incredible thing. They should have a Jew doing this, and at the same time writing an important Talmud commentary that's published with every tractate brachot, even to this day. Yehuda Levi, the great secular poet and doctor, who at the same time is entertaining Arabic masses with his Hebrew poetry, with his Arabic poetry, and Ibn Ezra and so on. Avram Zacuto is the last, perhaps, of all of these figures who is somehow able to bring these things together in a unique form, contributing both to Jewish knowledge through his Sefer Yochanan, and at the same time contributing to world knowledge through the development of the copper astrolabe and the perfection of the Alphonsine tables. What are the factors that made it possible? It's very hard to identify any that were present at that time that are not present at other times. I would like to hazard, however, that some of the things might be a sort of openness to society in the Jewish world that was not necessarily present in other periods. An openness, an idea that Jews, should not be closed off to any body of knowledge simply because they were Jewish. There was no idea that the scientific endeavors were somehow taboo because they were practiced primarily by Christians or by Muslims. Obviously, we don't have that many Jews excelling in Christian theology, or maybe we do. I haven't studied them, but that's probably the big part of the reason for their success is this lack of fear of the toxicity of outside society. At the same time, as we shall see beginning next week, it was indeed toxic because the ferocity of first the Inquisition and then the expulsion was so unprecedented and so rapid that it's hard to imagine how this could have happened to any other society. The Jews were so well integrated into Spanish culture, both under the Muslims and later under the Christians, that one might think that their position was impregnable, but in reality, that was exactly what brought them down. As we shall see next week, it was the complicated relationship between the conversos and their attachment to the traditional Jewish community that ultimately made the expulsion inevitable to Ferdinand and Isabella, who were slaves to the ideology of the purity of the blood. That's something that we'll have to explore in much greater detail starting next week. I want to remind you that on Tuesday, not tomorrow, but next week, we will have that amazing Jewish poetry reading from Professor Yoshua in November. I really hope to see you there. It'll be nice to sit with you in the audience and listen to someone else Maybe he'll make some jokes and I can criticize them. But with that, I'd like to conclude the lecture for tonight. Thank you very much for coming, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Okay. Tonight's topic is a very difficult one, I have to say. This is not someone that I would necessarily choose ideally as our subject or as a focus. He is an extremely important figure in many ways, but I've chosen him primarily because he is emblematic of a conundrum that the Jews faced during the extremely terrible times of the Spanish Inquisition and the expulsion. He'll be a foil in some ways for the larger discussion that will take up the bulk of our time tonight, which is speaking about the mechanics of the Inquisition that led inexorably and terribly to the expulsion of the Jews from 1492. I'm speaking, of course, about Abraham Senior, also spelled Senior, who was a very important financier and leader of the Jewish community in Segovia, Spain, during the last years of the 15th century. We have to begin with a joke, though, and it's hard, after spending so much time this week in particular being immersed in the Spanish Inquisition, but I will try nevertheless. Did I tell you a while ago about the joke about the guy who his therapist tells him it's time to step away? No? Okay, so the joke goes like this. There's this Jewish man who's been going to a very competent psychologist for many, many years. And he's worked through all of his issues one at a time, and he's really made tremendous progress. So finally, the therapist says to him, "Listen, Irving, you've been my patient for many decades now, really, and it's been a wonderful experience working with you, but I really think it's time to cut the apron strings and let you go out on your own. I really don't think you need to come back to see me twice a week like you have been for so long." And Irving says, "Well, gee, doctor, I don't know. I mean, this is a big step. Without regular contact." So listen, I'll tell you what, Irving. I'm going to give you my personal cell phone number, and you can call me anytime, 24/6. Anytime you have any kind of a problem, just call me. Doesn't matter. I will answer, and we'll work it through. But you will be fine. I'm confident in you. So Irving, he trusts his therapist and says, fine. So he goes off on his way. A couple of days later, there's a call on the cell phone at 5:35 in the morning. And the psychologist wakes up groggy. He says, hello, hello. He says, doctor, it's Irving. I had a terrible, terrible night. I need to talk to you about it. And he says, oh, no problem, Irving. I'll help you out. What happened? He says, well, doctor, I had this horrible dream that you were my mother and that you were smothering me and that you were controlling every aspect of my life. And I couldn't make a single decision without, consulting with you. And so the doctor says, well, what did you do about it? He says, well, I woke up shivering and shaking, and I figured I'd better go settle my stomach. So I went into the kitchen and I sat down and I made myself some tea and I had a little breakfast. I had, a couple of pieces of Melba toast and then I called you. And the doctor says to him, a couple of pieces of Melba toast? That's what you call breakfast? I think it takes a little bit, right? It takes a little bit. But okay, all right. Thank you for listening to me. It makes me feel better. Okay, let's do the good and welfare. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Cyril Alvarez, who's been watching these lectures for quite some time. He's quite expert in this particular subject, far more so than I believe. He's been doing genealogical research on the Senior family, which is actually quite extensive, especially after the conversion. When they take on the name Colonel, it's actually quite an illustrious family for many centuries. So we're very grateful to him for sponsoring this lecture. All of these sponsorships go, of course, to our scholarship fund, which has raised now almost $11,000. So we're very pleased for that. By the way, we'll be starting, God willing, in the new semester, a whole new series focusing on the Sephardic diaspora, including as well Mizrahi Jews and their traditions. And we'll be seeking a whole bunch more sponsorships at that time as well. Very important reminder, tomorrow night, the tremendous event, we're going to have a poetry reading by the incomparable Yehoshua November, who is a professor on our campus, a very beloved professor teaching English composition in particular. His poetry has been published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary magazines, and he'll be signing copies of his latest book, which was incidentally a finalist for the National Jewish Book Award. Very impressive poetry, and gives us a sense of what it means to be a poet today. I hope that you will all come, because we spent so much time discussing poetry in the Andalusian period. Let's study it in the Brooklyn period tomorrow. So that's at 7:30 in this room at this time. There will be sushi and other foodstuffs to entertain us. Okay. In terms of the academic resources for tonight's lecture, I've relied very heavily on the research of Professor Chaim Beinart, shown here. He was born in Russia in the 1917, an auspicious year, a century ago. He served in the Latvian army, and then immediately after finishing his service in 1937, he made Aliyah to study at Hebrew University, serving also in the IDF, in the intelligence division, and ultimately he became a professor at Hebrew University. He served as the Dean of Humanities at Ben Gurion University of the Negev, and he retired as a distinguished professor once again at Hebrew University. So his analysis is extremely important. If we were to concentrate narrowly on Senior, in one of his books that I used for this presentation, he has about 100 densely packed pages of fine print text going through every little scrap of financial records of the Senior family, which is, quite stressful for even a historian to go through all this level of detail, but really he is the number one go-to source for this period. Okay, so what's the basic biology, the basic biographic data of the individual we're studying tonight? He was born probably in 1412. We're not precisely sure of that date, but his eventual conversion to Christianity occurred in the year 1492, and according to contemporary accounts, he was somewhere in his 80s, perhaps late 70s at the time, so that's where we get that date. He was a major Spanish financier, Rab de la Corta. He was the official financier to the Hermandad, which is an important institution in the Spanish government. He was essentially a tax farmer, which was a very important position in most of the medieval economies. Basically, a tax farmer, because we live in an era when the state deals with us on an individual level. It's funny, I just updated my W-4 today. The state, because they deal with us as individuals, numbered individuals with our social security numbers, they tax us directly and immediately and frequently, and often too much. But in the medieval period, taxation was conducted through communities, a corporate nature of society. So the Jews as a whole would receive a tax assessment, and the tax assessment would have to be calculated and paid on a communal level. How the Jews themselves collected it and distributed it, that was up to them. Similarly, the idea of being a tax farmer is that the king could give typically a Jew the responsibility of collecting the taxes from a particular estate or a particular region. And let's say the king set that amount at, let's say 100 ducats, just to pick a round term. If the Jew were able to raise 110 ducats, then the 10 ducat profit would remain in the possession of the tax farmer. And that's essentially what tax farming was. So we're going to look at the specifics of his role in the economy shortly. His adopted name, once he converted, was Fernand Nunez Coronel. He was after the sponsor was King Ferdinand himself, hence the Fernand. Nunez and Coronel are very important aristocratic names, particularly in the Guzman family. If you know Sephardic Jews, many of these names resonate over generations because they were, high-level names in the Spanish aristocracy at the time. His son-in-law, Rabbi Meir Melamed, who is referred to frequently as Rabbi, so he evidently had some kind of training. He also converted with his father-in-law. He took the name Perez, Hernan Perez Coronel, and that's how it comes down through history. In less charitable accounts of his life, in Hebrew in particular, the term senior is sometimes punned negatively as sonei or, meaning in Hebrew, one who hates light, i.e. he converted to Christianity because he hates the light of Judaism. That's the derogatory use of the name. As we shall see towards the end of tonight's lecture, it's a considerably more nuanced and complicated decision. And if anything, as a historian, our goal tonight is to try and give some perspective as to what must have gone on in his mind. My job is not to give a value judgment, but at least to provide some information and context for others who may wish to engage in that. This is incidentally his signature shown here. We have, in terms of our source base, a tremendous array of sources, but they are almost all financial in nature. Bills, receipts, lawsuits, of which there are many, royal commands to Signor, and summonses if these commands were not followed directly, and so on. But we know very little about, for example, where his family was from, even his own birth date. A lot of his family issues are simply lost because our source base is essentially financial and governmental. So here's the basic problem that affects to a certain degree Judaism, but especially affected the Christian world and was very significant for many of the processes that we will be discussing today. And that is basically the concept, as we would say in Hebrew, Ma'alin b'kodesh v'lo moridin. One ascends in holiness, one does not decline in holiness. And so both Judaism and Christianity have this idea that once you join the club, you can never get out. Once a Jew is converted to Christianity, even forcibly, according to many opinions that were significant at this time, then they are a Christian, that's it. They cannot get back to Judaism. They cannot renounce their Christianity, even if that baptism was done against their will, under duress, and so on. Perhaps you'll recall the most tragic of these stories was the case of the Mortara affair, which occurred in the 1840s in Italy. And in fact, apparently Steven Spielberg is working on a movie version of the Mortara affair, a very sad story where there was this Jewish household and they had a Christian maid working in the household. Their young boy, who I believe was about 6 years old at the time, I think his first name was Arturo, not sure exactly, but he had a terrible flu, and the maid, who loved the boy very much, she's a live-in maid, she cared for them, she loved the boy very much, she was worried that he was going to die of the flu, and he would go and, because he was a Jew, he would be damned to eternal hell. And so therefore she secretly brought him to the church and had him baptized. Just to protect his eternal soul. It happened that the child recovered, but the maid happened to mention it to one of her other friends, and the word got around that this Jewish boy had been baptized, and amazingly, the church actually kidnapped the child and refused to return him to the family. And despite and this is 1840, this is pretty much the modern era, despite the best efforts of the family and international Jewish pressure, Moses Montefiore was very much involved, they were not able to exert the release of this child from the Vatican. He ended up growing up in a monastery and becoming a priest and engaging even in some Jewish proselytism afterwards. So it's a terrible kind of story, and that's 1840. That's 300 years later. So certainly in the 15th century, we're going to have this problem. So the church is going to be trapped in this ideology, just like Ferdinand and Isabella in particular, that once Jews are converted, even against their will, even under duress, they nevertheless are within the purvey of the church, and they may not be returned to Judaism. This will be the problem that we will explore many times. I would also like to say one more word to a certain degree as a kind of a prologue. My first encounter as a historian with the Spanish Inquisition was ironically through the Holocaust. This important book, The Destruction of the European Jews, is one of the great initial studies of the Holocaust by a very important historian known as Raoul Hilberg. Hilberg is certainly the father of Holocaust studies, certainly the father of Holocaust history. He dove into the Nazi archives, and he wrote this massive 3-volume work which essentially dissected the very mechanics of the bureaucracy of murder. And it was a fascinating study and landmark study that has shaped all Holocaust historians afterwards. He's been criticized for relying too heavily, perhaps, on Nazi documents. He downplays, for example, the Jewish resistance and things like that, but that's not our purpose today. What is useful for our purposes is that in the very first chapter of this book, he essentially compares the Holocaust to the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion. And he says that the roots of the Holocaust may be tied to the events we'll be discussing today and next week, 500 years earlier, which I always felt was a stretch. I always felt like, oh, come on. We talked last week about the lachrymose model. You know, as they say in French, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it's the same. I thought it was a real stretch to say something that happened 500 years ago in a medieval environment is really what happened in the Nazi bureaucracy in the 1930s and 40s. But in fact, the more I study this period, the more I see that in fact Hilberg's argument holds a lot of weight, in my humble opinion, and perhaps we will have the opportunity to explore this as well. The element that I'd like to identify tonight as perhaps the defining similarity between the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition, it's not the purity of blood argument that he makes much of. It is the idea that the Spaniards were slaves to their own ideology, that even when it was counterproductive, even when it was financially ridiculous to even contemplate expelling the Jews, nevertheless, there was this inescapable quality of the Inquisition that ultimately forced them to expel their Jewish population. Okay, very long introduction. Let's look at the history itself. We have to go back a century prior to the expulsion itself, to 1391, where you have a Dominican friar very much active in Jewish affairs, named Vicente Ferrer, who was simply one incident after another rousing up anti-Jewish sentiment, provoking riots. He is even condemned by the church on numerous occasions, and nevertheless, he continues speaking out and in provoking actual violence against Jews. One should recall that the church is hardly an effective hierarchical monolithic system at this time. The church has to deal with a widespread, primarily illiterate lay clergy, meaning the people who are actually in the streets preaching to people often have no ability to read the holy texts that they purport to represent, and they're motivated by some of the darkest urges that we have in the human panoply of psychological illnesses. So we have throughout Europe a lot of these lay clergy who actually believe that Jews, for example, drink the blood of Christian children and ridiculous things like this. The educated higher levels of the church, including the popes, are constantly publishing bulls against this process, saying, no, it's not true. Please don't believe these people. That's not the church teaching, and so on. And while the church still, will persecute the Jews in the sense of pertaining to the doctrine of witness that we may have discussed last year, the Augustinian idea that Jews must be preserved, albeit in a second-class state, but there's no grounds in church ideology to massacre the Jews. It simply doesn't exist. It happens from time to time, but it's usually it's the expression of the underbelly of the church, often egged on by people like Ferrer, but it's not at all church teachings. The church is still religion of peace and wants to have some measure of coexistence with the Jewish. It's a lot easier. You asked a good question, but I have a feeling that it's probably better if I get to the end of the lecture and take questions then, because I think it will be hard to sum. If we were to go down the rabbit hole of explaining anti-Semitism, it would take us a long, long time. But just to answer your question anyways, because that's really where I'm holding, the doctrine of witness argues that Jews must remain alive. They must remain in a subjugated state, but they must remain alive until the second coming, because only then will they be able to validate the second coming. And the higher level church authorities, with perhaps some exceptions, the higher level church authorities really want to reinforce that. Nevertheless, at the ground level, it's a different story. So under Fareh, there's a huge number of anti-Jewish riots and massive forced conversions. We don't have strong demographics for this period, but it's clearly in the tens of thousands. So you have tens of thousands of Jews forcibly convert to Christianity. What happens to them afterwards? How do they go on with their lives when the church does have this position that now that you're converted, it's a zero-sum game? You can't move backwards. You have to go forward. You also have at this time the anti-pope, because the papacy itself is under a considerable strain, and there are several people running around all claiming to be the primary head of the Catholic Church. And one of the ways that they can leverage popular support is by appealing to these subterranean urges in the wider population. Benedict the 13th is actively promoting these ideas, which leads to still greater numbers of forced conversions. The next thing that's related to this is, okay, so imagine for yourself, you're a family that has been forcibly converted. It was either be baptized or be killed, and that's what was happening in 1391 in the riots. And now what do? The riots are gone, peace is restored, and do you just go back to living Jewishly, or are you going to be a target of another attack by Fareh? So you try to maintain your lifestyle nominally as Christian, but you don't want to eat bread on Pesach, and you want to know when to fast on Yom Kippur. So you go back and you check in with your Jewish relatives and your Jewish compatriots, what exactly is going on Jewishly. If this goes on for a generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, as it did, then it gets harder and harder, because people are living more and more openly as Christians, and they have to, with some subterfuge, go back to the Jewish community. So what they started doing at this time was they started distinguishing these new Christians, we're going to explore the terminology shortly, and preventing them from having contact with Jews, because they knew that they're going to be, so to speak, infecting them with Jewish education, which is perhaps the worst thing that can happen in this case. So we also have to note as well that in 1414, there's another big acceleration of this phenomenon with the disputation at Tortosa. Disputations are a medieval phenomenon that Spain pioneered. The most important of which we discussed last year was the disputation of 1263, in which the great scholar Nachmanides represented the Jewish side. By 1414, however, the church had got it down correctly. They knew exactly how to stage these things, how to set the rules in such a way that the Jews could not possibly get the upper hand like they did with Nachmanides. And so you have a process. The Tortosa disputation was almost 2 years long, and it was a pageant. It was like Jews were forced over and over again to go listen to these debates in which the text was very seriously limited. Jews were not allowed to say whatever they wanted in these debates. And afterwards, the judges, who of course were all Christian, would declare the winners, which were invariably the Christian interlocutors, and they would impose a series of punishments on the Jews. Like, for example, they have to hear, 50 forced sermons. And so for the next year, every Shabbos, they would have to, hear preachers coming into their synagogues and preaching the Gospels, or on Sundays, they would have to actually go and show up in church, and they would take attendance. and they would make sure that Jews forcibly listened to these Christian teachings. You also had the burning of the Talmud and generally a crushed morale. I mean, you have a population that's feeling extremely, besieged, beleaguered, with no hope really for growth in the Iberian Peninsula. It is interesting to kind of reflect at this point on how similar this is to the period immediately prior to the Muslim invasion of 711. The Visigothic period in the late 600s was also very much like this. And added to this, you have war fever, because the Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, is proceeding apace. They're making phenomenal gains, and ultimately they're able to conquer Granada in the far south. This is a picture depicting the surrender of the Muslims. You can see the Alhambra in the background there, and here is Ferdinand and Isabella. And even the facial expressions, the Muslims look kind of like puzzled and lost. What's happening here? How has everything changed so rapidly? But with the conquest of Granada and the complete Christian control of the entire peninsula, including Portugal, this means all of a sudden that there's this sort of feeling like we control it all. We should therefore impose a kind of a purification of the entire system. Kind of like when one political party holds all three branches of government. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Let's just keep going on. That's not a good comparison. Okay, so in the 1470s, the Inquisition is created. Well, what exactly is the Inquisition? It specifically targets those new Christians who, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who are backsliding in their faith and adopting Jewish practices, teachings, ideals. Here is the official seal of it. It's interesting, in Latin it says, Exurge Domine et Judica causam tuam. This is actually a quote. It says Psalm 73, but the Catholic Church counts the Psalms a little differently than the Jews. So I had to look it up until I found it here in Psalm 74. The motto of the church is Kuma Hashem, Kuma Elokim, Riva Rivecha, Zechorcha Patzka Mine Navel, Kol Hayom, which I'll translate. Arise, God, and fight your fight. That's what's included over here. And then the second part of the verse is, remember the insult you receive from base people every day. Meaning, go out there and fight the fight of God, because there are these lowly people who are insulting you every day. That's the concept of the Inquisition. We're going to inquire as to who are these base people. Once we identify them, then we will punish them appropriately. The lead inquisitor was, of course, Torquemada, shown here. An unusually wicked person with a tremendous zeal for torture and the various instruments to elicit the kind of forced confessions and false confessions that have made the Spanish Inquisition so infamous. You can imagine that it was probably a lot like the 1930s in the Soviet Union, where a family of new Christians would be isolated, arrested, put on the rack, tortured with a whole series of tortures. I'm not going to go into them in detail. If you like, you can listen to my lecture on Uriel da Costa from last year when I go into a much greater detail. And they will be forced to give out the names of so many other accomplices, so many other false Judaizing new Christians, and so many other Jews who were associated with them. But technically speaking, at this point, the Inquisition is specifically targeting not Jews, but Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity and were entertaining Jewish ideas. It would, however, spread rapidly, because let's just understand, who are these people, these so-called new Christians? That's the term I've been using. So perhaps the most neutral term we can use is converso, which means converts. Right? That's a term, whether they converted willingly, whether they converted against their will, it doesn't matter. They have converted to Christianity from Judaism. Christians called them new Christians in order to make a distinction, which does not exist theologically, between those people who were originally Jewish and now have become Christian with those who were originally Christian. And the new Christians were subject to a whole series of demeaning tests of faith to demonstrate what we would call in Latin the term bona fides, right? Maybe you've heard bona fide, as that's how Americans say it, right? Bona fides means good faith, meaning that they are, in fact, what they purport to be. The new Christians were not assumed to have bona fides. They were untrustworthy. The Hebrew term used is anusim, which means literally those who are forced. In other contexts, for example, that's the term used for someone who is raped, anus. The term marano is a derogatory term, means literally pigs. Obviously, this is used inappropriately. And finally, another neutral term, crypto-Jews. That is, they're still Jewish in secret, crypto-Jews. These are all the same people, but it gives you a sense of the various ways in which they could be viewed from without. What would happen is that these conversos who were suspected of Judaizing would be drawn before the Inquisition, and as I mentioned, tortured. They'd be required to confess and name names, and then they would be sentenced, as in this famous representation by de Goya, to a series of ritual abasements that were designed to serve as markers to the larger population of the dangers of Judaizing, and also as fitting punishments for the conversos themselves. They would often be required to wear this humiliating tunic and the conical dunce cap. The tunic was called the San Benito. You can see them here in these pictures. They're clearly very dejected. In some cases, they were required to wear it for life. In other cases, they were required to endure various torments, including the death penalty, the auto da fe, the being burned at the stake. And this being burned at the stake, by the way, also included being burned in effigy. The numbers are staggering. Again, we don't have a really clear sense of exactly how many people were killed, but we're once again talking about tens of thousands of people over the course of a few years. It is amazing how concentrated this was in particular cities, but throughout the peninsula as a whole. So it was an absolutely horrific period for Jews. Now, or I should say for conversos. Now, what about the traditional Jews who were, technically speaking, exempt from the Inquisition, because the church doctrine protected Jews as long as they had not converted to Christianity? There was no, inexorable quality because they were not backsliding Christians, they were believing Jews. However, there was always a fear that they were infecting the conversos with traditional Jewish ideas, Jewish education. And so from the 1470s on, in particular under the influence of Torquemada, Jews are expelled from their homes and forced to take new residence, often clearly assigned to them by the government in less than ideal circumstances, in order to isolate them and separate them in literally ghetto environments so they would not have any physical contact or communication with conversos. So you have the conversos being exposed to the Inquisition forcing Jews to be isolated by local expulsions. In one case, an entire province, the Jews were expelled, but in most cases, they were expelled from particular regions in cities in order to separate them from Jews. And by the way, according to the Abramson rule of history, you can see there's a clear economic upside for Christians to be engaged in this, because all of a sudden, Jews, who typically are a highly urbanized people, and they tend to live in the downtown core of cities because they're early settlers, this all of a sudden frees up all this prime retail real estate that can be used for the crown or for local officials and so on. You can send them out. They may live in Midtown and they have all these beautiful brownstones over there, or the Upper West Side, Upper East Side, and say, listen, from now on, you have to live in Brooklyn. No, Brooklyn. I was at Flatbush is already, this is Gavaldic here. some other place far away, like across the river to that other state over there or something. That's the kind of model that we're talking about here. Okay, let us look at the economic impact and look at Abraham Senior in more detail. So, to explain exactly what his role was in the economy, there are several figures who are at the top of the financial pile in general society in Spain. Abraham Senior was one of them. Don Yitzhak Abravanel, who we'll speak about next week, is another. Very different choices during the Inquisition. He chose to go into exile with his people, so we'll have more of a heroic interpretation of the story next week, God willing. They functioned in a specific place in the medieval economy because they were called servi camerae. What this Latin term means is servants of the royal chamber. What exactly is that talking about? So I'm sure you've studied the feudal system. Back in high school, you had at the bottom peasants or serfs who are kind of like landed slaves. They have sort of like a land allotment, but they do not have the freedom to move. They are required to seek the Lord's permission to marry, and a certain amount of either their work product or their actual labor is owed to the Lord. So in some cases, they would actually, if they were very strong farmers, they would have to pay a certain amount of their crop to the Lord as a tax, basically rental for the land. Or in places where the produce was not such great, they would have to do something called corvée, which was meant that a certain number of days a week they had to work on the Lord's fields, and that's basically the position they occupied in society. Then you move up from there, you have the burghers, the city dwellers, who are engaged in all kinds of professions and crafts, and they are usually organized in guilds, which prohibits Jewish membership, but they are the shoemakers and the tailors and things like that. Then you have a class of noblemen, and the original idea, the theory of the nobility is that, and this is a traditional Marxian analysis, is that the peasants who were so busy working the land could not defend themselves from nomadic attacks, so they sort of appointed a certain class to be the warriors, the knights, who would protect the peasants from depredation. And this was a kind of a social contract that the nobility were there to protect the larger society, and the peasants would agree to pay for that. Obviously, it became very exploitative, and the nobility got richer and richer, and the peasantry became poorer and poorer. And at the top of the nobility, there you had the king. So by the way, one other very important estate is the church. The church sort of stands outside all of this, reports essentially to the Pope in Rome, but serves the entire population. Now, the big question is, where do the Jews fit into this system? They are certainly not peasants. They're certainly not nobles. They are kind of like burghers, but they are not allowed into the guild. So what exactly do they do? So this is where they get the job, servi camerae. They report directly and exclusively to the king. They serve in the royal chamber, as it were, meaning that even though they could live in Yehuppetsville, nevertheless, their lord is the king in St. Petersburg. Why would this arrangement be adopted? Primarily because something called the law of Gratian, which is the church canon law, which prohibits Christians from charging interest to each other. The law of Gratian says that Christians can't engage in any kind of credit-bearing enterprise, which essentially stunts the economy because no one can invest, no one can find venture capital to try some, brand new venture and then pay interest on that loan. But the Jews were allowed to do so because of a reading of a biblical verse. So the Jews could function as moneylenders and could actually amass a significant amount of capital through usury. Usury has a negative connotation, but when you're thinking about 30 to 50% interest rates, it is usury. It is a really heavy cost. So Jews were moneylenders, which were a highly valued commodity in the medieval economy. In fact, France expelled the Jews 3 times in the 14th century. And when you see they expelled them 3 times, it's because they had to invite them back 3 times as well, because they couldn't manage their economy without this institution of credit happening. So the Jews had this very special role where they were allowed to engage in money lending. They generated a lot of capital, and the king could tax that capital, which was highly valuable. That meant that they were protected, for the most part, from popular uprisings, but not exclusively, especially if the king felt that he himself owed too much money to the Jews. Then, as we saw, for example, in York in 1290, then the nobility would simply expel the Jews, and that was the easiest way to get rid of the debt. Then you'd have to invite the Jews later to make up for the lack of a credit in the economy, but that was the idea. So the seigneur family were the principal tax farmers of the kingdom of Ferdinand and Isabella, which ultimately encompassed almost the entire Iberian Peninsula. So if you are to persecute the Jews, what happens if, for example, you convert them? Oh my gosh, it's like you take all these bankers, and they're only allowed to be bankers if they're Jews, and if you make them Christians, was wird sein? All of a sudden, the banking industry crashes to a halt because these new Christians are not allowed to engage in an exchange of interest. And what about all the debts that are owed to these Jews, which are the income base for the taxation of the king? The king wants to get the collection. The king wants the Jews to actually make this money. If they get converted to Christianity, he loses the yeast of the economy. Or to look at it from the metaphor of Shimon Dubno, the Jews are like a sponge that can be dipped into the peasantry and the minor nobility, and then they will be drawn out, and the water will be squeezed out by the king. If you can't use that sponge anymore because you've made it into a Christian rather than a Jew, how are they supposed to engage in this? So this is especially the case when the war in Granada is going on, where they're trying to expel the last Muslim kingdom from Spain. How are you supposed to finance this if you convert all these Jews to Christianity? Proved to be a very difficult problem, and ultimately Abraham Senior and others were able to hang on till the very end and enjoy royal protection, primarily because of the economic aspects of their position. But as I mentioned, the expulsion was inevitable. As we shall see, here's a very powerful and moving picture by Emilio Sala Frances, 1889, showing what's his name, Torquemada here, displaying the writ of expulsion to Ferdinand and Isabella sitting coldly in the background. There's no question they were completely involved and invested in the actual drafting and completion of this document, which led to tremendous suffering of the Jewish population. This is the Edict of Expulsion, the last page of it right here, and with the seal and stamp of the royal authorities. What I'd like to do is actually read to you a little bit from the document. It is actually about 4 pages long in total, but I've only selected a few passages, and I think it's quite illustrative of what the church was thinking, Ferdinand and Isabella were thinking when they expelled the Jews. Here we go. So there's a bit of a preamble, which is directed to all kinds of people. It comes originally from Ferdinand and Isabella, king and queen, and it goes through all the nobles, the major ones, the minor ones, through the city dwellers, right down to the Jews, meaning they're letting this is like a general alert for the entire peninsula. And then after this preamble, it reads, "You know well, or ought to know, that because we were informed that in our realms there were some bad Christians who Judaized and apostatized from our holy Catholic faith, whereof the chief cause was the communication between the Christians and the Jews. In the Cortes which we convened in the city of Toledo in the past year of 1,480 years, we ordained that the said Jews should be set apart in all the cities, boroughs, and places of our realm." And that's actually where I'm going to stop the first time. This is like referring to the local expulsions. In other words, they're saying, we tried to deal with this problem by maintaining a barrier between the Jews and new Christians. Thereby is established and made manifest the great damage to the Christians, which has resulted and results from the participation, conversation, communication which they have held and do hold with the Jews, of whom it is proved that they always attempt, by whatever ways and means they can, to subvert and detract faithful Christians from our holy Catholic faith and separate them from it and attract and pervert them to their cursed belief and opinion. Note, by the way, when he says Christians here, the edict is actually referring to forcibly converted Jews who are now called Christians, but they're the ones who are the problem here. Instructing them in the ceremonies and observances of their law, convening assemblies where they read to them and teach them what they must believe and observe according to their law, taking care to circumcise them and their sons, giving them books from which they can recite their prayers, and declaring the fast which they have to fast, and joining with them to read and teach them the stories of their law, notifying them of the Passover before its date, informing them about what they must observe and do, giving them and removing from their houses the unleavened bread and the meat that has been slaughtered according to their right, teaching them about what they must avoid in foods and other things to observe in their religion, and in persuading them as best they can to keep and observe the law of Moses, and in giving them to understand that there is no other religion or truth save that, and this is proved by the many declarations and confessions of both the Jews themselves and also of those who were corrupted and deceived by them. So it's very clear that what the writ of expulsion is talking about is basic Jewish education. You have this terrible situation where these Jews are torn away from their communities, and they're trying to get back and learn the basics of what they need to do to be Jews, and this is specifically what is bothering Ferdinand and Isabella. We, with the council, in the regard of certain prelates and grandees and caballeros of our realms and other persons of wisdom and conscience in our council, having considered the matter with much deliberation, are agreed in ordering that all the said Jews and Jewesses of our realms shall leave and never return nor come back to them or to any of them. And upon this we order that this our edict be given, by which we order all Jews and Jewesses of whatever age they may be, who live and dwell and are in our said realms and dominions, as well as the native born among them, as those not native born who in any manner for any reason have come and are in them, that by the end of next month of July, 1492, that comes in the present year, they shall leave all our said realms and dominions with their sons and daughters and servants and maidservants and Jewish followers, as well as the great and small, of whatever age they may be, and that they do not dare to return to them or to be in them or in any part of them, whether dwelling or in transit or in any other manner, under the penalty that if they do not do so and comply, and are found to be in our said realms and dominions, or to come to them in any manner, they incur the punishment of death, and the confiscation of all their property to our exchequer and treasury, and that these penalties are incurred by that same fact and law, with no other trial, nor sentence, nor declaration. In other words, they can't even step on Spanish soil without penalty of death, without trial. It's an incredible statement. It's chilling. And we command and prohibit that any or all persons in our said realms of whatsoever estate, condition, dignity they may be, dare to receive shelter or assist, or keep publicly or secretly a Jew or Jewish, or Jewess, after the said date of the coming end of July, and hereinafter in our lands or houses, or in any other part of our said realms and dominions, on pain of loss of all their possessions, vassals, and citadels, and other hereditaments. Meaning, if any Christian gives refuge to a Jew, they suffer complete confiscation of their entire property. And it goes on, but you get the basic idea. It's a complete and utter expulsion. Even though this will have tremendous economic consequences, Ferdinand and Isabella are locked into this Orthodox Christian interpretation with no flexibility whatsoever, and they are moved toward this largely because of the events that began in 1391 with the forced conversions. They cannot turn the clock back, they can only move it forward. This is what some, to go back to Hilberg, some Holocaust historians, Christopher Browning in particular, point to in the Nazi bureaucracy of what they call the ratchet effect. That if you're familiar with, those those wheels that you can turn on a boat to like pull up the sails or something. They have like cogs on the outside of the wheel and a little hook. So you can turn the wheel one direction, but with every little fraction of a degree, the ratchet falls into place. You cannot put it backwards. You can only put it forwards. And so they are forced, step by step, to the inevitability of an expulsion. The Senor family indicate the documents that we have, and by the way, much of this material, much of this decision to expel the Jews happened in camera, in secret, with very few people in the Jewish community, even the most high up elements, Abravanel, Senor, and others, were completely taken by surprise by this. This is something that Ferdinand, Isabella, and Torquemada cooked up on their own largely, and it fell down like a sandbag from heaven, completely surprising the Jewish population. We know that as late as May 29, Senor had declared that he would definitely emigrate. He would give up his vast land holdings, his incredible debts that were owed to him, his huge financial empire. He had determined that he was going to leave with the Jewish population. Nevertheless, 2 weeks later, he and his son-in-law and almost all of his children, 2 sons and 3 daughters, converted to Christianity. There is a legend, very poorly sourced, but there is a legend that says that Queen Isabella threatened that if Senor did not convert, and then he would take on a new economic role, as we shall see in a second. If he did not convert, she would destroy the entire Jewish population. It's a poorly sourced legend, not entirely clear how she would actually carry that out. The idea of genocide at this level really is a modern phenomenon, not a 15th century one. So it's possibly not true. By the way, I forgot to mention that Senor was also very much involved in the initial shidduch between Ferdinand and Isabella, which shows on the one level just how high up he was in their esteem, and at the same time he could not absolve himself of this horrible crime. What led him to stay, we don't really know, but we can imagine his age, in his 80s, to pick up and leave and to go wandering, who knows where, finding refuge somewhere, very difficult. His status, he'd invested himself for years as the head of the Jewish community. In many aspects, that was his role. And this massive multi-city empire with so many different businesses, millions and millions of the equivalent of dollars involved. And all of those things, to give those things up, must have been incredibly difficult. Not to mention the pressure from his children, who may not have felt the same way he does. We do have several financial records and court records that attest to some of their activities. But in the end, all we do know is that he and his family converted to Christianity. One daughter, Reina, apparently did not convert. She went into exile, although there's one possibility that says, in fact, she did convert. That's the name of Rabbi Meir Malamed's own wife, but most likely not. So the aftermath was complete economic chaos. Baynard goes through a tremendous amount of detail discussing how the peninsula, now bereft of Jews, except for a significant number who moved to Portugal. We'll study that next week, what exactly happened to them there. It's also, unfortunately, a very sad story. What happened to all of the economic activity that was concentrated in people like Senor? So one of the things that the church had to the crown had to take care of right away is all of the debts that were owed to Senor, and all of the debts that were owed to Jews throughout the population. The crown claimed them. So in other words, if your average Christian businessman felt that with the expulsion of the Jews, the debts would then be forgiven, and they got a huge, boon from the government, they were wrong. Boons from the government probably never come. And the crown put Senor in charge of collecting all of the debt owed to the Jews that were now out of the country. In other words, the Jews forfeited their debt, and in many cases they forfeited a huge amount of their assets because it was impossible to liquidate them with just a few weeks really till the expulsion edict took effect. So Signor was charged with the task of collecting that debt, which proved extremely difficult. He lived only a short amount of time afterwards, but there's a tremendous number of court documents indicating the displeasure of the crown with his failure to generate the kind of income that he used to when he was Jewish. His son, Meir Melamed, ended up passing away shortly before his father-in-law, and Abraham died sometime in 1493. There's some mystery surrounding the specific circumstances of his death. But the economic situation of Spain after the expulsion of the Jews took several decades to be addressed and recovered. Many of those losses to the crown were simply not made up, and the general economy of the region took a turn for the worse, which was offset only by the fact that the discovery of the New World, which will be our topic in 2 weeks, was able to reimburse the crown with a lot of new funding that was not present before. So that's basically the story of this very sad period. Next week, we're going to look at Don Yitzhak Abravanel, who was a heroic figure. Like many of the Sephardic individuals we studied, he's also someone who combined tremendous political capacity and activity with scholarship. He wrote a major commentary on the Bible, for example, and that's studied to this very day. And hopefully we'll be able to move on from this very dark period with something of an upnote. But I thank you once again, as always, for your attention and your endurance. Have a good night. Rabbi Abarvanel is so fantastically heroic and important. I mean, I wish I could spend so much more time researching his life and his activity. I'm deeply inspired by it. You'll see here it is. Our sponsor tonight is Mr. Charles Joseph, who has been a long-time sponsor of these classes in various forms. He was also a sponsor of my most recent book, which I deeply appreciate, which he dedicated to his beloved parents. Tonight's source is going to rely very heavily on the research of a man named Ben-Zion Netanyahu, born in Warsaw at the beginning of the century. Ironically, it's the same birth date as my grandmother, Alaha Shalom. So I guess this is how old she would have been. And he passed away in Jerusalem just a few years ago. He was a professor. He became interested in Sephardic studies, a professor at the University of Denver, then at Cornell University, and actually briefly had an office near his office when I was there as a postdoctoral fellow. Later, the Encyclopedia of the Encyclopedia Hebraica. But the reason why we're studying him tonight, of course, is because he wrote a definitive biography of Abarvanel. We'll get to that name in a second, which was published originally in 1953 and then reissued 3 times afterwards because it was really so classic. You may recognize the name Netanyahu because here he is with his illustrious son Benjamin, the current prime minister of Israel. He was also the father of Yoni Netanyahu, the hero of Entebbe, and a really very impressive individual. Another son also involved in the idea. So he has a political and a religious history that's fascinating, but for our purposes, it's his work as a historian that will inform most of our comments tonight. Okay, so I want to go back to something that we spoke about briefly when we looked at the life of Abraham Senior last week. And I alluded to this idea that when I first read the work of Raoul Hilberg, I really thought that the whole connection to the Spanish Inquisition and the Holocaust was a stretch. When I read Ben-Zion Netanyahu's work, though, I see that it's quite possible when you look at the dates that Hilberg, who was not an expert in Sephardic history, was probably heavily influenced by Netanyahu's work because that's where you see the thesis developed in a much more precise fashion. And I think we can look at this in the sense that I'm sure you've You've heard the famous passage from Santayana, which is all those, what is it? Those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. And in our, here at Touro College, the chair of our history department, Toba Singer, likes to say to students, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it next semester, right? They have to take it again. So there's another quip that says, well, history may not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. And there's an eerie rhyme going on here. So let's look for a second at some basic elements of Netanyahu's breakdown of the onset of the Inquisition and the expulsion, and I think we have some eerie parallels. This is a 17th century rendition of an auto da fe, a mass execution, burning at the stake as a result of inquisitorial activities. So if we look at this pattern that we discussed last week, it really starts out in the late 14th century when you have these mass conversions of Jews. Netanyahu tends to take a very economic approach to the reasoning behind these mass conversions. Much of the anti-Jewish legislation, he argues, or activity like rioting and so on, he argues came primarily from the burgher class, meaning not the nobility and not the peasantry, but the urban class, a burgeoning commercial class that saw the Jews as direct competitors in their various fields of endeavor. And so it was they who really fomented much of this activity. Ironically, Netanyahu argues, they were unprepared for the results because the ongoing trope in the relationship between Christianity and Judaism has been, Jews were given the option of convert or die. And as we saw in the Ashkenazic lands in the Crusades, quite often they chose simply to die, in some cases even to commit suicide. On other occasions, which makes it a little bit more complicated than just the binary choice of convert or die, there are two other choices. One is, or pay us lots of money to leave you alone. And the fourth choice is, or run away, flee. So the burghers were expecting perhaps one of those options. They were not, according to Netanyahu, expecting the fact that Jews might say, okay, let's convert. Which is in fact what happened in 1391, is that the Jews kind of unexpectedly and en masse decided to accept Christianity, which is not something that you see as a pattern in much of European Jewish history. The reasons why it differed in the 14th century are beyond the scope of our inquiry today. Netanyahu would argue, though, it was primarily for social mobility, meaning that the Sephardic Jews felt, this is a really terrible situation. We would rather much prefer to remain Jews and remain in our sphere of activity and have our commercial privileges ratified. But if we're given the choice, perhaps we should pro forma convert and maintain our business practices as always. And then when things calm down, we will go back to Jewish identities. And the burghers, argues Netanyahu, were caught off guard by this. And of course, it was a disastrously counterproductive strategy, because once the Jews converted, the Christian state had no legal mechanism to discriminate against them. And all of a sudden, all of their restrictions on commerce, on settlement, on education, on advancement in the professions, on entry into guilds, were all disappeared in an instant. And so they were confronted with perhaps 100,000 new competitors who had the same legal rights that they did. Hence, this caused the persecution of these so-called new Christians, where the Christian state now had to actually create a new category that did not exist in Christian theology, these almost Christians. They had performed the rites of baptism, and by all traditional canon law, they were in fact full Christians. What is a new Christian? So new Christians and their children and their grandchildren were kind of like really suspect Christians. We're not exactly sure what to do with them. This led to the Inquisition, because the church was interested in, well, what are we doing with all these people who claim to be Christians and they're not really practicing and they're going back to their Jewish roots, so you had to inquire as to their bona fides, quite literally. And the Inquisition led, as we discussed last week, to the isolation of the Jewish community because the Jews who had converted were still in extensive relationships with their erstwhile co-religionists, and this ultimately and inevitably led to the expulsion. This is the kind of flow of history that we discussed last week. Netanyahu's thesis. There are others who disagree, particularly with the economic component of this analysis, but it sounds remarkably familiar. Because if you look at the late 19th century and early 20th century of Germany, we see, let's put up the Spanish pattern over here on the left, we see almost identical things happening in Germany. This is the rhyme of history, perhaps. Late 19th century and the 20th century, you have a massive number of Jews converting to Christianity. Again, purely pro forma, as a means to gain entry to all of the avenues of social advancement that were closed to them. And we could rattle off a dozen names of prominent individuals in the 19th century in all fields of endeavor who were Jews who chose Christianity for those reasons. Some, like Heinrich Heine, regretted it and described it as baptism was their ticket to European culture, but nevertheless felt badly about it for the rest of their lives. Not our point. It allowed for tremendous social mobility, where you had all of these Jews who were, reaching the tops of their professions and intermarrying extensively with Germans. And this created an environment that, not religiously, but socially was untenable, because the Aryans, so to speak, felt themselves excluded from their own country, that there was this kind of like separate class of people who were like the in crowd, who were Jews with a tremendous amount of power in the media, in banking, in arts and culture, and so on. This leads under the Nazi period to an isolation of the Jewish community, passing of restrictive legislation to try and identify those Germans who are non-Aryan and separating them away from the rest of the population, ultimately leading to expulsion. And and obviously that could not be wholesale in Germany because they still had the rule of law that they had to deal with, but ultimately found its expression in the Holocaust. So this rhyme of history, this linkage of the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion to the 20th century Holocaust, I think actually has a tremendous amount of theoretical appeal, and it's the kind of resonance that we have to be aware of, even in our own days. Okay, but let us concentrate on our main topic today, which is, of course, Don Yitzchak Abravanel. We should begin with, how do we say his name? Netanyahu actually catalogs 17 highly distinct spellings of his name in the Latin alphabet. Of course, he was active in Spain, Portugal, Italy, and as a result, using the Latin alphabet, you have a lot of different variations, and 9 different spellings in Hebrew. And Hebrew, of course, does not conventionally include vowels in its written or printed writings, and so it gets even worse. How exactly do you pronounce it? One of the most popular versions in America is Abarbanel. And when I told my wife I was giving a lecture on Abravanel, she said, who? And I said, Abarbanel, oh, like the wine, right? So that's how she remembers it that way. Abarbanel is perhaps, if you go to yeshiva, they'll say Abarbanel. There's a popular song, Abarbanel, ba ba ba, Abarbanel. You've heard it. But the probably correct, I'm following Netanyahu here, probably correct is Abravanel. That's probably how he pronounced it, more or less, with my Canadian accent. His years are 1437 to 1508. He came from an extremely illustrious family. Many communal leaders in his lineage, fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, all with tremendous wealth and prestige, honor, leaders of the community. His family originates in Spain, in the city of Seville, which ironically was one of the epicenters of the anti-Jewish activity in the 14th century. And in fact, very tragically, his own grandfather, Shmuel, converted to Christianity. We don't know enough about the details, but most likely in the wake of those initial pogroms of 1391. Several years later, however, Shmuel brought the entire family over to Portugal, which had a decidedly more pro-Jewish or at least tolerant approach. And there in Portugal, safe from the Inquisition, he abandoned Christianity and returned to Jewish life. Abravano rarely refers to his grandfather's conversion. It seems to have been something of a blight on the family history, so you only find out about it from sources outside of his own writings. He received in Lisbon, where he was born, a traditional Jewish Sephardic education. And we'll look at what those things are momentarily. But first, let us understand a little bit about, why was Portugal so friendly to Jews when just across the border you had one of the most intense periods of anti-Jewish persecution in memory. One of the reasons is because the Spanish kings were moving rapidly towards the absolute monarchies that were modeled in, let's say, France and to some degree Germany, some degree Russia, where the kings had far more absolute power. That was not at all the case in Portugal, where there was still quite a bit of division of power. One of the areas where the king did have significant power and could wield it over the church was the institution of servi camarae. You may recall we discussed this very briefly last week. That's basically, the term is Latin and it means servants of the chamber, meaning the royal chamber, an institution in which Jews reported directly and exclusively to the king. They did not report to local nobles. They certainly didn't report to burghers. And so as a community, whatever revenues they generated through tax farming or commerce or whatever could be taxed solely by the king directly. As a result, the Jews were an extremely valuable institution because the king could deploy them specifically to fill his own coffers. The burghers were the principal, according to Netanyahu, were the principal opponents of the Jews, but the king, who had sufficient power there, who could allow this against the power of the church, which was weaker in Portugal, was very happy to bring these conversos into Portugal and was perfectly okay with allowing them to return to Judaism. We won't actually talk about it today, but 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, here I am not talking about it today, 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, when Portugal wanted to enter into a dynastic union with Spain, unifying the peninsula, the rulers reluctantly imposed the expulsion on Jews, but with kind of a wink and a nod, they said, but if you convert to Christianity, we will give you a 20-year lease on the Inquisition. In other words, just convert to Christianity, just do the thing with the water, all right? And for 20 years, we're going to look the other way on Pesach and when you kosher your house for, and koshering your meat and things like that. We'll look the other way for 20 years, hoping to keep the Jews in the population rather than having them leave. Of course, they left. Still, this was a period of tremendous change. Abravano was right at the center of it. But in his early years, it was actually a very stable kingdom with tremendous opportunities for growth and advancement for a well-placed and rather brilliant young man like Abravano. He was especially associated with one of the more powerful houses of the nobility, the House of Braganza. This is the he became Alfonso I, the Duke of Braganza. His initial association with Braganza would be excellent for his advancement. Later on, however, it would prove to be his demise, as we shall see. What was his traditional education? So he received a thorough grounding in rabbinics. And if there was a bias toward one aspect of the massive oeuvre of the rabbis, it would certainly be studies of Tanakh. He was an unparalleled expert in the Hebrew scriptures, and of course much of his writings are based on the Hebrew scriptures. One of the Spanish, we haven't had enough time to discuss these things this semester, but one of the Spanish geniuses of their particular form of Judaic research was into text, and specifically Tanakh. So the Spaniards excelled in perfecting the Talmudic text and also the religious texts. Spain was also, of course, a hotbed of Kabbalistic activity. People like the Ramban, Moshe de Leon, and others, and so he was quite familiar with Kabbalistic texts. This would be very significant later on in his life as he began to write about Messianism and predict the Messianic future. He believed, for example, that 1503 was going to be the year the Mashiach came. He was quite disappointed to live past that date without Mashiach. At the same time, again in a typically Sephardic mode, he received a very extensive and thorough education in secular studies. Rhetoric was a big deal. He studied Cicero, Thucydides, many of the great Latin classics in particular, and he even studied the Church Fathers, who were also noted for their rigorous dialectic and their beauty of expression in Latin, which he knew quite well. He was heavily influenced by Aristotle, although he had significant differences with Maimonides, and one of his great works was a commentary on Maimonides. Later, through the influence of his son, he began to shift himself a little bit more towards the Neoplatonics, but nevertheless, we're talking about a person who is truly a gifted and well-rounded individual with a tremendous breadth of sources at his fingertips. In fact, he's one of the more popular of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible in the church, primarily because of his very liberal attitudes towards deriving arguments from sources outside of the Judaic tradition per se. Okay, so in Portugal, he rose along a trajectory that you might anticipate for a person of this stature, with the background that he had and the experience of his fathers and forefathers. He rose to become the leader of Portuguese Jewry under Alfonso V in his 30s, and he performed a number of economic activities, tax farming, just like Abraham Sr., many of the patterns that we've seen in other figures. He also was pioneered, or I shouldn't say pioneered, he led the charge for defending world Jewry whenever he saw an opportunity to help out. For example, there was a terrible story of 250 Jews who were taken from one particular island and thrown into slavery. And this was something that happened from time to time in Jewish communities, where they would be seized by pirates and then put on the slave market. Portugal was very big in the slave market, and Abravano raced around the peninsula, gathering up a huge amount of sum to track down each one of these Jews who was sold into slavery and then ransoming them back. And for this kind of activities, he earned the respect and admiration of the entire Jewish population, who looked to him as a Moses-like figure, someone who was truly deserving of respect and adulation. Yes, question. Can I zoom in on the face a little bit? On the words. Not so easily. When you go online, you can do it. Let's try this here. Control plus. Yeah, sorry. Students, what are you going to do? They write down notes and stuff. He had a massive fortune. At one point, there was a loan of an astronomical amount collected from the nobility in in Portugal, to give to finance a particular war effort, and he himself gave more than 10% of it just from his personal coffers. Rather remarkable amount. He had a happy family life, fathered 3 sons who followed in his path and who achieved fame on their own in many other fields, as well as Jewish leadership. And he maintained in touch with them even when the family was atomized by the Spanish expulsion, and managed to reunite with them towards the end of his life. But as you can imagine, this was short-lived. That's kind of like his trajectory upward, and he's active as a political and as a communal figure, very serious success as an economic figure. But his patron, Alfonso V, died of plague, which was devastating the Iberian Peninsula at this time. He was 49 years old. It was completely unexpected, and this changed Abravano's fortunes dramatically. The successor, and this name I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Some say it's João. I like to think of it as João as I think I told you last week when he was born, they said, wow, it's a boy. I can't do that joke twice. But Huao II, the successor, was not at all the same as his father. Among other things, he was very land poor. He complained once that all my father left me were the roads of Portugal, meaning no landed estates, no massive treasury. And here he's trying to build together. He's seeing that all the other kings are moving towards the direction of the absolute monarchy, l'état, c'est moi, these kinds of attitudes of the state being identical with the king. And Portugal is the ugly duckling in the background. So one of the ways that he hoped to shore up his authority was to find some quick sources of wealth and then distribute it in order to buy the loyalty of the nobility. The two obvious solutions were to dismantle the House of Braganza, which was a major rival for the throne, and seize their lands and then be able to distribute it to other nobles. And since Abravanel was one of the primary figures that was supported by the House of Braganza, he was definitely, caught in the sights of Joao II. What happened was Abravanel was summoned to court shortly after the death of Alfonso V. He left home with a single traveling companion, and on the way, he stopped at an inn, and they learned that, in fact, the House of Braganza, the Duke, had been arrested. So Abravanel put two and two together, and he realized that he was not being called to court to get a promotion. He was, in fact, going to get something much worse. And so a very difficult decision was posed to him, and he decided that he had to flee Portugal altogether, leaving his family behind. He realized he could not simply skip across the border directly, because that would have taken him immediately past the House of Braganza itself. So he decided to move south along the coast of the peninsula, where he was undetected, and only then, after some time, he crossed across the border and made his way into Spain safely. He was declared a traitor to Portugal, as expected. All of his wealth was confiscated. Fortunately, his family was allowed to flee as well, impoverished, but nevertheless with their lives, and they made their way across the border into Spain. So he was dispossessed of all of his authority and all of his wealth in one fell swoop, and it's amazing how he was able to climb back up from that, not once, but several times, an indication of his phenomenal political prowess. His initial period in Spain was one in which he battled with, I think depression would be too hard a word, but he battled with his fate that in some ways, ironically echoed that of his grandfather. In fact, there's a small ironic twist to it. Abravanel anticipated that some of his family might have been held against him for ransom. And in fact, shortly after he spirited his family out of Spain, he learned of a plot to kidnap his one-year-old grandson and forcibly baptize him, thus claiming he was a Christian and would have to remain in Portugal, and then Abravanel would be forced to come back and meet the new king. But he was nevertheless able to spirit all of his family out before that happened. And he poured his energy into his writings, something which he had done a little bit of earlier. He'd written a couple of small treatises on a number of topics, but once he came to Spain and dispossessed of all of his lands and his authority, he wrote a commentary in the first three books of Tanakh, the first post-Chumash books of Tanakh, the biblical books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And it was an incredibly prolific output and created a classic work which is still studied to this day. He wrote the equivalent of 400,000 words in 4.5 months. And for those of you who have not written novels or anything, to put it in times of space, your typical novel is somewhere between 50 and 75,000 words in length. The book that I published a couple of months ago is about 300 pages long, and it comes in at 69,000 words. So that means that this book that I worked on since like 1994, he wrote 6 of them in 6 months. Just an incredible output and genius, fantastic research into the language and meaning. And what else is fascinating about it is because he writes with an unusual sense of self, in which when in the Book of Kings, for example, which is not in his initial output, but his commentary in the Book of Kings, he says things like, yeah, this is exactly the way it was when I lived in Lisbon. And the kings were just like it was over here. And he explains the Book of Kings, talking about Solomon and the rebellions and so on. He's saying, he gives examples from things that he personally witnessed in the royal court. So his perspective is hardly academic. It's more like a memoir. If you could imagine something like, I don't know, Lieberman, Senator Lieberman, writing not only a book about Shabbos, but a learned book, a commentary on something in the Bible, and saying, yeah, this is just like with Al Gore and Bill Clinton. We had this problem with that's sort of what this is like. It's an unusual combination of commentary on the Bible and political memoir. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and very gripping reading. He has a lot to say about the expulsion and so on. Of course, given his unique talents and his reputation, he was summoned to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, and he was allowed to retain his Jewish identity, of course, regardless of his grandfather's earlier conversion, and he entered service in their court. So now he's in his second royal court, where he was essentially the third in command economically. The king and queen were jointly the head of the government, and Abraham Senior was the principal tax collector. He was third. He worked directly under the much older Abraham Senior, and he rose to tremendous prominence in Spain after having been into tremendous prominence in Italy. But, in Portugal. As we discussed, that was short-lived. We're talking about basically the period from 1483 to 1492, which is the expulsion. 9 odd years was the period of his rise to power in Spain. Amazingly, Abravanel and the other Jews of Spain did not anticipate the expulsion. Netanyahu writes about this at great length. How is it possible? A lot of it has to do with Ferdinand's own poker face. He is in fact, I didn't know this, but when Machiavelli wrote The Prince, Ferdinand was his model. That was exactly the person he was writing about. And Ferdinand was able to keep his counsel to himself. He was famous, apparently, or infamous for, listening to people without betraying any emotion about what he actually planned to do. And in fact, the Jewish community was completely caught off guard by the writ of expulsion. Abravanel attempted to stay the expulsion. It was just released in March, and it was supposed to take effect in July. And we're talking about a ridiculously short period of time to expel several 100,000 people from the peninsula. Abravanel raised a massive bribe, offering it to the king and queen, hoping that would stay the decision. It did not, unfortunately. There's one famous scene which, unfortunately, Abravanel did not write about. We don't have his own words, but we do have some third-person accounts in which they believed that Ferdinand was the principal mover behind the expulsion, that they felt that if they could appeal appropriately to Ferdinand, then he would rescind it. But at a key moment, he said, listen, why are you talking to me? You should be speaking to the Queen Isabella. And they saw an opening. They saw, so perhaps it's not Ferdinand. All we have to do is speak to the Queen. The Queen owed a lot to Abraham Senior. He was apparently very much involved in setting up the original marriage, and they thought that they had an in with the Queen. And so Abravanel and Senior went in to make their last appeal to the Queen. The Queen, however, was of a single mind with Ferdinand, and she famously responded by quoting verses from the Bible, which are ironically quoted in the same context in the Talmud, that to the effect that the thoughts that the king has are planted there by God, that only God can really inspire a king to act. And Abravanel, rather than begging, according to the accounts we have, rather than begging, he realized that it was hopeless, so he raised himself up to full stature, and he just blasted Isabella with a withering rebuke, saying that this would ultimately be the end of Spain, that any nation that dares to persecute the Jews ultimately finds doom redound upon their own head, and he walked out with his dignity intact, at the very least. Unfortunately, that didn't help. The expulsion writ went ahead, but nevertheless, he did. You know, it's a famous oration that we only have in third-hand accounts, but nevertheless quite moving. Unlike Senor and his son-in-law and their family who chose to convert to Christianity to retain and ultimately retain their position and authority and wealth, Abravanel chose to go into exile with the Jews, even though Isabella and Ferdinand did beg him to stay and to continue in his economic capacity, as he did Rabbi Senor. So this began a period of tremendous wandering that took him to the end of his life. He's already now in his 60s and 70s. He left Spain, and although many Jews chose to take the short route either to North Africa or to Navarre and crossing the Pyrenees into Europe proper, later we're going to have massive communities of Sephardim in Amsterdam, for example. He chose the less popular route. It doesn't quite show as well in this map because there's so many arrows here, but he ultimately decided to come to Naples in Italy. And many other Jews that we'll discuss in the next semester made their way to Muslim countries, Ottoman Turkey. He had some hesitation about going to a Muslim country, and so he and his family made their way originally to Naples. Naples didn't work out that well. They were fortunate to be accepted. There are 3 ships that the Abravanels were on one of them, and the Jews on the ships contracted the plague. And so in Naples, there was a tremendous hesitation. Oh my gosh, accepting immigrants, refugees. Many of the other ports would not accept Jews at all. To even think of accepting Jews with the plague was exceptional. Nevertheless, they were moved by the plight of these beleaguered Jews, and they did in fact accept them and ultimately cared for them in Naples. And when he was there in Naples, he resumed his biblical commentary, continued it through many of the other books that we have. War, however, interrupted his stay there. He ended up having to flee first to Sicily, then later to Palermo, and then finally to Corfu and Monopoli. Wandering for many years, spending sometimes only a few weeks or a few months as war progressed and closed off many avenues for them. He began to expand his writings beyond biblical commentary, writing on the ritual of the Paschal Lamb, the Paschal sacrifice. It comes down to us as a commentary on the Haggadah, and a series of works on the nature of prophecy and messianism in our times. And at this point, under the influence of one of his sons in particular, he was very taken with the Kabbalistic trend that we spoke about with Ibn Gabriel and others, and he began to try to use his knowledge of the Torah to calculate the messianic end, which he believed would occur in 1503, as I mentioned earlier. Ultimately, he was saddened and mistaken. His last major stop was in Venice, where he actually, yes, Mr. Wright. Yeah, definitely. You still have illegal communities. You still have isolated coastal communities. I mean, Hong Kong was part of China and part of England at the same time. So there's many, many exceptional rules. And Nerfreg can shilas off a map. You know, you can't really ask questions off something as rough as this. But Jews were, in fact, migrating to these places. The whole story of the Sephardic community in London is particularly fascinating. We'll explore that, though, in the spring semester. Okay, so weiter, here we are, Venice. Last stop was Venice, and I think this is one of the most ironic aspects of his stay here. Remember, we have to understand that at this point, this is a man who is already into his 7th decade. has been wandering for much of the last 2 decades, has seen himself rise to power and been thrown down to the depths several times, running for his life, separated from his family for years at a time. Many other details I haven't shared with you, but like, for example, he wrote an entire commentary in the book of Devarim, and then he lost it in his migrations. And then he was very fortunate that he found a copy many years later that he had given to one of his sons. So he rescued it, and in fact, we have the rescued copy today. But, incredible stresses of this phenomenal individual. How does he manage it? At Venice, towards the end of his life, he actually rises once again into the service of a king. Specifically, the issue there, and it really fascinating that he would be associated with Portugal. Here's the situation. These 2 maps here show the Silk Road and the spice route. You have tremendous wealth of natural resources. Spices are especially valuable because you can, this is before refrigeration. Spices are necessary to keep meat longer and so on. Silk is primarily produced in Turkey and in points east, China, and elsewhere. Closely guarded secrets how it's produced, but it's a highly valuable luxury commodity that's very easy to transport, very light, and has a tremendous return on investment. So you've got India is packed with wealth. China is packed with this kind of wealth that Europeans way up here just love. They want that stuff, spices, silk, and so on. Hence the name Spice and Silk Road. But the thing is, there are only 2 routes. There is the overland route that takes you across the Himalayas into Baghdad, and then out here from, let's say, Lebanon, Syria. And then Venice was one of the Mediterranean ports that controlled the trade. Or you could go the maritime route, which essentially took you through Arabic lands and then up here to Egypt. There's no Suez Canal at this point, so then it has to go overland either above the Sahara Desert or once again into the Mediterranean basin. And one of the most important things about the economics of the Silk Route and the Spice Route is that every time you stop the caravan, you got to pay some taxes. Every place you stop, there's a toll. Every place you go, you got to pay for the local security to keep away the brigands. It's an expensive venture. And like you might buy a bolt of silk for, let's say, $1 in China, by the time you finish paying taxes on it, you've got to sell it for $500 in France. It just expands in price so much. So the goal is to try and find a way to get from India to Europe without paying taxes and tolls at every rest stop. It's kind of like traveling with little kids. You want them to sleep as long as possible, so you don't have to stop at every single gas station. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but let's go on. So this is what happened in this time. Vasco da Gama, you recall we spoke a few weeks ago about Abraham Zacuto and his development of the astrolabe and his development of the Alphonsine tables that allowed Vasco da Gama to make this tremendous trip. And this put Portugal suddenly way forward, and their economics boomed as a result. Vasco da Gama found a way to get around the coast of South Africa, primarily through using a lot of the shifting wind patterns. This is a really dangerous turnaround here. And then it took him a while, back and forth, but eventually got to southern India without having to make all of those toll stops. And so this maritime route to India, which was relatively easy for Portugal to dominate for at least the first half century, suddenly gave Portugal a chance to make a phenomenal amount of money in the international silk and spice trade. And this made Venice overnight irrelevant. It's like trying to sell, VHS machines in the era of Netflix. VHS is all over. In fact, for those of you on the internet who were born in, let's say, 1990, VHS is kind of like a digital recorder that wasn't digital. I don't know why I bother telling people things like that. But anyway, so Venice was freaking out when Abrivano landed there, and they didn't know what to do about it. So Abrivano amazingly, he came up with a plan, and he suggested it to the king of Venice, saying, hey, I have an idea of how we can negotiate an effective trade deal with Portugal. You'll have to take a bit of a loss because they really have the advantage. But on the other hand, you have the local trade network already built into Europe. And if you make a partnership with them and sacrifice some of your profits, you'll be able to stave off economic disaster. The kings and nobles of Venice heard this elderly patriarch, long flowing beard, apparently very tall individual with a booming voice, very eloquent, and they thought his plan was fantastic. And they elevated him and said, okay, you will be our prime negotiator to go back to Portugal. If you can imagine it, Portugal, that originally he's exiled, he's under a death penalty in Portugal. You can go back to Portugal as our emissary to negotiate this deal. Unfortunately, Portugal said, we're not even interested in learning about this deal because we're going to keep all the money for ourselves. We'll make our own trade deal. Thank you very much. And Venice was not able to pursue that route. But nevertheless, you get a sense for what kind of individual this must have been. This is the third set of kings that he has served and risen to the very top by dint of his own personality and intelligence. So when we think about Abravanel as a whole, and we have just touched on the political contours of his life with a little bit of a sense of what he has written. The true brilliance of Abravanel is in his writings, where you see the combination of his political insight, his depth of experience, and his intellectual acuity really come to the fore. His writing is very crisp and sharp. I find it slightly loquacious, largely because he has a lot to say, but it is an absolutely fascinating exercise to go through his work. This particular edition, which is the edition I own, has a real advantage in that it has shoulder notes, meaning, you have, rather than trying to go through pages and pages of text, there are little shoulder notes that give you a hint as to, okay, now he's going to talk about this topic, now he's going to talk about this topic. It's much easier to zero in on much more on specific points. But nevertheless, this is an individual who in many ways encapsulates and typifies the unique Sephardic Jew, someone who is tremendously skilled in a wide variety of academic disciplines, is completely at home in a non-Jewish environment, and is able to negotiate with kings without embarrassment or fear, and at the same time, absolutely true to the tradition and presenting a broad-minded view of Judaism that is compelling and appealing even to this day. I really enjoy doing the research and learning a lot more about the life of Yitzhak Abravanel. It's fascinating, especially so interesting to see how his life contrasts with Abraham Senior's. And when they were faced with the difficult decisions associated with the Inquisition and especially the writ of expulsion, how did they handle those things? But Abravanel really comes forth as such an incredible hero of phenomenal proportions. I was really motivated by it, and made me feel a lot better about my own peregrinations. And my wife and I observed that in the first 7 years of our marriage, we moved 10 times. And that was solely for the sake of pursuing higher education. And it was in 5 different countries and several different continents. And we could do it because we were young and we had the energy, and it was all for good things. But for Abravanel to be able to, put out such a tremendous amount of material under such incredibly difficult circumstances, all I can say is really motivating for me that I've got to finish my next project really fast because I have so many things I want to write. Anyways, so good and welfare. Oh, one more thing. I also, I'm just reflecting to myself. What I take away from this particular lecture is the incredible parallels with Nazi Germany in the 1930s. I mean, I never took that seriously, but I think Professor Netanyahu and Professor Hilberg really have a case to make there. And if you haven't seen the lecture on Abraham Senior, please go back and watch that because you'll see how I present the initial part of that argument. And today, of course, at the beginning, we discussed how Netanyahu approaches it. Maybe it's something we'll explore in greater detail in a future lecture series. At any rate, this is the week of Hanukkah. The first lighting is tonight as I'm making this recording. If you have yet to choose Hanukkah presents for your loved ones, may I suggest my new book, which is right here on the, no, I got it wrong. Here it is. I enjoyed writing this book. I think it's a very meaningful one, and it gives people a chance. Here's a picture of me on the back cover and stuff. It gives people a chance to learn about the tremendous activity of the Piaseczna Rebbe, something very dear to my heart, and I hope to do some ongoing projects in this. And otherwise, I really hope you have a fantastic holiday. We're going to take next week off in order to be able to enjoy the holiday, and then we'll return on December 25th with a final lecture for the fall season. Thank you very much for joining me as always. Okay, welcome to the spring semester of lectures. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic series. I'm so pumped up myself about the research that I've been doing over the break since the fall semester. And our basic topic is going to be moving from the Iberian Peninsula, the history of the Jews of Spain and Portugal, to the Sephardic diaspora. So over the course of the next 12-odd weeks, we're going to be exploring what exactly happened to the Sephardim as they left the Iberian Peninsula, and we will, as is our wont, tend to focus on the lives of particular individuals. Tonight, we're going to talk about someone who has received very little attention in the scholarly world, even though there is quite a bit of archival data that can be mined, and only now are scholars beginning to really work with the material that we have, particularly in Italian archives. The life of Benvenida Abravanel. As the name indicates, she is a member of the great Abravanel family. I'll show you her family tree, and there's some interesting sort of difficult skeletons buried there that we'll explore. But she's exemplary in so many ways of the new identity that Sephardim began to develop as they entered the first century of their diaspora. Some fascinating things I hope to share with you. Global ideas like, in many ways, they really constituted the first diaspora community since the exile of the Jews from Israel in the first century. And they were able to become an international community far more than any prior diaspora, as we shall see. And in many ways, their activity articulated the notion of a world Jewish community more than anyone prior. Well, I'm also very grateful to be able to speak about her because it's so hard to find women with enough historical material to actually fill a sophisticated or even popular lecture such as this. But we do have quite a bit of material on Benvenida Abravanel, and I look forward to sharing with you the aspects of her life, and especially the gendered aspects of her life. Let's do the good and welfare materials before we get too far. As I mentioned, the series is going to focus for the rest of the semester on the Sephardim as they fled the Iberian Peninsula. You can see these beautiful arrows showing them traveling to Northern Europe, to the entire Mediterranean basin and the Eastern Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire, and also out to the New World, to America. We'll look at the crypto-Jews as well. I'm also hoping to discuss the experience of the Holocaust by Sephardim. That is also, as I wrote in one article a long time ago, an occluded history because so few scholars have really studied Sephardim as opposed to Ashkenazim, even though Sephardim were heavily affected by the Holocaust as well, particularly in Greece. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Dr. Karen and Michael Marcus in memory of their parents, Harry and Ann Chait, and Isaac and Bertha Marcus. We're very grateful for the sponsorships. Your presence here tonight is sponsorship enough. It makes me feel very proud that so many of you come out to hear these lectures. And for all of you on the internet, we're hitting about 2,000 views a day, which is kind of an impressive number, I think. We're really grateful for your participation as well. If you would like to support this series specifically, we're engaged in this project primarily to raise funds for student scholarships. We've raised $12,000 so far. I have a goal of $100,000, so we're almost there. And the website is bit.ly/the Friends of Jewish History. We have 5 lectures this semester that have yet to be sponsored. They're $250 each for a sponsorship. That's a really nice way to participate. But I also really appreciate getting smaller donations too. They all go into the same pot. Even the pushka from my desk goes into this pot, and it helps out our students. Okay, in terms of the sources that we'll use for tonight's lecture, I'm going to rely on 3 sources in particular. I like to give some propers to those who help us out with the background material here. First of all, working with, and there's no monograph length study that I'm familiar with yet in any language on the life of Benvenida Abravanel, but so we have a few chapter length studies. Professor Howard Zvi Edelman, a landsman of mine from Canada at Queen's University, wrote a fascinating article on her that is in the Jewish Women's Archive. We'll also rely on Professor Renata Segre's article on the Mendes and Benvenista families in Ferrara. Fascinating story of their rivalry that we'll explore. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of her. And Professor David Malkiel wrote an amazing article that will occupy the latter third of this lecture when we look at the remarkable will of Benvenida Abravanel's husband, Shmuel, which occasioned an international debate over what exactly to do with issues of women's inheritance rights, the customs of the secular world as opposed to Jewish halakha, and so on. That's his research. And finally, I have to say that, I don't do this often enough, but I rely very heavily on the phenomenal Touro library staff. They're incredibly professional, incredibly swift and helpful. I have to say that the nicest people in the world end up becoming librarians because all they want to do is help you. They're just so happy you come into the library. They say, how can we get you the information you need? In particular, I was desperate for one article that I didn't have, and it was shortly before this lecture, and the amazing Carol Shapiro, indicated here in the Manhattan campus, got it for me in the blink of an eye, and I'm very grateful to her and to all of the Touro library staff, particularly in the basement of Avenue J. Okay, so that's the quick good and welfare. One last detail I've decided to change a little bit for this semester. For a long time I used to tell a joke at the beginning of every class, and I thought that went great. I really enjoyed it. Then for a while people complained on the internet, so I stopped telling jokes. And then people complained on the internet, hey, where's the jokes? And then most recently, the complaints I'm getting on the internet is, you have to realize I've been giving these lectures for like 5 years. So there's quite a few, several hundred lectures on the web. And people complain saying, wait a minute, you told that joke already. I mean, how many jokes can I possibly know? So anyways, this is what I'm going to try to do this semester. I'm going to only tell jokes for the first time, meaning I've never told these jokes before. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 tellings before I get it right. But you're going to suffer through the first time. So here's the joke, and then we'll get started. David has led a really profligate life. He has visited houses of ill repute. He has cheated others. He has been incredibly disrespectful of the Sabbath and the holidays, and generally lived a life of wastefulness and wanton behavior. And he's on his deathbed, and the rabbi comes to him and says to him, David, after this long life and all of the mistakes you've made and all the bad choices you made and how you transgressed the Torah in so many ways, now is the time that you should denounce your Yetzer Hara, your evil inclination. You should denounce the Satan. You should denounce Satan who tempted you into all of these evil ways. Now is the time to make your stand and say what you really believe in. Are you prepared to denounce the Yetzer Hara and the Satan? And David says, Rabbi, until I know where I'm going, I don't think it's so wise to do that. Okay, not so funny, but like I said, first time I'm telling you. Okay, thank you for the shrug. Okay, let's go on. Let's talk history. So The Abravanel dynasty. We spent quite a bit of time talking about Don Isaac Abravanel, so let's place Benvenida, sometimes spelled, by the way, Benvenuta, in this context. So here is Don Isaac, Yitzchak Abravanel, or Abarbanel, who was, of course, the great leader of the Jewish people in Spain and Portugal, went on to Venice and many other places as well. He was originally of Spanish roots, but as you recall, we discussed in the class a few weeks ago, his father was forcibly converted, possibly in the end of the 14th century, as indicated here. He then, a few decades later, he fled to Portugal and readopted his Jewish identity and recanted his forced conversion. And there he raised his family. Judah was his son, and Judah had several sons, one of which was named Don Isaac. Yitzchak, Don Isaac Abravanel, had a son named Samuel, and his brother, Jacob, had a daughter named Benvenida. We don't have her birth date, but it would be reasonable to assume that she was probably born somewhere around 1490 or 1500, and the two of them married. So they're first cousins marrying. The laws of consanguinity, I think that's how you pronounce that word, the laws of blood relations are somewhat more flexible in traditional Judaism, although not nearly practiced so widely. At any rate, she comes from the Abravanel side through both her father and through her father-in-law and husband Samuel. So that's where she fits within the overall family. She had several children, Letitia, Yehuda, Yaakov, and Gioia, and there's more to this story that we'll reach later. She lived her life outside of Spain, of course, because the expulsion occurred in 1492, and most of this story occurs right in the beginning of the Portuguese and Spanish diaspora. So I'd like to just pause for a second and think about that for a minute. I've mentioned Spain and Portugal several times in the last few sentences because, you have Shmuel, who migrates from Spain into Portugal. Then you have his grandson Isaac migrates from Portugal into Spain, and then they're, of course, expelled. What is the whole business of Spanish and Portuguese Jews? And you'll see quite often that they're mentioned in the same breath when you speak about the diaspora. What is the big deal about Portugal? The obvious point is, of course, that so many Jews fled from the expulsion of 1492 into Portugal, but they were only there for a few decades at most, stretching into the 16th century and slowly making their way out of there. How long does it take before you adopt the identity of the neighboring country? Here you have, for example, from the website of the Congregation Sharas Yisrael here in New York, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue. And as the website indicates, it was started by 23 Jews in 1654. And for only 23 Jews, do they really have to have Spanish and Portuguese? I mean, couldn't they get away with Spanish or even Iberian? I mean, why do they have to specifically designate Spanish and Portuguese? So I would like to prefer as a possibility that definitely has some historical validity, but it's a little bit of a chidush, a little bit of an insight that I had. We should recall that there is a key difference between the way in which Spanish Jews, by and large, were able to integrate into larger society and Portuguese Jews. Why is that so? We should remember the way that the Inquisition and the expulsions worked. The Inquisition was not per se directed at Jews. The Inquisition, you'll recall, was directed at Jews who had converted forcibly or otherwise and were secretly Judaizing or were suspected of Judaizing. In other words, you have, like, let's say, a massive forced conversion of Jews in 1391, and all of a sudden you have several generations of Christians who have full access to everything that Spain has to offer, no more legal restrictions, but on the other hand, they only marry other converted Christians. They insist on going back to buy food for Passover, going back to synagogue to get lessons in Hebrew, and they're their Christianity is questioned by the church, leading ultimately to the institution of the Inquisition, which specifically inquired into the bona fides, literally the good faith, of their Christianity. So the Inquisition per se targeted these so-called new Christians. The expulsion, on the other hand, of 1492 was directed at Jews, not the new Christians. The Jews were expelled because, at least as was argued in the writ of expulsion, they were expelled because they were they exerted a gravitational pull on the new Christians. That so long as the Jews maintained their own distinct polity within the Iberian Peninsula, the new Christians would always be going back to them, would always be getting more religious training from them, and you could never be sure of their Christian faith. And so therefore, in 1492, it was the Jews who were expelled. The new Christians, technically, could stay. When we get to the Portuguese point, then I'll pause for a question. So when the Jews were expelled, the first place that they went, of course, was Portugal. This is the easiest crossing. It involves no major cultural shift. They don't have to move into Arab, Muslim North Africa. They don't have to move out of Spanish-speaking Spain into France, for example. They certainly don't have to make the dangerous sea voyages out here where they may not be accepted in any of the ports they visit. And forget about going to New York or any place like that. New York at this point is so backward, there's not a single Chinese restaurant anywhere in Manhattan. So Portugal absorbed a lot of these Jews. Now, we are not going to go into the details of the Portuguese experience today because I've scheduled it more for next week, but we should understand that the Portuguese experience was very, very different. There, the kings were not necessarily so, rabidly doctrinal about their pursuit of Christian ideological purity. They were prepared to tolerate a lot more open hypocrisy in order to keep the Jews within their boundaries. And they were willing to engage in all kinds of stratagems to keep Jewish wealth in Portugal and simply turn a blind eye to their poor observance of Christianity. So you had in Portugal a lot more of these new Christians, a lot more Jews who had converted for reasons that we'll discuss in much greater detail, God willing, next week. When they also were forced out of Portugal, 1497 and later, then you had two distinct populations in the Mediterranean basin. You had Spaniards, Sephardic Jews per se, who were the old Jews, who had never converted, and you had the Portuguese new Christians who were returning to their Jewish roots, but technically were freed from the shackles of Jewish religious identity and legal disabilities. And the two groups had a very different access and entree to European culture, to European laws and society, as we shall explore. One of the great rivalries that we'll talk about today is between the Abravanels, who were Sephardim, who had never converted, and the Mendes family from Dona Gracia Mendes, who was one of the Portuguese who had converted and was returning. By the way, in terms of the Portuguese pressure placed on Jews, some tremendously horrible things, and we will go into greater detail next week, but I wanted to mention one of the worst is the exile of Jewish children, separating them from their parents and sending them from Portugal, you can see on the west coast of Europe there, down to the islands, the Portuguese islands of Sao Tome, here off the coast of West Africa. Absolutely horrific conditions. We'll talk about it more next week. The Mendes family here, this is actually the niece of Gracia Mendes, not Gracia herself, were from that Portuguese stock, and they had, in many ways, a lot more rights and privileges because they technically were converted Christians. And for typically economic reasons, the local ruling powers were prepared to turn a blind eye to their personal domestic practice if they stayed within their environs and contributed to the economic climate of society. Okay, so that's where the Abravanos fit. They are the old Jews, the Sephardim per se, not the Portuguese. And we'll probably explore this dichotomy more in later weeks as well. So let's look a little bit specifically at her life. We know most about her life in the period between Naples and Ferrara. Anyways, here is the map of Italy, and the Abravanos ended up here in Naples, where they lived for quite some time. The husband, Samuel, Shmuel, was referred to in local municipal documents, non-Jewish documents, as the king of the Jews. Now, obviously, the Jews did not have a king at this time, but this was probably referring to his high social standing and his great wealth that he was able to leverage to support the Jews of his community. The conflict between the church and the state was extensive during the 16th century. Reformation, Counter-Reformation was going on, and depending on which power held sway at one particular location or another, there was a various degrees of pressure exerted on the Jewish communities, and specifically those Portuguese Jews who were expected to behave like good Christians whenever the church held more power, as we shall see in Ancona. So there were several expulsions of Jews from Naples. The Abravanos were able to avoid two of those, the first in 1511, most likely by paying a large bribe to the local officials. Again, a second exile was decreed upon the Jews in 1533. I know it's a good question. If they were exiled in 1511, how come they're Jews back in 1533 that you have to exile them? This is one of these ongoing patterns in Jewish history that, you know, when Jews are expelled from a particular region, typically the economy slides, and then Jews are invited back, formally or otherwise, to contribute to the economy, and then, you know, the whole cycle starts again, you know, as we've seen. So the second expulsion in 1533 was most likely averted through Benvenida herself because of her association with Eleonora of Toledo. This is not a picture of Benvenida herself. I put it at the front because I think it's an absolutely beautiful portrait. It's one of the most stunning 16th century portraits you'll find. It's probably one of the first portraits of a noblewoman and her heir in a portrait like this by Il Bronzino. Very beautiful, kind of arresting figure. Anyways, Eleonora was a ward, a non-Jewish woman of the Medici family. She was a ward in Benvenida's home, and she was tutored by Benvenida. She was actually raised in their home, placed there by their family in order to receive some of Benvenida's erudition and her sense of etiquette and style and so on. So we only know about this kind of secondhand, but the fact that a non-Jewish young girl from a very important family was placed within the Abravanos family to be raised, it gives us some indication of what their standing must have been like. As she grew up, when the expulsion of 1533 was ordered, her personal intervention, Eleonora here, made a significant difference in allowing the Abravanos to evade that expulsion as well. The joke that I had right here is, I was going to say, I can't help but saying it, I was going to say that, you know, you might think it's unfair that I should put a picture of Benvenida's student up there, but the reality is that, you know, when you really become close with a student, professors actually tend to take on a little bit of their physical likeness, for example. And then I had pictures of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, and I was going to say, these are some of my former students. George Clooney, one of my graduate students. Such a waste. Okay, anyways, so that gives you a sense of how powerful it was. But she could not avoid it forever, and in 1541, a third exile was declared, and in fact, they moved to Ferrara, which is in the north of Italy. You can see it up over here. It turned out to be a very important center for Jewish activity in Italy, primarily because of a new technology that had become quite the rage among Jews, and that is the technology of printing. Benvenida was one of the primary sponsors of print scholarship. And I would love to spend a lot more time talking about this revolutionary aspect of the 16th century in the Jewish world, but I'll just hold myself to maybe a couple of minutes. We should realize that the evolution of print technology made a massive difference for Jews that we're still feeling today. And in fact, we feel many echoes of it today with the institution of the internet, which some of you may have heard of. The idea that you could mass produce at a reasonable price printed documents led to a literacy explosion among Jews, who already prided themselves on having a higher level of literacy than the surrounding society. But all of a sudden, you could circulate a tremendous amount of ideas very widely. I mean, we're talking about a period when you have the seam between handwritten, hugely expensive manuscripts of the Talmud and commentaries and so on, to all of a sudden having just about anybody able to actually, it's the equivalent of publishing a blog, that you could write something, you could get it out there quickly, cheaply, and so many people could access ideas. Not all societies accepted the printing revolution. The Muslims, for example, in Turkey, the Ottoman Turks, they felt that printing was such an ugly and cheap, poor imitation of the beauty of handcrafted calligraphy that they waited about 100 years before they really got on the ball with printing, not recognizing it for the technological advantage that it gave a society. But Jews were early adopters of printing. Many of the early printed works we have in general are written in Hebrew. This is the era of the first printing of the Talmud, for example, and so on. Really an incredible thing. So she was at the center of that new printing world. Ferrara was a noted location for printing. One of the first and most important books that she contributed to, which was actually dedicated to her rival, Gracia Mendes, because she gave apparently even more money, was this book that we'll study next week, The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, which was a Portuguese work that was written by Rabbi Samuel Usque as an attempt to explain the earth-shattering significance of the Spanish expulsion. That will be our topic for next week. But you can see that this is the frontispiece. You can see the globe. The idea that here the Jews are now once again a diaspora people after living for over 1,000 years in Spain. Suddenly they're wandering around the globe, and the Latin phrase here on the banner is "In God is my hope." It's a fascinating work that we'll discuss next week. So that's one of the major contributions she made, was using her wealth to sponsor scholarship. She also used her wealth for one of the other unfortunate aspects of the sudden diaspora from the peninsula. She used a lot of it to ransom captives. This is a period when human trafficking was booming. You have lots of stateless peoples who are wandering around the Mediterranean basins. We're not speaking only about, of course, the rise of the transatlantic African slave trade, which will really explode in the 16th century once the Portuguese open up West Africa. But there are a lot of Jews who are captured, and it's widely known throughout Europe that Jews will redeem their own. Jews will pay the ransom to get their own back. Benvenida is actually reputed to have ransomed over 1,000 slaves. She was able to, 1,000 Jews who were taken into captivity. This, by the way, is unfortunately a modern prayer for contemporary captives, referring to those Israeli soldiers who unfortunately are captured in war and are held hostage for various negotiations. So it's still something that we have today, unfortunately, but in Benvenida's time, she really used her wealth quite liberally for the mitzvah of Pidyon Shvuyim, of rescuing and redeeming captives. These are the kinds of things that she was doing there. One other thing was really quite unusual and consequential for world Jewry at the time, and Benvenida was very caught up on it, and that is the episode surrounding an unusual and mysterious figure known as David Reuveni. Probably born around the year 1500, died around 1550. We believe his death is kind of a mystery. He was sent to prison, ultimately in Portugal, and there he disappeared. Reubeni was a small man. Some of the references speak of him as a dwarf. With a very dark skin, perhaps of African origins, and there have been a lot of suppositions. Perhaps it came from Afghanistan, perhaps it came from part of Africa, still not clear. But he strode widely across the global stage in Europe, visiting the courts of many kings and popes, and presented this amazing messianic model of a global conflict that he would engineer to bring about the coming of the Messiah. Specifically, he alluded to the mysterious kingdom of Prester John, which was a medieval concept that many Christians believed that there was a massive army, possibly of Jews, they were called the Red Jews, living inside a mountain in the Caucasus region. And at some point in the war of Gog and Magog, all of these Jews would come spilling out of this mountain, and you would have this great conflagration that would ultimately end up in Armageddon and the coming of the Messiah. So Reubeni went from court to court saying that he had the ear of Prester John himself, and that with the right inducements, he needed a little bit more reinforcements from European armies. He would actually take that huge host from the Caucasus Mountains, and they would invade the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and they would liberate Israel from its Muslim controllers. And this was something which was seen with great enthusiasm by his Christian interlocutors. He actually held audiences with many kings and popes who took him seriously. And Benvenida Abravanel also, he created, she supported him financially. She supported him with this amazing banner that you can see represented in this piece of art here, which doesn't zoom in there, in which it has the 10 Commandments emblazoned on it, and he made kind of like a striking figure, wandering with tremendous chutzpah into all of these courts and claiming this. When he met with the Pope, or perhaps it was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, he said, "You know what? I think you should go to my relative, King João of Portugal." I love saying that name. I know I'm saying it wrong, but I like saying João. So go to him, and he'll help you out. He went to Portugal. Again, a chutzpah, right? This is after the Jews have been expelled and excoriated. He goes to King João, and King João goes for it. He says, "You know what? This is great. I'm definitely going to chip in. You can count on me." And while he's there, he meets a young new Christian named Diego Pérez, who was a young man who, again, this is one of these people who was converted to Christianity forcibly. He may have been the child of parents who were converted to Christianity, and he saw in David Reubeni this glimpse of a messianic future, and he became immediately a Baal Tshuva. He immediately said, "I want to follow this man. I want to get close to God through my Jewish roots," and so on. He circumcised himself, ouch, and that he followed. He became Reubeni's right-hand man and proclaimed his presence wherever they went. They actually later had a falling out, the two of them, and Shlomo Molcho, that was the name that he took on from his Christian name. He became Shlomo Molcho, which means kind of Solomon King. It's a little bit of a variation on the song. This is actually his signature, highly stylized signature that seems to, in itself, herald the arrival of the Messiah. He went to the Pope, where, because he was a Christian who had returned to Judaism, he did not survive the Inquisition and was burned at the stake. David Reubeni spent a few months in Portugal, and then suddenly King João thought he wasn't so amazing and ended up jailing him, and he most likely died in jail. But this is kind of an interesting interlude in Benvenida's life, in that she supported this messianic pretender who had, for a brief period of time, the attention of world Jewry and even the leaders of the world as a whole. One more item that gives you a sense of Benvenida's global position. The Ancona affair of 1555. Ancona is a port city located here on the western coast of Italy, and Jews were not allowed to live there. but they were tolerated because of their association with the with trade. They were, it was an extremely important port, and there's a lot of trade going through that particular city. The Pope Paul IV took over the region in part of a conflict between local powers, and he immediately arrested some 50 of these Portuguese Jews who were, again, they were technically Christians who had returned to their Jewish identity after escaping the Iberian Peninsula. And he ultimately, through the Inquisition, burned 25 of those Jews at the stake. So Gracia Mendes, who was furious, you recall that she was a very important and powerful woman as well, who was of the Portuguese extraction. She was furious, and she argued for a very strong response of world Jewry. This is rather unprecedented, if you think of it, in the 16th century for someone to be suggesting this. She argued that the entire port of Ancona should be boycotted, that Jews should no longer use Ancona as a port, and they would cripple it economically. Mendes herself was extremely wealthy, had tremendous connections in Istanbul and in the Turkish Empire, and as a result, her point of view had a tremendous amount of economic and political clout behind it. Benvenida, on the other hand, disagreed and said that, if they were to antagonize the Papal States by boycotting Ancona, then it would only reflect more poorly on Jews elsewhere. Furthermore, as did not need to be pointed out at the time, Mendes herself would have profited tremendously by diverting trade away from Ancona to some of the ports that she had more interest in, whereas Abravanel had much more interest in Ancona itself. After a few years of significant internal Jewish controversy, it died down and Ancona remained open. The boycott did not take hold. It did not have permanence, and it certainly did not move Pope Paul IV to change his positions whatsoever. But just the very chutzpah that a Jew should suggest a international boycott of a port, and let alone not only a Jew, a woman should suggest a boycott of a port, gives you some sense of how much these women were giants of the 16th century, and how they clashed with each other over some very significant elements. Now, the last part of this story is one that it's going to be hard to tell well. I'll do my best to try and give it over, but we actually have quite a bit of archival evidence to back up this part of Benvenida's story. You will recall that in many of our discussions in the past, a lot of Jewish history is reconstructed from the responsa literature, She'elot Teshuvot in Hebrew. This is when there's some kind of legal dispute or a question about practice or about changing social mores, and a question seeking guidance on how Jews are to react to those changing mores. And the answers that the rabbis give back say a lot. Besides the theological and halachic Jewish legal information, they tend to say a lot about the nature of the social fabric of the historical period. So for a long time, we have possessed significant responsa literature about a very notorious dispute over a will that occurred in Ferrara in the 16th century, but it's only in recent years that it has been connected specifically with Benvenida Abravanel. And David Malkiel has published a major 60-page article that identifies all of the archival sources that points it specifically to her. So we know that the story of this controversial will is in fact associated with her and her family. And it's a sad story. And by the way, it makes me think of my father, Oliver Shalom, who always used to tell me that whenever there is a will, there is going to be family disputes, that children fight over the inheritance. That never happened when my father, Oliver Shalom, passed away, but only because I'm an only child. And who else am I going to fight with? But anyways, here's the story. Samuel, the husband of Benvenida, some years after the exile from Naples to Ferrara, had to go on a long journey. And he apparently at that time composed a will. Then, several years later, while he was being treated for an illness, possibly, he was ultimately killed by a medicine that was prescribed to him by a local doctor. May have been malpractice, perhaps it was an allergy, who knows. But at any rate, Samuel dies, I believe the year is 1550. And there is immediately a dispute over the disposition of his property. Now, you would think that it should be fairly straightforward. Jewish law tends to give priority to the firstborn male child. There are firstborn male children here. There are survivors. What's the problem? The main problem is that Samuel had a child from a previous relationship, and his name was Isaac. Now, we don't know, it's not entirely clear how Isaac came to be. The sources are vague, the Jewish sources at any rate. The Italian sources refer to him as naturale e bastardo, which I think you can anticipate what that might mean, but like as a natural son. It could have come from a prior marriage, of which we are ignorant, but anyways, the firstborn male was this son Isaac, who was only a half sibling to the later children, who was born to Benvenida. Now Isaac, upon the death of his father, claimed assets. And Isaac, by the way, was known to Benvenida. It was not a secret. He did not live with the family. He was an adult at this time. And he claimed his share, which according to traditional biblical law would be Pishnayim, which would be twice the size of his younger brothers, shares. However, another very well respected principle in Jewish law is Hamotzi Mechavero Alav Lahevi Araya. If you want to take property that is in the possession of someone else, the onus is on you to provide proof that you should get this. So there was a dispute, and 3 years after Shmuel Abravano dies, Benvenida produces the will. So one of the big questions is, why did she wait 3 years to produce this will? She said it's because it had lots of embarrassing things in it, and it did. The will itself is a very unusual document in many ways. We're going to explore two specific ways in a second. But one of the things it says is that the heir to Shmuel's property is not Isaac and is not his son Judah. It's Benvenida. He leaves his property to his wife as his heir, and that is highly unusual in Jewish law. Typically, the firstborn son receives more, the other sons receive the balance, and the mother is expected to be supported by these sons. This is, when you read the Torah and you imagine kind of like the Middle Eastern ancient setting, you always imagine, I shouldn't say always, but predominantly women live in the shadow of men, either in the shadow of their protective father, their protective husband, or in this case, their protective sons. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in Halakha on what does it mean now that women have economic independence? What does that mean for many of these issues? And it came to play here as well. And not only was Benvenida named the heir of all this property, she was the executrix, meaning she could decide when and how much to give to each of the sons. There was an indication that they should receive part of that wealth, but it depended on how they behaved and who they married. Did they marry women that Benvenida approved of? And there's a lot of conditions attached to this will that was revealed, again, 3 years after the death. So this, because of the massive amount of money that's associated with this will, you imagine this is not just some shtetl will. We're talking about, a Reichman kind of will, a Bill Gates-sized will. And maybe I should say, who else? Who's a rich Jewish guy? Okay, there it is. It's I don't know. Let's go on. I don't want to think about Jared Kushner will face a big amount of money. So it immediately became an international cause célèbre that attracted the solicited and unsolicited opinions of rabbis all over the world, including the opinion of the great Maharam Mipadua. Rav Yosef Karo was cited very heavily, very important rabbis who were really the leading figures of their day. What were the major elements of controversy? There are two elements of it, both of which are striking and have tremendous implications for Jewish law. The first is the will almost totally ignores Jewish law. The will gives the money to the wife, and while there's kind of like a token where he says regarding his son Isaac, he should get some special jewels that are precious and valuable, it doesn't give him the pishnayim that the Torah refers to, the double half. Now, this is not totally outside of what can be expected, because there is a very well-known phenomenon that in order to find a way to distribute one's wealth before death, there is this halachic institution called the Matana Mechayim, a gift while alive, where a person can say, listen, I have $100,000. I would like to make sure that all of my 10 kids get it equally, so I'm giving it to them right now while I'm alive, each $10,000. And then whatever's left after I die will go according to traditional inheritance law. So it's not completely unheard of. But the law basically flouted, the will basically flouted that aspect of it, and did not really even bring it into any serious consideration. And secondly, also more difficult, they didn't do it with two kosher witnesses, which would be the standard Jewish practice of executing a will. They went to a notary, and this, a non-Jewish notary, which was like, oh my gosh, how can you disperse so much wealth by using a non-Jewish authority to bring this about? And this was a huge amount of argument. Should the will be invalidated, A, because it ignored the traditional halachic boundaries, and B, because it used a non-Jewish system of recording the will? So one of the reasons why there was a hava amina, there was a thought that perhaps the will would still be valid, is because there was this enshrined principle that is quite complicated and is often tested in Jewish law of dina de malchuta dina. The law of the land is the law. In other words, even though Jewish law requires a will to be written in such and such a manner, if you do it according to a non-Jewish form, since that is what is accepted in the state, then perhaps it should be acceptable. And in fact, the rabbis who opined on this issue split, with some of the very prominent rabbis saying the will should be set aside, and others saying the will should be upholded. In the end, after a protracted legal debate, both sides agreed to arbitration. And Isaac, in his depositions on the fair, said that he felt badly about going to arbitration, but he was broke, and he could not support himself and his family while engaging in a massive extended lawsuit with his stepmother over this will. He may end up winning in the end, but he simply could not afford the lawsuit. And so as a result, they went to arbitration, and the will was divided accordingly as per the will of Shmuel Abravano. One more detail that I think is quite fascinating here, since there's a lot of depositions involved and a lot of swearing is going on at this time, it's fascinating to see how Jews took the oath. I mean, if they were Jews per se, then they typically took the oath on some kind of Torah scroll, or at least a printed Chumash, which were available at this time. If they were Portuguese New Christians, then sometimes, even though they were Jews, they would take the oath on a traditional Bible that a Christian would use as well. And it's fascinating to see the whole range of adaptations that Jews were making to society at that time. So that's the last story we have about Benvenida. Let's just think a little bit about her legacy in this context. So what we begin to see in the period of the life of Benvenida Abravanel, and we will explore it more as we move through the 16th century, is that ironically, by expelling its Jews and then later by expelling its New Christian heretics, meaning these crypto-Jews, these Portuguese Jews, the Iberian Peninsula released upon the world an unusual new diaspora, perhaps entirely unprecedented in its nature and scope, in that these were Jews who, first of all, had a strong connection to each other over a broad swath of international territory, were located in many different countries to a degree that we've never had before, as Jews tended to use, if we can use the phrase, chain migration, where they tended to, make small incremental moves across the coast of North Africa or up the Italian peninsula. All of a sudden, they're scattered. Literally, the word in Greek diaspora means scattering. They're scattered across the Mediterranean, and they constitute one community. They constitute one nation. This is something which is fairly unprecedented in European history and certainly in Jewish history. Furthermore, because of the strange, nuanced shading of the Portuguese Jews, that is, those Jews who, as baptized Christians, were technically freed from legal restrictions, and if they could find themselves in a home where there was a sufficiently tolerant climate, they could nevertheless practice Judaism. Jews tended to exploit that dual identity for their economic and political and legal benefit. So this created a very unusual, powerful minority that began to coalesce under this identity of Sfaradim, and perhaps helps to understand the long-lasting and secure notion that Sfaradim have of their joint group identity. I hope that you found this lecture interesting and enjoyable. I know I had fun, maybe except for that joke part. Next week, as I mentioned, we're going to focus in on Samuel Usque and his horrible personal experience in the Portuguese expulsion and his explanation for it in a remarkable work which was translated into English only in the 1970s. Thank you for your attention and your endurance.
I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I myself got a lot of pleasure doing the research for it, and I think it's wonderful to be back in the spring semester when we talk about the Sephardic diaspora. Just want to share one thought that has really been staying with me for the last little while, and that's, if my supposition that the use of the term Portuguese has an unusually pointed character to it, specifically that the term Spanish in the 15th, 16th century referred to the Jews, the old Jews who had not converted, and the term Portuguese was kind of an allusion to those Jews who had been forcibly converted and then in diaspora were reclaiming their Jewish identity and were attempting to come back to the fold, as it were. If that is true, if that's the way that term was used, then I think it's so beautiful that you see the use of Spanish and Portuguese together in things like the synagogue here in New York City, the oldest synagogue in the area. Maybe what the meaning of that phrase is, and I could be totally wrong, but maybe the meaning of that phrase is that we embrace you, we welcome you, that don't worry about the past. It was a difficult time. We understand the horrible persecutions, but you're fundamentally part of the Jewish people, and we want to include you in our congregation. I mean, if that's the intention of that strange phrase, Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, etc., I think it's a very, very beautiful concept and sentiment.
Anyways, that's it. Next week, I'm really looking forward to speaking about the Portuguese diaspora in greater detail, and I look forward to speaking with you then. Take care and have an excellent week. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I'm so glad you're here tonight. We have actually a really amazing subject, something I've wanted to speak about for a long time. I actually looked up just a minute ago exactly how to pronounce his name because I've been saying it in a certain way for a long time, and I realized, oh my gosh, I don't want to blow it by pronouncing it wrong for an entire 50 minutes. So I would guess the subject of tonight's lecture is Samuel Usque. However, when I looked it up online, they said Usque, which seemed to me not in conformity with Latin rules of pronunciation, but on the other hand, the name is Portuguese. So please, those of you who know how to pronounce this properly, forgive me if I say Usque. It's going to come naturally. But at any rate, I don't mean by this kind of lighthearted introduction to diminish in any way the tremendous heroism of this individual that we're speaking about today. It amazes me that so few people are familiar with his work. He is one of those tremendous heroes of the Jewish literary tradition, literally risking his life to put certain words to paper, and the book that he ultimately completed that we'll be looking at tonight was in fact a treasured possession of many a converso family. Many Sephardim, particularly from Portugal, actually gave up their lives for possessing this particular book. I believe that tonight you will be transformed by the story of Samuel Usque and his book, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. An absolutely amazing phenomenon that I look forward to discussing with you over the next 40 minutes or so. So let us begin with our usual thank yous. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Brandon Sultan in honor of the Sultan and Benaroch families. I'll just read what it says here. Whose Sephardic roots are expressed in a desire to honor the convivencia. That's what we discussed last semester, right? The coexistence of Muslims, Jews, and Christians for that brief period of time in early Al-Andalus, and also in loving memory of Mrs. Jean Milstein, whose relentless optimism was an inspiration to us all. I also have to make a good end, so thank you to Mr. Sultan, who is a regular viewer of these lectures online. I have to make a quick announcement. Remember, next week is President's Day, so we will not have our conventional class on Monday night, but gear up because the following week we'll be studying the Chidah, Rabbi Azulai, one of the most important figures of the 18th century, who was really a transformative figure in creating the identity of Sephardic Jews by uniting them around the entire Mediterranean basin. Absolutely fascinating figure, very, very prolific and active in all kinds of Jewish affairs. We are also short, unfortunately, a sponsor for next week. So if anyone would care to donate to our student scholarship fund, we ask for $250 to make these lectures possible. And the money goes entirely 100% to our students to help them pay the sometimes difficult tuition bill because college is expensive. And in order to make this work, we try to help them out in every way possible. You can sponsor by visiting this website, bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History. Much appreciated. Of course, I'm always grateful for your presence here. That gives me a tremendous amount of chizuk and makes me feel like it's worth doing the research for these lectures every week. Tonight's lecture is going to rely almost exclusively, certainly very heavily, on the research of Dr. Martin A. Cohen, who translated and wrote a critical edition of this Portuguese work that is the core of our subject tonight. Portuguese is just not one of those languages that is well studied in Judaic studies as a whole. Obviously, the Brazilian community is much more familiar with it, but in Europe and in Israel, Portuguese is lower down in the languages that we go to. Nevertheless, we have essentially a Shakespearean work, something of that great status in Portuguese literature, authored by the Jewish individual that we'll discuss tonight, Samuel Usque. And we're deeply grateful to Dr. Cohen for his pioneering research in many areas of Sephardic studies. We'll be returning to his research when we look at conversos and crypto Jews here in the Americas, where he's done quite a bit of research as well. So that's kudos to Dr. Cohen. let us now go right to the topic at hand. What exactly are we talking about? We're going to focus on this book here, which is truly a most dangerous book. It was a book which was banned early on by the Inquisition and consigned to the flames in 1553, but it was ultimately a book that transformed the lives of so many Jews who had felt that all hopes were dashed, that everything that for a millennium and a half of exile the Jews had worked for was for naught, and it strengthened their spirits and allowed them to continue to maintain their identity as best as possible under unimaginable conditions. Specifically, the title of the book is, as you see here in Portuguese, translated into English, Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. It was published in Ferrara, Italy in 1553. I've discussed Ferrara a little bit last week when we looked at the life of Benvenida Abravanel. This was produced through her sponsorship and also that of her rival, Gracia Mendez. We'll return to those two very important women to understand how they related to this particular book. And it was also authored and printed in a period when printing was still fairly rare. But this is the heyday of early printing, the discovery of this new technology that allowed for wide dissemination of texts. It meant that official organizations such as the church had to find ways to control the dissemination of often heretical or at least antinomian works, and to make sure that certain ideas do not circulate too far. Of course, some of them, such as Luther's translation of the Bible, circulated very far and had a tremendously negative impact on the Catholic Church. This is the period of time when Usque came out with this particular work. You can see that the frontispiece has this image of the globe, which is meant to evoke the scattering of the Portuguese Jews in particular after the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese expulsion. We'll discuss those in details. And the kind of the banner around here says, my hope I place in God. You can see that the wackiness of the early printing is such that they not only say the year, but they even publish the date, the 7th of September that it was published. Like somehow, maybe it was Erev Yom Kippur or something, I don't know. But it's like you put this specific date that is published there. Now, just to give you a sense of what this book meant, we can look at some of the Inquisition trial records, of which we have copious numbers. Ironically, this is a theme that we've come back to many times, really, since the fall semester. There are uncanny parallels between the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion and the Holocaust of the last century. So many parallels in terms of social developments, in terms of how governing authorities dealt with the challenges of a changing society and so on. And in one of those areas, we see again that just like the Nazis, Yimach Shamam Zichram, kept such incredibly detailed records, and they were very, very particular about what exactly happened when, to whom, and who would manage it, and so on. The Inquisition also had very, very detailed records. And so scholars who wish to understand the mechanics of destruction of the 14th and 15th century have a tremendous amount of material to work with. So specifically, there was a Portuguese Jew named Thomas Fernandes. Most Jews took Christian names when they were baptized. He was certainly not a new converso. He was probably several generations into Christian identity, but of course they had retained their attachment to Judaism nevertheless. He was arrested in Lisbon in 1558, and he was tried for quite some time before he was eventually sent to the flames. Specifically, he was tried for crimes that he had allegedly committed, that is, crimes against the faith, while he was in Bristol, England. You recall, by the way, I have to do a very quick review for those who I see a few new faces here. Welcome. Some of the audience members here are kind of rambunctious, but you'll see that we have a pretty good time, I think, by the end of the hour. You'll recall, just very briefly, that the Spanish Inquisition, which later spread to Portugal, was not, technically speaking, directed at Jews. It was directed at Jews who had been baptized. Forcibly, or for social mobility, for whatever reason it was, this is referring to new Christians, so-called new Christians, that is, they were Jewish but had been converted, who were not adhering to the tenets of Roman Catholicism. And so the Inquisition was trying to root out those new Christians or their children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren who were not abiding by the tenets of Catholicism. Later, in 1492, the Spaniards expelled all the Jews as opposed to the new Christians who were allowed to stay. But they expelled the Jews because they were suspected, correctly, of continuing to maintain contact with the so-called new Christians and to be a center of authority and education and religious practice to these forcibly converted Jews who are now Christians. So the Inquisition is directed technically at Christians who were suspected of harboring Jewish beliefs. The expulsion was directed at Jews per se. Hence, you have this distinction in terminology, the Spanish and Portuguese Jews, because many of those Jews who were called Spanish were in fact Jewish and expelled. Many of the Jews who were called Portuguese were in fact forcibly converted, as we shall see shortly. At any rate, in the trial, the Inquisition trial in the 16th century of Thomas Fernandez, we have this interesting passage in which he writes that when he was living in Bristol, there was another new Christian named Simeon Ruiz, who lived in London, and Fernandez had already under torture given up this name, so he was speaking about all of his associates in the context of the Inquisition trial, and that this other individual, Dr. Ruiz, had given Mr. Fernandez a book of prophecies, a printed book of prophecies. You'll notice that the word here has to be included, printed, because as opposed to handwritten book. And what was this book about? It spoke of the troubles which the sons of Isaac suffered and said that they must not lose confidence nor be discouraged because God would send the Messiah. And this is undoubtedly a version of this book that we hold here straight from the amazing Avenue J library downstairs. There are a few errors in here, like, for example, it says it was dedicated to Beatriz de Luna. This is correct. I'm sorry. Beatriz de Luna, the wife of Diego Mendez. Those are the Christian names of Gracia Mendez, Dona Gracia. We'll read the dedication shortly. It was written in Portuguese. It was a quarto that refers to the size of the volume. And as this was a burden on his conscience, meaning the person who was being tortured to confess here, he asked pardon of our Lord Jesus Christ. He asked for penance, and the inquisitors ultimately accept his penance. And in order to ensure his safe passage of the world to come, they accelerate it with the fires of the auto da fe. But clearly, this is a reference to the underground circulation of this book among new Christians. And we know from many trials that it circulated both in manuscript copy and in printed copy. And it was painstakingly written out in full from one family and handed to another in order to purvey the message that it contained, a message of hope, a message of consolation, a message of chizuk, of strengthening for the Jewish people. Now, it tends to drop away from Jewish consciousness after the 16th century for several reasons. One is, as I mentioned, it's written in Portuguese. It was never translated until the 20th century. Portuguese Jews did have some familiarity with Spanish, and in fact, the author himself writes that he could have chosen Spanish as a language to convey his message, but he felt he really wanted to reach the most desperate of those Jews, those ones who were living in that liminal space between being fully Jewish, between being fully Christian. He chose Portuguese specifically, so that limited it to some degree. It could be that the reason why it fell out of circulation is because in 1553, almost immediately after it was printed, the papacy instituted a mass book burning of Jewish texts, and it probably got caught up quite a bit in that first major book burning of the 16th century. And also, it may speak to the tremendous secrecy with which the Converso community guarded this treasured book, that we only know about it primarily from what the inquisitors have to say. It does make some impact on the literary tradition, but unfortunately, many other tribulations rose up shortly thereafter, and it tends to get lost. let us, though, now look to the history of the Jews of Portugal to try to place Usque's specific work within that context. So you'll recall, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was forced conversions in Spain that goes really back to the 14th century, in which some over-enthusiastic lower clergy in particular, acting in many times against the will of the papacy and the higher clergy, converted tens of thousands of Jews to Christianity. And those Jews who were baptized were suddenly trapped because the Catholic Church does not recognize the institution of forced conversion, at least not in the 14th century. In other words, if a person was baptized, even against their will, they were nevertheless Christian. As I think we mentioned last semester, we talked about the terrible case of Edgar Mortara, who was already in the 19th century, was kidnapped by the church because the maid in his home, thinking that he, as an infant, was going to die of scarlet fever or something like that, she had him baptized because she worried about his eternal soul. And when the papacy found out, they actually kidnapped him and never returned him. He grew up as a priest and engaged even in proselytizing with Jews. Steven Spielberg is coming out with a major motion picture about the Mortara affair, which is certain to be a blockbuster. At any rate, you've got in Spain now this massive population of Jews who are forcibly converted, who now have free reign in the economy and society of Spain because they're no longer held captive by the restrictions that were associated with their prior Jewish identity. This was very upsetting to the social, political, and economic order, and especially because many of these Jews continued with their traditional Jewish practice and associations, marrying with other new Christian families, sometimes even with Jewish families, and sometimes you would have marriages into old Christian families. It was highly destabilizing. So the Ferdinand and Isabella brought in the Inquisition to control that movement, and ultimately in 1492 they decided that's it. We're going to get rid of the Jews, and hopefully that will solve the problem, because now these conversos will have no one to whom to turn. They were very wrong. Ultimately, of the Jews who were expelled, many of them fled to neighboring Portugal here on the coast. Now, in Portugal, there's an exceptionally sad story of how they were treated. There was a kind of a oscillation between incredible cruelty and liberalism, which at times assuaged the fears of this emigre community that in fact they would be allowed to live safely in Portugal, and in other times crushed those hopes in their infancy with tremendous brutality. We look at, now I would like to say my favorite king, but that's only because I like his name, and I know I mispronounced everything. It's João, right? Olivia, is that how you say it? João. But I like saying it João, though it's not right. But anyway, this is João II, who in 1492 admitted the Jews and said, listen, I see there's thousands of you pouring across my border. You're all very wealthy. The Jews are known as being the leaven of the economy. So you can come in here, you can bring your wealth, you can pay a special tax, and you can live here for 8 months until you sort yourselves out, until you figure out where you're going to live. And in the meantime, once he realized how valuable this new immigrant community was, he said, you know, we should really keep the Jews here. But rather than simply open up his borders and give them free reign, he figured it would be much easier if they came and stayed, but as Christians. So he exposed them to many forced conversionist sermons, which were de rigueur and very popular since the 13th century in Spain, after the Barcelona dispute with Nachmanides. And his successor was especially cruel. Was also, João the second. He figured that one of the ways we're going to get the Jews to convert is actually if we work through their children. After months and months of conversionist sermons with very little success, he actually took perhaps several thousand children and separated them from their parents and sent them to the newly discovered island of Sao Tome, which is here off the coast of West Africa. with the explicit statement that they would then be returned to their parents once their parents converted to Christianity. So that particular episode is recorded in Usque's book. I'd like to read it to you very quickly just to get a sense of his style and something which was immediately prior to his own birth. To my misfortune, he puts it in the first person singular because the narrator is none other than Jacob the patriarch, who describes in a kind of symbolic way all of the suffering of the Jews throughout time. So he writes, "To my misfortune, the island of Sao Tome had recently been discovered. It was inhabited by lizards, snakes, and other venomous reptiles, and was devoid of rational beings. They used it, for example, to house a slave fortress for the burgeoning transatlantic slave trade that would dominate the region. Here the king exiled condemned criminals, and he decided to include among them the innocent children of these Jews. Their parents had seemingly been condemned by God's sentence. When the luckless hour arrived for this barbarity to be inflicted, mothers scratched their faces in grief as their babies, less than 3 years old, were taken from their arms. Honored elders tore their beards when the fruit of their bodies was snatched before their eyes. The fated children raised their piercing cries to heaven as they were mercilessly torn from their beloved parents at such a tender age. Several women threw themselves at the king's feet, begging for permission to accompany their children, but not even this moved the king's pity. One mother, distraught by this horrible, unexampled cruelty, lifted her baby in her arms, and paying no heed to its cries, threw herself from the ship into the heaving sea, and drowned, embracing her only child. Thus those innocent souls were removed from their parents' sweet tenderness by such inhumanities and delivered into the power of merciless enemies. O brothers, who could describe to you the hidden and visible anguish which cloaked all my children, the sighs, the tears, the bloody and febrile groans which were heard in all their houses? For there are no words of consolation to relieve a pain so great, even though each one had good reason to hope for consolation." He goes on to say that when these innocent children arrived at the wilderness of Sao Tome, which was to be their grave, they were thrown ashore and mercilessly left there. Almost all were swallowed up by the huge lizards on the island, and the remainder who escaped these reptiles wasted away from hunger and abandonment. Only a few were miraculously spared that dreadful misfortune. Absolutely horrific, unimaginable kind of persecutions that were meted out to the Jews in an attempt to bring them into Portuguese society as Christians. But unfortunately, it gets worse. So this is a picture of his successor, Manuel I. Manuel I, the king, wanted to create a dynastic union with Spain, creating one Christian dominion for the entire peninsula. And so in order to effect this, he agreed to take the daughter of Queen Isabella, the Infanta Isabella, as his wife, creating a dynastic union. Isabella and Ferdinand, very doctrinaire, anti-Judaic individuals, insisted that they would not form a union with a country that still permitted Jews in its midst. So Manuel agreed to expel all the Jews in 1497 in a manner similar to the Spanish expulsion of 1492. This is, by the way, not Isabella's daughter. This is his second wife, Maria. Isabella died in childbirth, and so he then married her sister in order to preserve the union. The expulsion of the Jews from Portugal, or the agreement to expel them, ironically is, as the historian Prescott put it, the first time that Jews were persecuted out of love. Ironic, right? Because he loved, it's not really funny. I don't know why I said it. Maybe I'll just cut that out of the internet because it doesn't make sense. We're talking about the lizards. Now we're talking about, forget it. Okay, so what did he do? So he decided, I'm going to expel all the Jews, but then he realized, you know what? Once again, like his predecessor, the Jews are very valuable. So instead, you know what? Let's just baptize them all instead. Let's just make them Christian. That way we'll keep their wealth. will keep their know-how. It's only a few thousand Jews anyways, and so through various stratagems, he actually brought them to the seaside, and before boarding boats, they were baptized, and suddenly they became Christians. No more Jewish problem in Portugal, and then immediately thereafter, he closed the borders. And he said that no new Christians may leave Portugal. So one of these ironic situations in which the Jews are not free to practice their religion, they are free to be Christians, and they're not free to leave either. They must remain within the boundaries of Portugal with their wealth and their economic know-how and so on. So for the next several decades, Portuguese Jews are trying desperately to kind of escape Portugal and find a place where they can practice Judaism freely. In Amsterdam, Salonika, Constantinople, places like that, Sfax, these are places where the Portuguese Jews, who were only a few years earlier Spanish Jews, are now trying to find ways to live their life freely as Jews. But they're terribly afraid, with good reason, that if they are discovered trying to leave, then they will be subject to tremendous persecution. Mob violence dominates the Jewish experience in Portugal over the next couple of decades. In 1503 again, so this is 1497 when they have been forcibly baptized. Technically expelled, but then forcibly baptized to stay in Portugal. 1503, there's a famine, and the Jews are, of course, blamed for the famine, and there's mob violence. It's not Jews, these are the conversos, right? The Jews who have been converted to Christianity, their presence is viewed as the reason for the famine. There's hyperinflation a few years later, and once again, the Jews are blamed for the hyperinflation. In 1506 is an especially terrible moment when there's someone in church in, I believe it was Lisbon, right, it's in Lisbon, on Easter Sunday, remarked that an icon of the Virgin Mary was glowing with a supernatural light. And one of these new Christians, a baptized Jew, says it's just the reflection of a candle. And the suggestion that that it was a natural phenomenon created a horrible massacre in Lisbon, in which even lay clergy also participated. And we can list several of these kinds of like mob reactions, because the general population is not happy with the introduction of these new economic competitors who now, as Christians, even though everybody knows they're not really enthusiastic Christians, are beginning to dominate the economic echelon of society. There is a little bit of a liberalization under João III in 1521, but then there's a series of more pogroms, really, after there's a crop failure and several other things that go wrong. In 1531, things reach a climax when there's an earthquake, and so João III says, that's it, we're bringing in the Inquisition again, the dreaded Inquisition, which was, of course, scourged Spain. And at this point, I would like to read once again from Usque's work, in which he describes the Inquisition in terrifying and strangely modern terms. When I first read this, it felt to me a lot like Franz Kafka. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese Inquisition was rather Kafkaesque. If you've read The Trial in particular, or The Harrow, you'll recognize some of the elements. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised even if Kafka was influenced by it. Where is it here? Right, here it is. The king and queen sent to Rome for a wild monster, right? The Inquisition comes from Rome, Roman Catholic, of such strange form and horrible mien that all Europe trembles at the mere mention of its name. He speaks of the Inquisition in concrete and metaphorical terms. Its body, an amalgam of hard iron and deadly poison, has an adamantine shell made of steel and covered with enormous scales. It rises in the air on 1,000 wings with black and poisonous pinions, and it moves on the ground with 1,000 pernicious and destructive feet. Its form is like both the awesome lions and the frightful serpents in the deserts of Africa. Its enormous teeth equal those of the most powerful elephants. Its whistle or voice kills even more quickly than the venomous basilisk. Its eyes and mouth spew continual flames and blazes of consuming fire, and the food it eats is the fire in which human bodies burn. Its flight is swifter than the eagle's, but wherever it passes, its shadow spreads a pall of gloom over the brightest sun. Finally, in its wake, it leaves a darkness, like the darkness visited upon Egyptians in one of the plagues. And when it arrives at its destination, the green grass which it treads on, or the luxuriant tree on which it alights, dies, decays, and withers, and then is uprooted by the monster's devastating beak. It desolates the entire countryside with its poison until it is like the Syrian deserts and sands, where no plant takes root and no grass grows. Now he goes on to talk about how this affects the Jewish community, and it's interesting to say here that he says, I do not want to be remiss in telling you that in addition to the enemies, there were at that time some confessos, meaning like these new Christians, who delivered their own brothers into this cruel monster's power, an allusion to the cycle of torture and forced confession and denunciation of other Jews. Poverty was the spur and the reason for most of their evil acts. Many poor confessos went to the houses of their richer brothers to ask for a loan of 50 or 100 cruzados for their needs. If any refused them, they accused him of Judaizing with them. Terrible situation, and once again, with the Inquisition, Juan III closes the borders again. This is the environment in which Usque experienced his youth and young adulthood. So let us go to Usque himself. We don't even know if this is his real name. The only thing we really know about him are whatever information is included in this book and in a few scattered references of his contemporaries. It may be a pseudonym because he shares some autobiographical information. He says that his family comes from Huesca, which is a town in Castile in Spain. So it may be an acronym meaning like the person from Huesco. It's also interesting to note that he seems very fond of acronyms and of anagrams. You know, when you take the letters of a word and you mix them up. So, for example, one of the main characters in the constellations is Icabo, which is an acronym of Yaakov. So some scholars have argued that he may be Manuel Gracia, if I remember correctly. That's an acronym for not especially well-known Christian. It's a Christian name for a converso, and Usque may have been a pseudonym that he hid behind. We'll talk about Manuel Gomez, excuse me. We know from his own description that his family entered Portugal right after the expulsion of 1492, and he was born shortly thereafter. So he grew up in this environment of mob violence followed by the Inquisition. We know that he has, based on this text, tremendous familiarity with the broad swath of learning of 16th century thought. Very similar in many ways to the figures we looked at in Al-Andalus, who had a very broad Jewish and non-Jewish education. We don't know exactly where he got this information because, after all, he grew up as a nominal Christian, where any education of a Jewish character was entirely prescribed. So he learned all of his Jewish knowledge underground in Portugal. But he may have gone to the University of Coimbra because he was thoroughly familiar with Latin and Greek and with the literature of the church fathers. It's not impossible, argues Cohen, that in fact he may have been, like many sub rosa new Christians, he may have been studying for the priesthood, because only as a student of the priesthood would he have been given access to the kind of broad humanities education that was required to write a book like this. We know from his own text that he managed to leave sometime after 1531, and he essentially embarked on a world tour, which he describes in his book, and we have some sense that he was in England, throughout Central Europe. He also made it to Constantinople, Salonika, and Greece, all the places where Sephardic Jews had made their homes immediately after the expulsion, and in particular in the tremendous city of Tzfat, which was just then enjoying its tremendous explosion of Jewish creativity. But where we know him best is in Ferrara, where he actually wrote this book. Ferrara was the home of Doña Gracia and Benvenida Abravanel, the subject of last week's lecture, two incredibly powerful and wealthy women who used their political might and their political acumen and their considerable resources to defend Sephardic Jews worldwide through ransoming captives, to engaging in geopolitical machinations such as the attempted boycott of the port of Ancona and so on. And one of the most important things that both of them did was that they supported early scholarship in Ferrara and allowed for tremendous energies to be placed into publishing. The Ferrara Bible shown here is the result of their efforts. This is exactly in the same period as Usque wrote his book, and you can see in this particular image, which is written, the Ferrara Bible written in Spanish, for those who fled the Inquisition. You can see that this motif, very beautiful, these terrifying gargoyle-like features that sort of remind me of the winds, perhaps, or they're blowing the winds, and here's a ship that's clearly in distress. The mast is broken, and there are these sea monsters in the water, and this is kind of metaphorical of the Spanish Jews being exiled from their homeland, going throughout the Mediterranean, even crossing the Atlantic to the New World with tremendous danger. There were 3 usques of note in Ferrara at this time, and scholars have wondered, how could it be that this is a name, which, by the way, we don't even know how he spelled it in Hebrew. We only have it in in Portuguese and Roman letters. How is it you have 3 usques, not a common name, all together in the same place? Possibly because they were related, or possibly because they all chose the same pseudonym. Solomon, Abraham, and Samuel, that's our protagonists today, they were publishers and writers together. Samuel Usque in particular may be an acronym for Manuel Gomez, but the 3 of them together produced the Ferrara Bible and the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel and many other works of its kind. Now, let's look at the book right now itself. What exactly is this book we're talking about? So, I forgot to read you one thing here. Sorry, I wanted to read you. Don't worry, I only have 4 selections, and I've read 2 of them already. This is the beautiful dedication to Doña Gracia Nasi. Publishing is so dependent on material support. It doesn't happen by itself. People have to find, as they say in Pirkei Avos, ein kemach, ein Torah. If there's no flour, there's no Torah. You have to have, okay. Anyways, the dedication here is to the very illustrious lady, Doña Gracia Nasi. And so Samuel Usque writes, "The heart is prized as the human body's noblest and most important organ, for it is the first to feel the pain which any other part of the body suffers. Indeed, it must be kept content for all the others to be at ease. Since my prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation," Doña Gracia was also from Portugal. She was also a converso who returned to Judaism after fleeing the Iberian Peninsula. "My prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation with this small branch bearing new fruit. It is proper to offer it to your excellency, for you are the heart in the body of our people. In the remedies you have offered, you have always shown that you feel our people's sufferings more poignantly than anyone else. I say this not out of blind devotion, though I am your protege, most illustrious lady, and desire to satisfy you through works, writings, and deeds, and to show myself in some small way grateful for the largesse I have received from your generous hand. Since you began to reveal your light, even our sucklings have imbibed this truth at their mother's breasts, and your name and the memory of your goodness will forever be a part of the marrow of their bones," which is in fact true. We speak of Doña Gracia Mendes 500 years later with the same respect and admiration because of the decisions she made with her individual powers and wealth. So you get a sense of the relationships there. He also speaks very positively of her rival, Benvenida Abravanel. Obviously, he didn't want to offend either one of them, and he benefited from both. Anyway, what is the purpose of this book? It is, as I alluded to in his dedication there, that he wants to provide consolation for these scattered, embattled populations of Portuguese Jews who are not sure what to do with themselves. They're hiding their Jewish identities. They're hiding their Jewish practices. They're trying to live a life of outward Christian behavior. They're worried about what will happen to their children, what will happen to their legacy. And on a deeper level, metaphysically, they worry, has God abandoned us? Were we wrong to maintain our Jewish identity for 1,500 years that now we are suffering such tremendous pain? And so he begins in his prologue, which maybe I won't read to you, maybe I'll just paraphrase it, but it's very beautiful. He says, listen, I've written this book, which is in many ways a long scroll of agony, to quote the title of a Holocaust work. It's a long scroll of agony detailing the so many persecutions that we have suffered since the exile, actually 2,000 years ago, under the Babylonians. And in each of those exiles, each of those persecutions, we have endured primarily by attachment to our faith. He spends a lot of time talking about how the persecution itself is embedded in biblical texts, that, you know, this particular thing happened here, and you can see an allusion to it in the book of Deuteronomy. Some of those parallels are absolutely chilling. And of course, we can do the same in our own generation, looking at the Holocaust, where we see the similarities between these far-off prophecies and some of the terrible things that we experienced. But nevertheless, the fact is that if the prophecies that describe the persecution were true, then it also follows the prophecies that describe the redemption are true. It's reminiscent, if you're familiar with the famous Talmudic passage, when some rabbis are surveying the disaster in Jerusalem during the Hadrianic persecutions of the 2nd century. And some of the rabbis are moaning and wailing, and Rabbi Akiva, the greatest, starts laughing. And they say to him, Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? Oh, it was specifically occasioned because they saw a fox running through the ruins of the temple. And what a terrible thing to have a fox running through the Holy of Holies like that. And the rabbis say to him, Akiva, how can you laugh? And he says, I'm laughing because I know that if this has happened to Jerusalem, which was foretold in our prophecies, then we will also see the redemption that is similarly foretold in our prophecies. So this book, in Portuguese, for a Portuguese remnant, is going over and over again in often painful details the specific persecutions that Jews have endured historically, and in a very long section at the end, in their own person and in their own day in the 16th century. Absolutely fascinating structure and guide. I've mentioned already the language is Portuguese because he was speaking specifically to his generation. The style is in the form of a dialogue, particularly between three shepherds. There are these two shepherds who, well, actually, I'll tell you that in the next slide, so I'll tell you. And the message I've already told you, so let's jump ahead. There's three dialogues in it. The first one introduces the three characters, where these are kind of like timeless people who live for centuries upon centuries. One of them is a shepherd named Icabo, which is an anagram for Yaakov, which is not a coincidence. Usque makes that clear in his introduction that this is what he's trying to do. And he is comforted by two other shepherds, one named Numeo, for whom Usque says is representative of the prophet Nahum. The word Nahum in Hebrew means consoler, one who consoles. And the other one, Zechariah, which is the prophet Zechariah, meaning the one who remembers. Zechariah, remembering God, literally. And the first dialogue essentially has these three characters, and it really does read Shakespearean in a Shakespearean manner, because they're speaking in very elevated language, and they're, you get a sense of scenery. They describe where they're sitting, what they're doing, sometimes using metaphors of the hunt and hares and ostriches and lions and things like that. And he goes through the basic elements of Jewish history in the first dialogue up to the Babylonian exile. Now, I should mention at this point, many scholars have kind of got lost in the weeds about this, because as a historian, he's not so good. As a historian, there are lots of inaccuracies, and he is heavily dependent on poor sources. So he can only be as good as his sources, and quite often he's conflating dates and he's conflating events, and he's confused about certain basic elements, but that's not what he's trying to do. He's not trying to write a history, he's trying to write a book of consolation, and the religious and psychological message is really what is prevalent here. The second dialogue takes it from the return of the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era, right up until the Roman exile. And by the way, this is kind of an interesting piece. Dr. Stephen Fine, a scholar at Yeshiva University, recently discovered tiny traces of pigment in the famous Arch of Titus frieze that is in Rome, and he was able to reconstruct the way it actually looked in the 1st century. So Romans, at the time it was built, actually saw a painted frieze that looked something like this. It was much more garish than the way that we see it today, but nevertheless it's a very powerful thing. And if you can imagine in a pre-literate culture, this is an incredibly powerful, iconic reminder of the conquest of Jerusalem. At any rate, let us go on. The third dialogue is perhaps the most fascinating, and one that many scholars have meditated on the most. It goes from the post-Roman exile, 2nd century, basically, right up until the 16th century, including some very lengthy descriptions of things that Usque experienced himself or his immediate prior generations. So he now becomes a much more important source for a discussion of the Spanish Inquisition, the exile, the Portuguese Inquisition, and so on. And he then leaves, he flees Portugal, and we have some sense of what Jewish life was like as he wanders around these scattered Sephardic communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. The autobiographical material here is very rich and dense. You get a sense of who he is as a person and the tremendous sense of mission that he brings to the task of this particular literary endeavor. He ends with a very long prophetic conclusion in which he wraps up all of his thoughts about the persecution of Jews and connects it specifically to the coming of the Messiah, though he may tarry, with tremendous drama and feeling. It's hard to not be swept away with the emotion of this work. If you can imagine yourself in the kind of conditions under which Portuguese Jews would have been reading this. Perhaps they would have been working with a painstakingly hand-copied version of it. Perhaps the head of the family would have been reading it by candlelight quietly in order not to arouse the attention of neighbors. Perhaps it would have been furtively studied in a secret room in the house. Who knows how it was actually passed down from one generation to another, but we know that it had a phenomenal impact, and it was a major feature in preserving the integrity of the Portuguese Jews in their tremendous suffering. This, by the way, is a photograph that's just trying to convey the up message at the end of it. Happens to be a photographer that I like a lot, Yaakov Naomi in Israel, and he describes, after this long book of punishments and persecution, he speaks about the ultimate redemption that in many ways we enjoy aspects of it today with a free state in Israel and so on. No theological content implied there. So taking it as a whole, the legacy of Samuel Usque is extremely important, although very rarely studied. This is, by the way, a picture from Portugal to get a sense of the kind of environment in which they lost. And it makes me wonder, since we have returned many times to this parallel of the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion, it makes me wonder, who is writing this kind of material for us today? Where are the authors who are giving us a coherent message that helps us assimilate this horrific persecution that the Jewish people endured last century into our contemporary Weltanschauung? Is it possible? Is it perhaps outrageous to ask for such a thing? But we don't have, in my humble opinion, anyone of the caliber of Usque giving us that kind of message today. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Remember, no class next week, but we'll begin the week after with the lecture on the Chidah. I can hang around for a few questions. Okay. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I myself got a lot out of studying Samuel Usque's work, and it was a great privilege to be able to speak about it to an audience live last night. You didn't see it in the end of the video, but immediately after I concluded, I was jumped on by a whole bunch of audience members who really wanted to push me on a couple things I said at the very end of the lecture. So I thought I would use this moment to unpack some of their questions and explain a little bit better what I mean by this. We should bear in mind that in many ways, we are in a parallel generation to Usque, that his experience 70 years after the Spanish expulsion has certain salient comparisons with the experience we have 70 years after the Holocaust. Now, I'm not going to take this 30 seconds or so that I have right now to go through all of the parallels, but there's no question that we are living in kind of like a, not exactly a post-apocalyptic era, but a post-catastrophe era. And I think that we don't really have someone with the voice of Usque who is kind of like explaining it all for us in a way that we can grasp. We have our poets of the Holocaust. We have our Elie Wiesels. We have many people with tremendously heroic stories of suffering during the Holocaust and personal and communal redemption. I myself studied the Eish Kodesh from the Warsaw Ghetto, which is an incredible story, an incredible thinker from the Holocaust. But what we don't have, in my humble opinion, is we don't have someone 70 years out who's able to explain to us, the Jewish community as a whole, as to what the Holocaust means in the larger arc of Jewish history. How do we assimilate the Holocaust? Can we assimilate the Holocaust into our Weltanschauung? How do we deal with the contemporary crises of, assimilation and the challenges to the state of Israel and all kinds of really existential challenges to our very being at this point in time? These are very big questions, and I feel in many ways like in this postmodern period where we're sort of floating in space, waiting for someone to kind of explain it all to us in a way that Samuel Usque did. Anyways, those are my 2 cents. You heard more than my 2 cents already for the first part of this lecture. I hope it's food for thought, and I look forward to speaking with you about Jewish history in the future. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, tonight's topic, fascinating material. We're going to look at the life of an individual known by the acronym of his name, the Chidah. As has been pointed out to me on the way in, and as in fact is the first sentence of the major biography of the life of the Chidah's life itself was a Chidah. You have to know Hebrew to understand the pun. The word Chidah in Hebrew means riddle or puzzle. And in fact, many aspects of his life are a puzzle. But the truth is, so much of it is available to us, and it's fascinating the details that we can learn. He was a major Sephardic figure in the 18th century, had a very important role to play in the crafting of the identity of members of the Sephardic diaspora scattered throughout the Mediterranean basin, all the way up into Northern Europe, and in fact into England as well. And I think you'll find his life fascinating and unusual. Let's start with the usual good and welfare material, though. First of all, tonight's lecture was sponsored by an anonymous donor. Thank you anonymously. We're doing pretty well. We've raised almost $13,000, and we only have 2 lectures remaining this season that need sponsors. So if you're interested, we've got 2 left. I think Sephardim and the Holocaust and the Crypto Jews, or perhaps it's Maran Ovadia Yosef, but those 2 lectures are still left to sponsor. Sources for tonight, we're going to look at Dr. Meir Benayahu's classic work, a major 600-700 page Hebrew language biography of the Chidah. And I'd also like to rely on 2 other works, which are related to varying degrees to the Chida's research. First of all, Jonathan Ray's rather remarkable book called After Expulsion, which deals with the period immediately after 1492 in a way that has not been treated systematically, to my knowledge, before this particular monograph. It's a fascinating study, and we will spend the first few minutes of our lecture looking at the first generation or two immediately after the expulsion. We'll also look at the remarkable work by Matthias Lehmann, which is much more closely dedicated to the Chida's work. It's called Emissaries from the Holy Land, the Sephardic Diaspora, and the Practice of Pan-Judaism, which is his kind of Anglicism of the term Klal Yisraeliyut, of the idea of a pan-Jewishness, like something that encompasses all Jewish people in the diaspora in the 18th century. Those are two works that we'll be relying on as well. One last good and welfare announcement, which is a little more personal. I'm very pleased that a book that I published way back in 1999 is now available in a revised edition. I don't even have my copies yet, but they are on for sale online right now. It's kind of a cool book. It's the first book I ever wrote. It's my dissertation that came out. Harvard University published the first edition. Here is the original cover. It's kind of a dull cover, I think, but at the time I was just so happy to be published. It really didn't matter to me. And it looks at the history of the Jews in Ukraine in the first few years immediately after the fall of the Tsarist Empire. It was a difficult time when there was a tremendous amount of on the one hand, great optimism that a lot of the independent governments that were set up during those first few years tried to create special relationships for the Jews. There was a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that was set up in Ukraine, for example, but it all ended in disastrous failure because there was a wave of pogroms that swept through the region, killing possibly somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 Jews. That's a low estimate, but probably a fairly reliable one. And ironically, about 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the same government that also had the Ministry of Jewish Affairs. So this book explores that particular paradox. It just came out, I'm really pleased, in Ukrainian translation last year. So it's met with a certain amount of critical acclaim, both in English and in Ukrainian. And here's just one kind of interesting picture from the cover. This is a 1918 100 Karabovanets bill, which was published by the very brief-lived Ukrainian Republic. And it has on the other side of the bill, everything is written in Ukrainian. On this side, you have Russian, Polish, and the third official minority language, Yiddish. On the currency, it says here in Yiddish, 100 Karabovances, 100 Karabovances, which is kind of, you know, like the high point of their cooperation, later to be submerged in the blood of the pogrom violence. But that's not our topic for tonight. That's just a shameless self-promotion. Okay, let's go to our topic. We're going to look specifically at the Chida. Now, the Chida's life is primarily 18th century. He was born, I believe, 1724 off the top of my head. So when you think about it, we spent a lot of time last semester looking at the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula per se, right up until the expulsion. And then we spent a couple of weeks looking at the early 16th century, but we are now jumping all the way to the 18th century, so there's a big gap in our discussion. I need to take a little bit of time to speak about that gap, and so we'll start with that before we go to the Chida directly. Of course, this map, which we've used many times, indicates the kind of paths that Jews took from the Iberian Peninsula, and this is where Jonathan Ray's book is absolutely fantastic, and actually quite, you know, disturbing in ways. For example, we should bear in mind the degree of dislocation that the 1492 expulsion occasioned for Jews. Not only dislocation in the immediate and physical sense, they physically had to leave their place of residence and find another place to live, but the disruption of family ties, disruption of economic support, the disruption of, you know, their entire connection to the world and to their God was challenged by the huge dislocation of the of the expulsion. Ray catalogs how there were 3 entry ports into Portugal, going into that country before, of course, it was transformed for the Jews there 5 years later. And a large number of Jews were trapped at these 3 entry ports as they tried to get petition to get into Portugal. While they were there, many of them actually turned back and decided it's too difficult, let us convert to Christianity and we'll figure out what we can do in Spain. These were often communal decisions reached by the elders of a village, because an entire village would pick up and would be forced to leave at once to go to Portugal. And it came to pass that from time to time, the leaders of these communities said, you know, how are we supposed to feed all of these people under our care? How are we supposed to find the wherewithal for them to live? Many of them felt that perhaps they would do better and they would eke out their basic sustenance if they were to capitulate to the demands of Ferdinand and Isabella and, in fact, convert to Christianity with varying degrees of sincerity, as you might imagine. So large numbers of Jews actually turned back at the Portuguese border. Looking at the Mediterranean basin, there's tremendous piracy going on with, as we've seen when we talked about Benvenida Bravano, human trafficking, literally, and in the worst sense, because you have to imagine that these Jews are entirely hapless. They're completely stateless. They have no larger state authority to grant them a writ of protection, and they're just hoping to make it alive and with their possessions to some other more hospitable shore. And they were regularly boarded by a whole series of pirates that would simply go on, demand their property, and still kill them even after they rendered their property, because there was nothing to really stop them. There's tremendous dangers. When they landed, especially in North Africa, they often overwhelmed the local populations and were totally bereft of any means of sustenance. I mean, they could possibly sell whatever valuables they managed to salvage and bring with them to the foreign shores, but quite often they ended up being a burden on the local Jewish community that simply could not withstand this demographic upheaval. Furthermore, in some very sad cases, including the city of Rome, the Jewish community itself would actually send away Jewish refugees. Something that's so hard to even imagine in our day and age, but these boats would come to shore, teeming with Jewish refugees from Spain, often penniless, and the local communities knew that they would be charged with their upkeep. And from time to time, they actually turned them back. We saw a couple weeks ago how this happened in Genoa because there was fears that the Jews carried plague on the boat. But in Rome, it seemed to be primarily economic in nature. The legend goes, it's hard to determine if there's any basis to this, but apparently even, and this is what they call a tremendous Chil Hashem, even the Pope was apparently aghast that the Jewish community turned away the Jews that were coming by boat to Rome. So a very, very difficult, hard time. You can imagine the sort of stresses. I'll take questions at the end. So you can imagine the kind of difficulties that these Jews must have been under as they attempted to find some safe haven somewhere within the orbit of this region. So we're talking about an incredibly hard time for Jews overall, and this is something that lasts for generations. When we go into Portugal itself, those Jews who made it into Portugal, we discussed 2 weeks ago, the slow rise of the Inquisition until 1530, when it was finally put into place in Portugal, and then the closing of the borders and the difficult time that these Portuguese converts had to exercise when they tried to escape Portugal and make their way to safe havens, and anywhere, including in the New World, in England, in Northern Europe, they could be subject to the Inquisition if they ever set foot in any territory where the Inquisition was active. So essentially, the Jews of Portugal were trapped and were fearful for their lives and were constantly running from one place to another, hoping not to be discovered in their Jewishness. So it was a really horrible time. Now, over in the Eastern world, we have quite a significant difference because the Ottoman Empire, which is based here in it shows Istanbul, it's not the spelling we use in English, or Constantinople, which is the earlier name for this. The Eastern world is showing great havens to the Jews who are making their way over here, and giving them, respite in Greece in particular, and also in Israel. The famous development is in the town of Sfat, which we'll see in a second. So the Jews who could take a risk to go so far east would find that they eventually had some safe haven here, and that's where the story of the Chidah really takes much of its takes place. We also should bear in mind, and I've just kind of like in a space of a few minutes sort of raced through the 16th century to give you a sense of the kind of cultural and physical environment the Jews were living in when they left Spain. We should now look at the 17th century just for a minute. And for those of you who are regulars in this class, we've talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, I think twice now. We talked about Shabbatai Tzvi himself, and then we had another lecture where we talked about his rather bizarre wife, Sarah, who was also a whole story unto herself. But just to give everyone who's perhaps a newcomer to this audience, and because the Shabbatai Tzvi plays a role in the later story of the Chidah, an interesting character, comes from the Eastern world. He was from Smyrna near Greece, where he was a rather talented, quite brilliant, well-loved young scholar, known to have a beautiful appearance, a sweet voice, prone to sort of lone wanderings in the forest, and perhaps with a somewhat delicate personality. At some point, he had some kind of a psychotic break, and he began to regard himself as the Messiah. Now, different ways to understand the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. The older historiography tends to portray him as more of a villain, a charlatan. The reality is more and more research, really in the last half of the 20th century, has demonstrated that probably he was just mentally ill. And he was taken advantage of by some of his supporters, who encouraged him and perhaps, reinforced the worst aspects of his illness. And unfortunately, it triggered a Europe-wide phenomenon that swept up tens of thousands of Jews in its wake. At any rate, he was actually so popular that it became a non-Jewish phenomenon as well. The line drawings that I'm going to show you here are, in fact, Christian works that were circulated because non-Jews wanted to know, what's Tutzach, Shabbatai Tzvi, what kind of guy what is going on with the Jews? Anyways, he proclaimed himself as the Messiah, claimed to be able to levitate, to traverse vast distances with kfitzot haderech, with mystical powers. He abolished traditional fast days, behaved in an antinomian way. At one point, married a Torah scroll. Another point, there's lots of crazy things that he did at the time when he was in some of his what they call illuminations. But he gathered a massive following of Jews who were so broken by the suffering of 1492 and the later Ukrainian rebellion under Khmelnytsky, that many of them turned to Shabbatai Tzvi saying, in fact, he must be the Messiah. I mean, how much else do we have to suffer? It must be the time of Mashiach. He must be here finally to take us. So wherever he went, he gathered hundreds of Jews out to follow him, and many of them sold their property and made their way, following Shabbatai Tzvi, towards Israel. He had to make one stop that was very important in Constantinople, where he would meet with the Sultan, and then he would present himself as Mashiach, and the Sultan would then say, very good, let me give you Jerusalem so that you can initiate the end of days. Here you see, by the way, his principal propagandist, Nathan of Gaza, leading these massive hordes of Jews who would sell their property at a pittance and then just take a small amount of cash and go make their way with Shabbatai Tzvi. When, however, he confronted the Sultan said, I have an excellent counteroffer. How about I let you keep your head if you become a Muslim? He had a flash of sanity, and he said, you know what, that sounds like a very appealing counteroffer. And so after being imprisoned briefly, he became a Muslim, and most of his followers simply, dejected, fled his movement and tried to rebuild their lives back in their homes and throughout Europe. A small but significant number were so committed to Shabbatai Tzvi. I had actually an interesting discussion with some of my students about it, comparing it to contemporary politics in America. You can just use your imagination. That they believed in him so much that there was nothing that he could do wrong, and it must be that we should justify even the crazy things that he did. And so a group of Jews, who were later called the Dinmeh, figured that if Mashiach converts to Islam, it must be that that's what we're supposed to do too. We're supposed to convert to Islam, and we're supposed to do this like world tour of all these Middle Eastern religions, and only then will Mashiach come. So the Dinmeh actually converted to Islam. Jews who converted to Islam, they maintained endogamous relations for a couple hundred years. They're right up through the 20th century. Several Dinmeh played major roles in Turkish politics later on. Perhaps we'll talk about them in the last lecture when we talk about crypto Jews. But at any rate, the movement ended in a tremendous defeat. It was not a sudden and sharp break because Shabbatai Tzvi had such an influence. We should realize that much of his Torah was very appealing. It was very thought-provoking, stimulating. It did not read like Narish cards. It did not read like ridiculous ideas. A lot of his thought was very, very persuasive, and many thinkers, you would be surprised if I gave you some of the names, many very mainstream thinkers were engaged to one degree or another in Shabbatian thought. So for the next 100 years or so, many Jews in Europe were like having a mini inquisition where there was always a taint of suspicion of anyone engaged in mystical thought. There was a question, perhaps he was actually a secret Sabbatean. In some cases, especially with, kind of B-rated figures, they were actually closet Sabbateans. In other cases, they just maybe looked at some of the books and quoted a few ideas. But nevertheless, the Jews in the 17th century were having a really hard time dealing with these kinds of challenges. And this brings us to the immediate 18th century and the foundations of the life and work of the Chidah. One of these messianic movements was led by an Eastern European rabbi named Yehuda the Chassid, not to be confused with Yehuda Chassid from the 12th century. Yehuda Chassid led several hundred Jews from, I think it was Poland, if I remember correctly, and Germany, to Israel, who were laboring under the misconception that the Messiah was to appear in the year 1706. Bear in mind that the height of Sabbatean activity was the 1650s, early 1660s. This is 50 years later, and Yehuda Chassid brought somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 Jews to Israel, who also sold all of their belongings, anticipating that the Messiah would be revealed and we would have the dawn of a new era. When they landed in Israel, penniless and without any means of support, they overwhelmed the local population in Jerusalem by at least 100%, meaning there was one of these followers of Yehuda Chassid for every native Jerusalemite Jew. And then within a couple of months of their arrival, Yehuda Chassid dies. And now they're left alone and leaderless, bereft of any economic support whatsoever. And Jerusalem goes into a precipitous economic crisis, the Jewish community specifically. They borrow heavily from Muslims, and they are unable to repay the loans, so much so that in 1720, the Muslims actually seize the central courtyard and synagogue of these Ashkenazi Jews and destroy it, and for debts that were outstanding. Absolutely intolerable kind of situation. And this is the period when the Chidah was born. Okay, now, let's finally speak about our subject. I apologize for taking so long to get up to it. The name Chida, he's known as the Chida, HaChida, as is common in Jewish practice. It's an acronym for his name, Rabbi Chaim David Azulai. The word Chida also means secret or riddle or puzzle, so it's kind of a clever acronym. His father was a famous Sephardic Kabbalist. His mother was an Ashkenazi Jew. It's not impossible that his mother was perhaps one of the original emigrants, or perhaps a child of the emigrants who made it to Israel under Yehuda Chassid. His years, however, are 1724, which indicates that she's most likely someone who was a very young child at the time that they arrived. And he died in Leghorn, also known as Livorno, Italy, in 1806. His birth was occasioned by something of a miracle. When he was born, all of the attending physician, midwife, and in fact his own mother thought that he was stillborn, that he was dead. But his Bobby, the grandmother, refused to accept this, and she managed to get him to scream and suddenly realize, in fact, that he was alive. So he dedicated most of his later Torah to his Bobby, to his grandmother. And in writing, he specifically dedicated her for managing to save his life somehow. He was a child prodigy from his youth. Apparently, at the age of 13, he was also already giving classes to people who were 3 times his age, and he was especially associated with a Kabbalistic synagogue there in Jerusalem, and then later in Hebron. He's famous for so many things, but I'm going to focus on 2 things in particular. First of all, as a great Jewish literary figure, he composed some 85 works. About 65 of them have eventually seen print. The other 25 have either been lost or remain in manuscript. Most of them are fairly small, but some of them are really quite massive, huge honkers of tomes. The most famous of which he actually wrote a massive 2-volume collection called Shema Gedolim, which he wrote in 40 days. Lost the manuscript and wrote it by heart. It's like an amazing thing that you could do this. An encyclopedic work that we'll discuss later on. He also is quite interesting from a historical perspective because he wrote a brilliant memoir. It was later published in 2 volumes under the title Ma'agal Tov. It may not have been his own title, but in fact, it's not even clear if he intended to publish his memoirs. They may have originally been started as kind of like his own personal journal associated with the job that he had to do, as we shall discuss. But later he decided to develop these and flesh them out, and it was clearly he's writing for later readers. The Magal Tov, the word Magal in Hebrew means like circuit or circle, and it refers to it's in 2 volumes, the 2 major trips he took as a meshulach, as a charity collector for the Jews of Hebron in the south of Israel. Here is a map of his 2 major trips that he took in the middle of the 18th century, starting out here in Hebron, making his way all the way across the Mediterranean basin into northern Italy, Livorno, which was a major center at the time, and then all the way through northern Europe, up into Amsterdam and London, then coming down to the south through Paris and Bordeaux, primarily visiting Sephardic communities, but also some Ashkenazi communities, visiting nearly 200 recorded Jewish towns on the way, and then he brought back the funds to Israel. He was then sent out a couple of decades later, where he made a slightly different trip. This time, the first time he also went to Istanbul and the Ottoman Empire. The second time he skipped that, he stayed primarily in the West. But he left us this amazing record of what it was like to travel through Europe and go to these Jewish communities. And we have now a phenomenal document that has not been studied enough. In fact, it's only been translated into English once in the 1980s, and in many ways a brilliant translation, but could be brought up to contemporary standards, and there's a lot more research that can be done. Okay, so we're going to spend a lot of time looking at these particular excursions. This, by the way, is his signature, which gives you the kind of mystical, Kabbalistic feel of his persona and the larger type of issues that he worked with. I have no idea even how to read this. I don't know where to start. If it's backwards, forwards, whatever. Okay, so what he was doing? The institution he was involved in is called shlichut, or he was on a mission. The shaleach in Hebrew means to send out, and a person who is sent out is called a mishulach, meaning someone who is sent, or someone who is shadar, which is shliach de rabbanan, a messenger, an emissary of the rabbis. And basically, he was sent out to collect tzedakah for the impoverished Jews of Israel. You'll recall that they're struggling because their population suddenly doubled with all of these Ashkenazi freeloaders who are showing up as Sephardim are managing well, and all these Ashkenazim come. Some of them are Hungarians. They take all the furniture, cover it with plastic, put chandeliers everywhere, everything's on credit. So he was sent out to collect the money. Now, it's a really interesting kind of institution. Why would someone want to do this? And these trips, by the way, took like 3 years. These are massive trips, leaving his family behind and so on. When I talked about this with my wife the other day, I was saying, well, it's so exciting. I'm reading about the Chidah. Guess what he did? It's so interesting. And of course, my wife's reaction, it's always 180 degrees what I'm thinking about. She's saying, what's going on with his wife and kids? Like, how come we don't have any books about what his wife and kids had to put up with while he goes gallivanting off, visiting all the great museums of London and Paris? She's at home in Hebron, dealing with all these Ashkenazim. What's going on? So I could not, as usual, answer my wife's queries satisfactorily, at least not to her satisfaction, but we'll try. But among the motives for being a shaliach are obviously tremendous communal responsibility. It's a great honor to be able to support the community this way, but it's also very profitable. The Mishulachim, and we have great records of how the Mishulachim worked in the 18th century, they keep 1/3 of everything they collect, right? Which is, I understand, about the rule of thumb nowadays. That's a huge chunk of money. If you go to a wealthy community and you collect 6 figures, well, you've made, a decent salary right there in a few days visit to Ichves, Val Harbor or something like that. So it can be quite profitable. It's difficult, but your wife and family are cared for by the community that you left behind, and you come back with a massive amount of money. You also need to choose someone, the community needs to choose someone who is trustworthy, who will manage the accounts appropriately, will not embezzle the funds, a huge problem that was ongoing with the shluchim in that time, perhaps also in our time, I don't know. Because they would have to maintain very detailed and trustworthy records of the monies they collected, the monies they dispersed, and so on. The study by Dr. Lehman that I showed you earlier goes into great detail looking at the records of the central organization based in Constantinople and the kinds of problems they had with less than trustworthy messengers. You also had people who were like free agents who would show up in a town, and they had poorly crafted, faked, or missing documentation to prove that they were representing a particular community, and they would represent themselves as being bona fide charity collectors, collect a certain amount of money and move on, and then when the real charity collectors would come, there would be nothing for them because the community had already emptied its coffers. So it's a real problem and something that required attention. Just to give you a little bit of sense of this, when I was studying this, I was reminded of my childhood. Forgive me, this is very therapeutic for me. I was born and raised in a fairly remote part of Canada here, where the red dot is, a little town called Iroquois Falls. And I remember, this would be in the late 1960s, maybe early 1970s, that every now and then this rabbi would show up, and we were the only Jewish family in this town. this rabbi would show up, and my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and I would have to sleep on the living room sofa, and he would get my bedroom for a few nights while he made the rounds in whatever there was Jew in this town 10 miles away, Jew in this other town 20 miles away, and so on. And my father told me that this rabbi was collecting for Beis Yaakov in Montreal. I think his name was Shaulson, if I remember correctly. And he would literally, in the 1960s, hitchhike 800 miles from Montreal to go visit all the tiny little towns of northern Ontario. In every town, there's a little Jewish general store that was owned by someone like my father. And he would go from town to town, hitchhiking in areas where there are more bears than people. It's incredible. Hard to imagine why he would do that. And then later, the reason I'm showing all of North America is because we moved down to North Miami Beach for my first 10-year track job was down here. And I'm going to shul one day, and I show up, and I see there's the rabbi. And he makes the same route, probably not hitchhiking, but he makes it all the way down to North Miami Beach. And, of course, he knows my father and my mother and every single Jewish family along Highway 11 was absolutely astounding. And just to give you a sense of the remoteness, this is one of my sons in Iroquois Falls. This is the town, by the way, the whole town. This is everything. Here's the paper mill over here. And if my son were to turn around and look back this way, there will be no human habitation until you go over the polar ice cap and go into Siberia. Because it's so far north. And this is where this Meshulach would travel. It's really mind-boggling that this would happen. So that's the kind of institution that we're speaking about. And the Chidah was one of like these hitchhiking Meshulachim. He went with just one assistant. And we have to realize, by the way, this is a person with a brain the size of Montana. This is a person who, if he just stayed at home and wrote Torah books, he would be incredibly famous. Yet here he is going from town to town, knocking on the doors of wealthy people to ask for funds for Hebron. It's astounding. It's like you can imagine a Nobel Prize winner, standing on a street corner with a tin cup. That's the kind of job that the Chidah was doing. So the looking at the map as a whole, the kinds of places that he would go. Constantinople, here on the Bosporus, this little strait that separates the Black Sea from the Adriatic and the Mediterranean, very important town, and it's the center of the Eastern Empire, the Ottoman Empire. Istanbul, of course, is the Muslim name. That would be the center of the Sephardic diaspora. That's where the Jews had the most power, and it was the capital city of the entire Ottoman Empire. So the central organization of these Meshulachim was based in Constantinople. And as Dr. Lehman points out, one of the important things that happens at this time is that the Sephardic diaspora, through the activity of people like the Chidah, begin to organize themselves as a diaspora community. Rather than losing their identity by being subsumed within the local cultures that they arrive, people like the Chidah are kind of like the arteries and veins that connect one community to another, often living with some degree of hostility with their non-Sephardic neighbors, and connecting them to the idea that they are all part of one diaspora, that they are one klal, so to speak, that is Sephardic in nature, despite their far-reaching connections. This diaspora was very difficult to manage. The languages of the central authority, the Pide Kushta, the appointed people of truth is the name of the organization. They would have to communicate in Ladino, which is basically a Spanish vernacular written in Hebrew characters. They would also communicate in Turkish and in Hebrew, and in different types of handwriting as well. They would have, different styles of calligraphy. They would have to send letters ahead to communicate with whichever communities these shluchim would attend to. So this is a very complicated, hard to understand diaspora, and somehow the work of people like the Chidah really tie them together. If you look, for example, at the Sephardim who were associated with Syria, and the Sephardim who were associated with Morocco, and the Sephardim who were associated with Amsterdam, very, very different cultures. And especially over a couple centuries, they grow further and further apart. But the role of the Chidah was to still connect them together, to remember that Israel is really the beating heart, the center of the Jewish body politic, literally, and maintain their identity as a diaspora community. So why was he such an amazing scholar? This is a source, by the way, I didn't have the opportunity to consult. It's a more popular work, but by the very prolific young man named Yehuda Azulai. He's written quite a bit of work on Sephardic greats, and I look forward in particular to reading his biography of Rabbi Yosef. The Chidah was like a dream mushulach. He was a tremendous scholar. On his first voyage, he tended to be viewed with a certain degree of skepticism, because if you imagine him walking into some German village and he's dressed in, traditional Sephardic attire with a long robe and the turban, the picture that we see here is probably not that far off what he looked like. It's true, it is 18th century, so there's a lot of liberties taken, but we have similar kinds of issues with pictures of the Vilna Gaon, for example, but nevertheless, he apparently was very tall, very good looking, was an exceptional speaker, and he will be called upon as he comes into these towns to deliver some Torah wisdom. In many cases, he describes how he is sort of challenged by the local rabbis to a kind of impromptu Torah debate. And those who are perhaps more insecure in their own knowledge will make it more of an aggressive challenge. And the Chidah was always very careful. He used to, for example, fine himself, a monetary fine, if he ever grew frustrated or angry. He would often, put aside money that in this sort of stuff. But he would manage all of these strange kind of encounters in a very appealing way. He was quite ascetic. He insisted that while he traveled, he would not sleep on a bed. He slept on boards wherever he went. He was a vegetarian during the week. And for the Sabbath, because he was never entirely sure about the kashrut of whatever village he happened to be staying in. And by the way, he and his assistant were quite often dependent on the services of non-Jews to convey them to their destinations, and every now and then he had to spend Sabbath out in the forest or in a desert even, and all kinds of difficult situations. He mentions, the diary is just a mind-blowing kind of thing. He mentions, for example, when he was in England, and I've been to Scotland where I think I've seen things like this. He needed, and it's a diary, but it's a travelogue. It's very entertaining. Anyways, he describes how he needed to relieve himself. And, so the caravan that he was with had stopped. They were you imagine some mules and some carts and things like that. So he went to look for a more private place to relieve himself, and he saw this low stone wall, right? You imagine in Scotland, they've got all these sheep around and stuff like that. This low stone wall. And on the other side of this stone wall, he saw what looked like solid earth. So he decided he would just hop over this stone wall and do what he had to do there. But on the other side of the stone wall was a cesspool. And he didn't realize it. He ended up to his chest in this filth, and he could not get out. It was and so he started screaming until some non-Jewish woman in a farmhouse nearby came out, and they pulled him out. Imagine, he's dressed in all this Ottoman garb with the turban and everything, and he's smelling. And he describes how you had to cover him in blankets and stuff like that. These are the kind of adventures. Imagine the Gadol Hador, this great rabbi, with these kinds of very human adventures. It grounds you in the kind of things that he's dealt with. He learned to shecht his own chickens, and he would shecht the chicken on Friday for his meal. Otherwise, he tended not to partake in the food wherever he ate. And there are a lot of interesting, miraculous stories associated with him. So much so, I'll show you at the end of this lecture, there's actually an app for your iPhone where you can read one miracle a day associated with the Chidah. So many of these amazing stories. One, though, I find very appealing, that apparently he was brought an 8-month-old child to visit, and a very precocious child, and he actually taught the child the Hebrew alphabet, which everyone thought was amazing, and then he kissed the child on the forehead, and a few days later, the child died. Then people said to him, just a horrible, terrible story. But he said to them, you don't realize that that child was actually Mashiach. Mashiach was born in our generation, but we were not ready to receive him. It's kind of woo-woo stories, but you get a sense of what kind of person he was. Okay, so let's talk about the first expedition. Here's the title page, Magal Tov of it, and you can see in this map here. Oops, I didn't go over the map here. This is the first expedition. Takes them out all the way out into North Europe, out to London, back down through the Sephardic regions of Spain, of France, and then back out to the Ottoman Empire, where he reported to the central authorities there, and displayed the Pinkas, the record of the monies he brought down, and then back down to Jerusalem. To give you just a sense of some of the adventures he had, I talked about some of the receptions that he received. You also have to realize that he had to get frisked by the TSA constantly. He had to go into these many different countries, one after another, with all kinds of different rules. He describes, for example, that when he went into one particular town, I believe it was in Germany, but I can't recall off the top of my head, and they told him in advance, the Jewish community said in advance, listen, in our community, this particular nobleman who runs our town is insistent on the Jewish hat. Right? There was a ban that was placed in the year 1215, so this is already 500 years later, was widely ignored, but that Jews had to wear some identifying clothing, either a round badge on their chest, sometimes 2 tablets of the law, but quite often a ridiculous conical hat called the Judenhut. And they gave him one. They said, you got to wear this. You can't go in town without this. He was convinced that this was not only undignified, but it can't be serious. I mean, this is, after all, the 18th century, please. So he describes how he put the hat in his cloak, and he walked around as normal inside the town. He got arrested, and he got dragged before the magistrate, who fined him 100 golden pieces, which was like an astronomical sum of money. And he managed to argue his way out of it by saying, listen, I had it on my person. I was technically wearing it. I wasn't actually wearing it on my head. It was in my pocket. That's good enough, isn't it? If you see the boys go out and play basketball, they have the kippah in their pocket or sometimes in their mouth. That's close enough, isn't it? Okay, I thought it was funny, but anyways. So he describes these kinds of adventures and difficulties that he has as he's traveling. Quite often he was subject to danger. He's carrying a lot of money. He has to bring this money with him. And it's true that when he gets to a more established town, then he can work with the Jewish community there and engage in bills of exchange to write essentially checks that will be sent back and that will be honored. But, on the open road, if he's walking out of a town with, how many golden pieces and different currencies, certain currencies are illegal to possess in different territories, tremendous dangers that he's faced with for years, and he put up with them. Very adventuresome. He also describes he's quite an intellectual, he's got incredible, insatiable intellectual curiosity. Whenever he stays in some wealthy man's home, a gevir, wherever he goes, he wants to know what kind of books they have there. And he writes down his diary, they had a great copy of this, and I read it. And they had a great copy of this book, and I saw it. And I saw this manuscript version, and it had differences from the book that I had read in Constantinople. And he keeps a record of everything that he read, when he got to whatever location he went to. He loved going to museums. He has an amazing description of the things he saw in the Louvre and the British Museum. He goes in there and he describes for, the curious Hebrew reader what was on display there. He even saw the coronation of the new Ottoman Sultan when the first one died, when he was there, and he describes in great detail exactly who was in the coronation parade and how many of them and what they wore. It's a travel log. It's a fascinating document. He also is introduced, because he's something of a celebrity himself, especially on the second trip, he's introduced to some fascinating people. And we learn about, for example, his visit with a Jewish man named Perrier, who invented sign language. And Perrier was a Sephardic Jew living in France, who was the first person to actually teach a deaf mute to sign with his hands. It's a Jewish invention, amazingly. And he went to meet him, and he was astounded. The child that had been taught by Pereira could speak in French and in Hebrew by signing the alphabet. And, the Chida has a sense of humor. He says, I was so amazed by this that just for fun, I tried, just wiggling my fingers in different ways. And he says the child looked had a look of consternation on his face. And Pereira said to him, please don't do that. You just made a vulgar gesture. All right. So he's obviously joking around there, but nevertheless, it's an amazing story. And we get to meet some of these celebrities in the description of the Chida's travels. Also a very heroic individual. I'd love to do a lecture on him someday. Now, all of this stuff is fascinating, but what most people know him for is what he wrote, which is absolutely stunning. First of all, there's this book here called Shem HaGadolim, which is probably his best-known work. Shem HaGadolim literally means the names of the great ones. It's a 2-volume compendium, about 4 inches in width, that has some 2,000 odd citations, if I remember correctly. In one volume, it's a citation of every Jewish book that he had ever seen, which is astonishing. I mean, think about it in a bibliographic context. He listed them all alphabetically. Every single book. This is a list from one of the early printings of it. Under the letter Oth Tzadik, and everything written that started with the letter Tzadik. The second volume is a list of all the authors by name and what they wrote. A phenomenal piece of library scholarship with, not just a catalog. He wrote about what's inside these books. What kind of materials are there? And this is besides many important commentaries such as the Birkei Yosef on the Shulchan Aruch and things like that. This is like a huge contribution. I will tell you that, thank God my wife and I, we have 6 kids. And after the first few, we started running out of names. We didn't know exactly who to name our kids after. So we went to our rabbi, because we're Bali Tshuva. We figured the rabbi knows everything. He's going to tell us what to do. And the rabbi says, go look in Shem HaGadolim for names. Go look in the Chida's work until you find a name that makes sense for your child. So that was an interesting it's a go-to source, like the baby name book as well. Idea of name your child. The only problem is what happens if you have a girl, right? All the guys, they're all guys in these books. There's no girls in there. So anyways, one other book that I personally studied many times over and I got a lot out of is this book called Chok L'Yisrael, which is not authored by the Chida, but he composed a major part of it. Basically, it's a 5-volume series, as you can see here, and it's inspired by the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of the city of Tzfat, who had a particular practice of learning a certain number every day, a certain number of verses of the Torah, a certain number of verses of the Haftorah, a certain number of verses of the Ketuvim from the Bible, and then a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Talmud, and a little bit of the Zohar. And that was his regimen every single day. So one of his students, the Arizal students, figured out exactly which verses, and he set it all down to order. And so you can study the entire Torah and the Haftorah and so on this daily basis. The Chida took this and said, wow, this is a great idea, but let's make it a little bit more fulfilling by adding a section of halacha and adding a section of musar, a section of ethical writings. And he fleshed it out with more modern materials such that, the daily regimen, if you read Hebrew well, you can probably finish it in about 15, 20 minutes. There is I think there's an English translation. I know there's a Spanish translation. Might take a little longer. But although he did not insert his own writing into it, he really edited it, you nevertheless get a real feel for who he was because of the sections that he chose. Very deep, passionate connection to ethical behavior and so on. So the second expedition, somewhat more difficult. Now he's coming back when he was in his 50s. The first expedition he started when he was late 20s, and he was this brilliant, young, charismatic individual, but not so well known. By the time he went across in his 50s, already he's a senior scholar with an entirely different sort of bearing and character. Everywhere he went, he was treated with tremendous respect. And people didn't regard him as a meshulach anymore. People didn't show him any disrespect as being, to use a Yiddish term, a schnorrer, someone who was begging for money. They treated him like a visiting dignitary that in fact he was. He was, of course, very successful with his collection efforts, but he was also importuned on multiple occasions to stay and be the rabbi of a local community. An issue that he felt very difficult not accepting these positions because the communities treated him so well, and he clearly felt that he was needed and loved, but he managed to break himself away almost every time. He was heartbroken when he learned, however, en route that his wife Rachel had passed away, and that took him down quite a bit, and in terms of his energy, and also in terms of his desire to return. Many of his family had already relocated to Livorno. He had children living in Livorno, and in the end, he decided that he would stay in Livorno, and he spent several years there, where he finally passed away, being with his children. He did remarry another woman by the same name, ironically, tried to rebuild his life, but he brought it to an end there. I'll just focus on one last detail about his trip, which is discussed in Dr. Lehman's books. He received very different reception, particularly on his first trip when he went to Ashkenazi communities. Because very often, when you go to Sephardic communities, Sephardim would regard him as, to use the Ladino term, unzera, one of ours. He's Sephardi. Yeah, those who are laughing know you're fluent in Ladino. It's actually Yiddish, but the Ashkenazi, on the other hand, were very like, sorry, you're from the Sephardic community of Hebron. We only give to the Ashkenazi community of Hebron. So we're not really interested. And he was often turned away empty-handed or with very niggardly gifts from these Ashkenazi communities, so much so that he often had to rebuke them in order to get them to donate more generously. This began to fade, especially when he came by the second time, but it portrays a kind of like a growing split between the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim in the 18th century. Okay, to close our lecture, here's the shot from the app, Chida HaYomi, the daily Chida. The most important aspect of the Chida's life from a perspective many centuries into the future is, of course, his literary legacy. But we should also recognize that with his tremendous personal efforts to support the poor of Hebron, he also served a major function in tying together this disparate Sephardic diaspora, and also by connecting all of these far-flung communities to the central homeland in Israel. Here was a real-life, legitimate emigrant from Israel, or traveler from Israel, who was showing up in Amsterdam, in London, and saying, I need money back for the poor of Israel, that constantly reminded the Jews of their connection to the Holy Land. In fact, many Zionist historiographers really emphasize his role in planting the idea of early Zionism in the mind of 18th century Jews, because it really connected them to the concept that there are Jews living in Israel today. Let us recall, we're talking only about, before the Ashkenazic onslaught of 1700, we're talking about 1,000 Jews living in Jerusalem, a tiny amount of Jews. So the idea that all of these hundreds of thousands of Jews living in the diaspora could still see Jerusalem as their homeland was very significant. So he really did a lot to solidify the idea of a Sephardic diaspora. Furthermore, the hostility which he occasionally encountered from Ashkenazim, more on the first trip than on the second trip, indicates the tendencies, the centrifugal tendencies that could have torn apart the Jewish community were it not for people like the Chida. There is one last miraculous story associated with his reinternment. In 1956, Chief Rabbi of Israel, noting that the Chidah had always wished to be buried in the homeland, petitioned successfully to have his body reinterred from Livorno, and in fact he received a burial with dignity. Here is his mausoleum on the Mount of Olives. But there's one last small story. Sorry, Har HaMenucha, the Mountain of Rest. Thank you. There's one this is a tough audience. People know a lot, and I'm in trouble. We're going to take that out of the internet so it doesn't look. So there's one amazing story associated with it that's told by Rabbi Mordechai Eliyahu, that when they transfer his bodies, you may be familiar with this idea that the bodies of tzaddikim, the bodies of the righteous, do not decompose, right? It's like that joke, what is Beethoven doing lately? Answer is decomposing. But sorry, okay, let's just go back, serious. So the bodies of tzaddikim, this is a widespread mystical belief that the bodies of the tzaddikim do not decompose. So the story told by Rabbi Eliyahu is that, when they put the body of the Chidah in the plane, there were two occasions on the trip when, in fact, the coffin fell and was actually turned upside down. And so when they wanted to remove the body from the plane and they were going to take him for interment, the rabbi said, we can't just bury him without making sure that his body is resting in a dignified position. The rest of the Chevra Kadisha, the burial society, didn't want to open the coffin, didn't want to get involved, but Rabbi Arahu, who was the chief among them, insisted. And so he apologized, as is the custom. He apologized to the Chidah's body that he would not intend to do it any injustice or indignity. They opened the coffin, and he did not look. He just put his hands in to make sure that the bones were arranged properly. And he said that from the way it felt, in fact, the body of the Chidah did not feel like it had decomposed at all 200 years later. Spooky story, or 150 years later. Anyways, that's the story for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the life of the Chidah as interesting as I did. Next week, we'll look at a very different individual. We'll look at Sir Moses Montefiore, also a person of tremendous heroic stature, working tirelessly for the benefit of the Jewish people. Thank you for your attention, as always.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really got so much inspiration out of hearing about the life of the Chidah. What am I hearing? I was talking. Reading about the life of the Chidah, doing the research for it was just fascinating. And what strikes me the most, perhaps, is the fact that this is a person of really global importance in terms of his scholarship and his erudition. And he had such a difficult, even menial job, particularly in his first tour, when he was traveling around, literally knocking on doors, collecting money for his community back in Hebron. It reminds me of that passage in the Talmud that says, Al Tehi Birkas Hedios Kal Be'enecha, do not regard the blessing of an ordinary person as of little meaning. That's not really kind of an awkward translation, but on the fly. Meaning, when an ordinary person gives you a blessing, take it seriously, because the person could be someone as great as the Chidah. You would never have any idea. Anyways, tremendous contribution to the creation of a Sephardic diaspora identity. And we should recall that at this time, Sephardic Jews are speaking English, Portuguese, Turkish, Hebrew, Italian, Ladino, of course. They're all scattered all over, and yet somehow people like the Chidah are able to bring them together, as we saw from the research from Massachusetts on the pan-Jewish identity. Okay, that's it. Last shameless plug. If you're interested in the Jews of Ukraine, check out the newest revision of my book that just came out. I'm very pleased with it. And I hope you have a fantastic Purim that's coming up this week. And I'll see you, God willing, next week. Thanks for watching.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. This week we have an amazing person to speak about, someone who lived just a little over a century and had a phenomenal impact on the entire 19th century, and in many ways a lingering legacy that continues to inform the way we relate to each other as Jews even into the 21st century. A person of truly towering proportions, someone who had personal influence in so many parts of the globe, and was really an inspirational character that I got a lot out of in doing the research for this particular presentation. I'm speaking, of course, about Moses Montefiore, an extremely important philanthropist from England who was exceptionally involved on a personal level on the rescue of many Jewish communities, both with his wealth, but also with his tremendous force of personality and the pressure that he brought to bear in so many different political environments. Many regarded him as a Messiah-like figure because of the salvation that he was able to bring to individual Jewish communities, especially in the Near East. His life is somewhat more complicated, but the deeper we go into his personal background, I think you will find that it is as inspirational as his tremendous achievements were. Let's do our good and welfare very quickly. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by Christopher and Anne-Marie Bray. They've long sponsored a lot of our lectures here by donating to our scholarship fund, and it's especially appropriate, I think, that longtime sponsors should be associated with the name of Montefiore. Our source today is going to be Abigail Green's recent biography, a real honker of a book here, about 500-odd pages, published by the Belknap Press of Harvard. Really an impressive piece of scholarship. She herself happens to be a descendant of Montefiore, but she's also a professional historian, and it's very clear that her training is really what dictates the voice of her research. At the same time, it's fascinating to read about some of the inside scoop that she gives us. Like, for example, I'll speak a little bit about one moment when Montefiore's life was miraculously saved, and it is a custom at the Passover Seder that all the descendants of Montefiore read at the Seder one page from his diary in which he describes his personal salvation. So it's a very unusual kind of perspective that a professional, well-trained Oxford historian brings to the task, and it's a very worthwhile read. She's got a tremendous skill with setting the scene, whether it's Marrakesh or Damascus or Ramsgate. You really get a feeling for what's happening, and actually I'm hoping to see if I can bring some of that particular special spice into my own writing. But anyway, that's our primary source for today, her book on Moses Montefiore. So, who was this man? His years, as you can see, 1784 to 1885. He lived just over a century. In fact, the centenary of his birth was a cause for international celebrations, both in England, where he was a major political and philanthropic figure, and also among all of the Jewish communities, really, of the world. He was incredibly influential in finance and industry, where he made his fortune, and at a fairly young age, he basically retired from his business efforts and placed almost all of his energy into Klal Yisrael, into the Jewish people as a whole, traveling the world, helping besiege, beleaguered populations, trying to work through some of the political crises that they faced, and also lending of his phenomenal wealth to populations that were desperate for food and suffering from cholera and so on. We'll explore some of those things. He was ultimately knighted by Queen Victoria. He became Sir Moses. It was actually a bit of a scandal when he became the Sheriff of London. The idea that you should call the sheriff by the name Sir Moses, they suggested to him maybe you could anglicize that somehow to, I don't know, Morris or something like that. Like, my middle name is actually Moshe, Moses in Hebrew, but in English it's Morris. And he said, not at all. I was born Moses, I will die Moses, and you'll call me Moses. Thank you very much. We'll talk about his religious orientation later on in this presentation, but it's quite fascinating. Ultimately made a baron as well. And his main claim to fame, as I mentioned, is his philanthropy and his support of Jewish causes worldwide. Here's one of the many tributes that appeared around the centenary of his birth. He These wreaths here have a couple of names of places on it where he had tremendous influence: St. Petersburg, Rome, Morocco, Jerusalem. Of course, we'll speak about how he improved the lives of Jews living there. Damascus, Constantinople. His coat of arms here, he was very proud to actually have the word Yerushalayim in Hebrew emblazoned on his coat of arms. And when his flag flew, when he traveled through the ancient Near East, the Near East, and the Jewish community saw the flag of an English nobleman coming around with this Jerusalem banner, they often broke down in tears. It felt like a messianic kind of moment when this great wealthy individual was coming through with tremendous aid for the population. He was also he liked to record aphorisms, and he jotted down things in his diaries and in the inside flaps of the books. He was an avid reader. One of his most famous aphorisms is think and thank, right? Contemplate and express gratitude. He liked collecting these sort of things. So this is kind of like a tribute image to him on the centenary of his birth in 1884. Cause, as I mentioned before, great celebration. Now, I should mention that much of the story that I'm going to tell you today is based on some of the official biographies that have appeared. It happens that he died childless, and he named his nephew Joseph his heir and literary executor. And he had a massive amount of personal papers because, as I mentioned, he was an assiduous journal keeper. He kept diaries, voluminous correspondence all over the globe. And Joseph, some years after the passing of Montefiore, burned almost the entire archive for reasons which are unknown. Some have argued that he wished to avoid exposing his illustrious uncle to the humiliation of scandals that may have been buried in those archives. Others have argued more charitably that he was worried that his uncle would be reified in an idol-like fashion. He didn't want people digging deeply into the documents. And this, is an open question. Dr. Green goes into in some detail, and you can certainly peruse her book for various theories as to why this particular act of destruction was motivated. But nevertheless, we have only a few bits of official biographies that were recorded by several figures important in his life, and we have the official papers that Joseph held back, that he deemed appropriate to be saved, and also Montefiore had a personal secretary named Lille, who was actually a rather brilliant man who came from Eastern Europe with a traditional Talmudic education, but a very broad secular education as well, Dr. Lille. And Dr. Lille was so, he wrote one of the official biographies, he personally could not bear to see so much of this material lost, so he actually rescued a few key sections from the archive, and that, taken together, is basically the source material for the life of Montefiore from his own family archives. Of course, he made such a tremendous impact on so many world governments that there's a phenomenal amount of source material, journalistic accounts, government papers, and so on, the other side of the correspondence. So Dr. Green was really able to piece together quite a complex picture of a man whose activity over a century had such incredible impact. He was, of course, Sephardi. This is the theme of this semester's activity. We're looking at the Sephardi diaspora. He actually came from an Italian Sephardi family in Livorno. Livorno, also known as Leghorn, was a major trading port in Italy, northern Italy, and it happened that Jews found that to be a very welcome center for their activity. The Medicis had actually passed a law guaranteeing religious tolerance, which was rather unusual for Europe at that time. And so many Jews flocked to that region, primarily because there they could be free to practice their own faiths. Both the so-called the Spanish Jews, Sephardim per se, those were Jews who had fled in 1492, or when they were exiled from Spain, and also those so-called Portuguese Jews, who were the same Sephardi Jews who had fled first to Portugal, where they were forcibly converted, and then over the next few decades they managed to escape, trickling out of the Iberian Peninsula and then returning back to their ancestral faith once again. To give you a sense of the pervasiveness of this community, the split between the Sephardi and the Portuguese, Portuguese was the official language of Montefiore Synagogue in London. That's actually how they would conduct all of their synagogue business, was in Portuguese, minutes taken in Portuguese and so on. The service was, of course, in Hebrew, and he was quite adamant that the service should not change one iota. In fact, he was one of the most stalwart defenders of the traditional Orthodox service when the Reform movement made considerable inroads into England and tried to bring with it some of the German innovations, such as the introduction of organs to the service and family seating men and women together in the sanctuary. He opposed it bitterly, and while he was alive, he was able to, in fact, withstand much of those social pressures. It did lead to a breakaway minyan, and we will not go too deeply into the politics of that, but nevertheless, his particular orientation was definitely very Sephardic and was based on his heritage from Livorno. His parents, of course, were actually English, hence his English citizenship, and they were visiting Livorno, where their parents had come from, and that's his connection there. His wife, shown here, Judith, was actually Ashkenazi, so it was a little bit of an unusual marriage of the time to have one of the Sephardi elite marrying one of the Ashkenazi elite. They had a long relationship. She passed away in the 1860s, if I'm not mistaken. But when he was irritated with her or wished to needle her, he would call her in German, meine liebe Frau, which is, of course, a Yiddish or German term underlining the second-class Ashkenazi status as opposed to the Sephardi elite of London. However, she had another connection. Her sister was married to an important Ashkenazi named Rothschild. So the connection between the Montefiore family and the Rothschild family was cemented through marriage in the two sisters, one of whom, Judith, marrying Moses, and her sister, of course, marrying the Rothschild family, together with the Goldsmith, a third family from the Ashkenazim. They really controlled a tremendous amount of Jewish wealth and even general English wealth at the time. He was the eldest child of several. Tragically, he lost one of his sisters when her dress accidentally caught fire and she was burned to death, could not be rescued, and then his father died shortly thereafter, and he remained the sole support of his mother from a teenager on. Here's a picture of the two of them together. You can see rather quite devoted. You can also get sort of 18th century feel to this image, even though they were married at the beginning of the 19th century. It definitely feels kind of like a Pride and Prejudice sort of image. And here's a closer look at Judith herself. They remained, unfortunately, childless, and this was a cause of great pain to Judith, but she devoted much of her energy to helping women's causes, which often got her husband into trouble, as we shall see shortly. He made his money primarily in the mercantile area as a tea merchant, and then he transferred over to the burgeoning stock market, which was really just developing in the 19th century in London. He partnered originally with his brother Abraham, but they had a major falling out when Abraham married a woman that the rest of the family disagreed with. And in fact, this was kind of like a very sharp or a red line, a defining line in the sand for Montefiore. Intermarriage was something that he looked on with tremendous disfavor, and in fact, he had difficulty reconciling himself with family members who did marry outside of the faith. He made a tremendous amount of money in tea, and then later in the stock market, even more money. And he invested quite a bit of that into several new industries. He was very interested in gas lighting, which was just coming to England at this time. That is, like we have electrification, they had gas lines running all over the place. It sounds, terribly dangerous, but that's in fact what they had for street lighting and things like that. He was a heavy early investor in that technology. Also in insurance. He saw a tremendous value in the field of insuring enterprises of one thing or another, and he became a phenomenally wealthy person at a very young age, built on a family fortune that made it so many times greater that he was one of the most prominently wealthy Jews of London at the beginning of the 19th century. In 1824, he formally stepped back from his business affairs at the age of 30, although in reality he was regularly back at the office, using his office for various personal activities, personal correspondence, but almost all of his activity was ultimately political or social or philanthropic in nature. So he was still very much working well into his 80s and 90s, but when he was he had actually retired from business per se already at the age of 30. What did he do with his time after that? Well, it started out primarily as a travel enthusiast. And just to give you a sense of what it must have been like, he and Judith bought a carriage that looked something like this. And they would travel throughout Europe and throughout the United Kingdom. That would take days upon days for the journeys that would, for us, take just a few hours. They would spend weeks traveling from place to place, often in these kind of crowded and heated circumstances inside one of these carriages. But he loved it. He loved to go to the seaside. He loved visiting, remote places, and he was very fond of compiling, very detailed travel journals. When they were visiting Livorno, the ancestral family home at one point, he saw boats dock there preparing to go to Jaffa, to Yaffo, Israel, and he was deeply moved by the thought that he could actually travel to Israel per se. This really moved him tremendously. It united the religious elements in his personality, which were profound, and ultimately that's when his personal journey of becoming an internationally active individual began. We should mention at this point his religiosity is fascinating. His library contained no significant works of Jewish scholarship. It does not appear that he was particularly learned in Judaism, other than the very basic minimum that would be required of a Jewish male to participate in traditional Orthodox services. He was, in some cases, quite ignorant of the halakha of Jewish law, and he relied very heavily on Dr. Lira, who I mentioned earlier, for guidance in many areas that other Jews simply took for granted. On the other hand, what he did know, he was an immovable force with regards to those halachot, with regards to those aspects of Jewish law, and he would not compromise if he felt that tradition was at stake. He was very much firmly in that mind. And we should recall that this is not a typical attitude for wealthy Jews of his class in the 19th century, and I would dare say in the 20th or the 21st century. Sometimes, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I just haven't known enough of the right people, but sometimes when people get very, very wealthy, they kind of feel like, well, schon genug, it's enough already. Like it's just beyond what's necessary. I don't mean to malign anyone for having money, and all of those of you on the internet who have money, please share it with our students in the scholarship fund. But he was definitely not like that. He was someone who identified with the poor. He refers many times to the great feeling of anguish he felt when he encountered the poor. And we should say that he was not at all parochial. One of the great platforms of his philanthropic activity was that it had to be for both Jews and non-Jews. When he was serving, and that's one of the reasons why his particular philanthropies, the Holy Land Relief Fund, for example, were so wildly successful, is because he said outright that whatever monies we collect, which are intended for the poor of Jerusalem, will be given to anyone in Jerusalem who is poor. Jewish, Christian, Muslim, it matters not. And that drew in a tremendous amount of support from non-Jews as well to support these particular activities. So he was not at all parochial, and many charitable organizations chose him specifically to be the vehicle for their donations. Let us remember when we talked about last week when we looked at the Chidah, this is a period in which philanthropy is really changing dramatically. The whole history and mechanism of Jewish philanthropy is changing because the individual communities in Israel would send quite often their messengers, like the Chidah that we saw last week, and the Chidah and other messengers from the Shulakim would go from town to town and would collect money, and they would typically keep 1/3 of everything they collected for themselves, which meant that there was a certain number of charlatans who would come, and they would also represent Hebron, and you have 2, 3, 4 people representing the same poor population coming through town. And if you just gave 100 lira to the first collector representing Hebron, then the second guy comes, he's also representing Hebron, then you begin to wonder, how much of my donations are actually overhead and how much are actually getting to the poor people of Hebron. So there were several competing organizations that, claimed to collect and organize and administer these collections such that the overhead was minimized. Montefiore did not intend to compete with these organizations, but quite often people just said, you know what, I don't know what to do with all of these solicitations I'm receiving. Let's just give it to Montefiore and he'll take care of it. And in fact, he did. So this is something that we see even in the charitable world today. But let us go back to our story of Israel. So he made 7 trips to Israel in total. And let's recall that trips to Israel in the 19th century were nothing like the trips we have today, where it's harder to get to JFK than it is to get to Jerusalem. It's a tremendous, these are trips that were quite dangerous, that required, travel through war zones, it required travel in places where there was no real secure rule of law. Banditry was common. In fact, on their very first trip, no one would travel with them from their dock in Cairo by boat to Israel because they were afraid that they would be besieged by pirates. Finally, they did find one Irishman who agreed to travel with them, and he said, I'm sure we'll be fine, we won't be attacked by pirates, but just to be safe, everybody has to dress like an Ottoman Turk. And in fact, they had to dress up like Turks with turbans and the whole thing, his wife as well. And, they couldn't get that any guards to come with them, so he had to secrete all of the money he had with him in 11 small packets, distributing it through his luggage, and just hope that they would not be attacked on the way. Very dangerous kinds of travels. I would like to read you one passage here. I have a couple of passages in which he describes the kind of feeling he had when he was in these places. Okay, so when he first saw Jerusalem, he writes in his diary, with humble thanks to my God, the God of my fathers, the only true God, we arrived safe, without any accident, in the city of our forefathers, the great and long-desired object of our wishes and journey. May God Almighty bless my dear wife and honored mother, making more deserving of his manifold blessings and mercies, that I may become every day a better man, a more righteous Jew, and more useful to my poorer brethren in general, so that my latter days may be virtuous and peaceable. May my God guard and protect me and my dear wife to the end of our lives, and then receive our souls to his almighty care. You get a sense for the genuine piety that he experienced upon seeing Jerusalem. It was a life-changing experience for him. He, over the course of these several trips, came with many charitable ventures. He was very big into the idea that the Jews in Israel should be given the means to make themselves productive. Let us recall who's living in Jerusalem at this time. Something like 3,000 Jews are there. The community is roughly split, Ashkenazim and Sephardim. Very different attitudes to work, to Europe. Montefiore was an unusual character because of his Sephardi roots, but also his tremendous wealth coming in these decorated carriages, especially in later trips, and he often enjoyed wearing, by the way, his official uniform as the Sheriff of London, even after he was no longer sheriff, which is an interesting guy. When I think of sheriff, I think of Wyatt Earp. I was 6 guns, but it's not like that. It's like more like the Sheriff of Nottingham, right? Except good guy, right? With a big, office, medallion of office with red robes and things like that. And he would appear, and people would be astounded that a Jew could be wearing these kinds of clothes and representing, one of the most powerful maritime countries in the world at the time, empires. He believed very much in setting up various types of vocational endeavors for Jews. Sometimes that got him into trouble. The most famous, iconic example of this is, of course, the windmill that's seen in Jerusalem today. The windmill was one of his many attempts to try and get the Jews some means of production. Because of his experience in England and in Northern Europe, he felt that harnessing wind power to ground grain into flour would be something that would enable them to be quite productive. They didn't really think too much about exactly where they put this particular windmill. The wind was not as effective as they would have liked. The thing was constantly breaking down. They didn't have parts for it. So it's more of a kind of a visual icon than a very productive means of production for the Jews, but nevertheless, it was quite a significant statement, and it was a visual reminder of Montefiore's presence there. The almshouses here, by the way, set up for the poor, were paid for, as well as much of the windmill, by a bequest of $50,000, which was an incredibly sum at the beginning of the 19th century, from none other than Judah Turo, for whom this college is named. We'll speak a lot about him in a couple of weeks when we come back to it. But Montefiore was the recipient of Turo's beneficence even back then, because Judah Turo wanted to give this money to the poor of Israel, and he chose Moses Montefiore to do this work. The Yemin Moshe neighborhood of Jerusalem is named after Montefiore himself. His Hebrew name, Moses, of course, in Hebrew is Moshe. Let's just have a quick look at the next thing. So, to give you one example of the kind of stories that are associated with them, on that first journey to Israel, they had a tremendous amount of difficulty with the sea at one point when they were crossing the Mediterranean, and there was a tremendous storm that threatened to capsize the ship. Everybody was terrified, and the sea was raging. And it happened that I don't know why, but they were carrying with them a piece of the afikoman from the last Pesach. Maybe this was some kind of an amulet, a talisman. I mean, there are, just to back up, especially for the people in the internet audience who may not be familiar, on the holiday of Passover, you eat these unleavened bread, sort of like wafers or crackers, absolutely tasteless, and no human blood in them whatsoever. That will become relevant shortly. But I shouldn't even say that on the thing, it's scary. But at any rate, it's just bread and it's just flour and water. And one of the pieces from the meal is called the afikoman, and it's a particularly prized piece that it's saved for the very end. Some people save a little bit of it for various kind of folk remedies. I've seen it placed over the threshold of a door as a kind of a fertility invocation. People do different things with it. At any rate, he had some of this afikoman with him on the trip, and the sea was raging. The sailors were terrified. He went out to the side of the dock, of the boat, and he called upon God, and he threw the afikoman into the water, and amazingly, the sea calmed, and everyone was safe. And after that, everyone was blown away, and they said, wow, this guy's a real Moshe for sure. This is really, so they gave him a tremendous amount of credit, and he recorded this in his diary. And this is, by the way, the story that they read at the Montefiore Seder ever since, because his descendants or his extended family recall that moment. As I mentioned, he was very involved with the Touro College and Healthcare, sorry, not Touro College, Judah Touro and Healthcare, which is still something very much associated with the Touro name. He was big into a personal philanthropy as well. One of the major controversies going on in the charitable industry in Israel at the time was how many people are there who are eligible to receive alms. The chalukah, the division of the funds coming in from Europe. Obviously, the census is crucial because when the funds are divvied up on a communal basis, if you walk up and you say, I represent 3,000 people or I represent 4,000 people, that will have a bearing on how much money you can collect for your community. And there were tremendous controversies between various sub-communities in Israel. There were no accurate censuses to try and determine how much money should be distributed. So Montefiore decided that he would personally give a charity to every single individual in Jerusalem who came and asked him for it. And there are some engravings that are presented in Dr. Green's book. I couldn't find it on the internet to put here on the slide, where he's sitting down with Dr. Lula next to him, who's helping with the translation of the various languages. And there's huge lineups of people, kind of like the Lubavitcher Rabbi giving out dollars. Huge lineups of people, and each one would come, and Montefiore is seated there, and they would have a little conversation. He would give charity to them, and of course, this is the way he maintained a census, because he was able to keep track of how many people came to him, and in so doing, he was able to not only get a sense of how much money was needed for how many people, but also to have a personal connection with the people he was helping. It meant a lot to him to actually know the stories of the people who need help. And it had a huge impact. He was not above getting into trouble, however. For example, one of his visits, he was very much interested in visiting the Temple Mount. Again, I'm sure most of you in this audience are perfectly aware, but just for the internet as well, the Temple Mount, which currently houses the Muslim Dome on the Rock, and the Al-Aqsa Mosque on top of the site where the Temple of Jerusalem was originally built, both of them. And according to Jewish thought, eventually the third temple will be built, and we'll have to find someplace else for the mosques. But that's kind of like the embassy discussion. At any rate, since the Holy of Holies, the Sancta Sanctorum, the Kodesh Kodashim, is located somewhere on that Temple Mount, Jewish practice since the destruction of the temple has been that Jews are forbidden to walk on that ground. There are some interesting rabbinic differences of opinion about where exactly is the forbidden part of the territory. And in fact, there are some opinions which are rather outliers that say, no, Jews are allowed to go up there. But the vast majority of rabbinic thought says Jews cannot go onto the Temple Mount. They may not tread anywhere on its steps, because they may actually be walking in a place which is permitted only to the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, during the ritual of Yom Kippur. Montefiore nevertheless visited the Temple Mount, and that caused a huge uproar, because all these Jewish communities, traditionalist Jewish communities, were saying, how can you possibly transgress and walk in this space? So there are a couple of interesting stories. And actually, he was put in cherem. He was formally excommunicated by the rabbinic establishment in Jerusalem. Despite all the charity, despite all of his good works, it didn't matter if he flagrantly violated Jewish law by walking in the Temple Mount. He was excommunicated. So we should have to pause it in a couple minutes. There are a couple of stories associated with it. One of those stories is that, in fact, he did not walk anywhere in the Temple Mount. He was carried in one of those sedan chairs. And so the non-Jews, for whom there is ironically no prohibition to walk up there, they carried around. He never actually set his foot anywhere on the steps. That could be. Another story, which is perhaps more powerful and more telling of who Montefiore was as a person, though, is that when he was put into cherem, when he was excommunicated, he asked his secretary to provide a list of all of the signatories of the harem, all the rabbis who had formerly excommunicated him. And of course, he received this list. And then when he was called for an aliyah that following Shabbos, he asked the gabbai to read a mishaberach, to read a blessing on all of the men who had excommunicated him. So he repaid their ostracism with inclusion. He repaid it with a blessing. I think that says a lot more about what kind of person Moses Montefiore was. It's also possible, by the way, Dr. Green discusses the problematic dates of this particular harem, that it may not even have been his fault. It may have been his wife's fault. Why? Because among the many projects that Judith was very interested in was women's education. Again, the whole idea of making the Jews, the impoverished Jews of Jerusalem, productive, teaching them a trade, teaching them ways to earn a living. She opened up a Jewish school for girls in Jerusalem. Let us recall, by the way, that this is a good 60, 70 years before Sarah Schneer, before the Beis Yaakov movement. And Sarah Schneer had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting the idea of formal education for women established in a much more traditional community. Let us recall that there's nothing specifically forbidding women from receiving education. In fact, here at Touro College, close to 3/4 of our undergraduates are women, and that's something that's replicated not quite with that degree of disproportion, but in the academic world in the early 20th century in general. But the fears among the traditionalist community would be that this would be the leading edge of much more global, far-reaching social change. If the young girls learn how to read, if they learn how to do mathematics, if they learn how to, keep books or operate computers or become physician assistants, who knows what would happen, could lead to, mixed dancing or ichles. So the Sephardic community ultimately came around to it, and all of the female students who showed up were Sephardic women. The Ashkenazi community completely banned it. And the cherem that Montefiore was put into, according to Dr. Green, was probably more due to the upset over the idea of educating women in a formal environment as opposed to in a home environment that was occasioned by this. And nowadays, of course, in the 20th century, 21st century, we no longer have any controversies about women getting educated. That's a perfectly, I'm joking. I'll probably cut that out of the internet, but I can get into trouble. Anyways, that's some of his. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he was definitely a changed man. He was definitely someone who, although prior to this, he had taken his Jewish identity for granted and his Jewish participation kind of like, sort of typical for his class and station. After visiting Israel, he was a changed man. And we have here, on his 43rd birthday, on board a ship on his way back from Israel, especially after visiting the tomb of Rachel, which moved Judith very, very deeply. He writes, "I humbly pray to the God of my forefathers, my God, the only true God, to grant that I may henceforth become a more righteous and better man, as well as a better Jew, and that I may daily be more deserving of his abundant mercies, that I may, to the end of my days, be guarded and directed by his almighty providence. And when it pleases him to take me from this world, may he graciously receive my soul, pardon and forgive my iniquities, support